Chapter 1 of The Quest of the Silver Fleece. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Quest of the Silver Fleece by W. E. B. Du Bois. Chapter 1. Dreams. Night fell. The red waters of the swamp grew sinister and sullen. The tall pines lost their slimness and stood in wide, blurred blotches all across the way, and a great shadowy bird arose, wheeled, and melted, murmuring, into the black-green sky. The boy wearily dropped his heavy bundle and stood still, listening as the voice of crickets split the shadows and made the silence audible. A tear wandered down his brown cheek. They were at supper now, he whispered, the father and old mother, away back yonder beyond the night. They were far away. They would never be as near as once they had been, for he had stepped into the world. And the cat and old Billy. Ah, but the world was a lonely thing, so wide and tall and empty, and so bare, so bitter bare. Somehow he had never dreamed of the world as lonely before. He had fared forth to beckoning hands and luring, and to the eager hum of human voices, as of some great swelling music. Yet now he was alone. The empty night was closing all about him here in a strange land, and he was afraid. The bundle with his earthly treasure had hung heavy and heavier on his shoulder. His little hoard of money was tightly wadded in his sock, and the school lay hidden somewhere far away in the shadows. He wondered how far it was. He looked and hearkened, starting at his own heartbeats, and fearing more and more the long dark fingers of the night. Then of a sudden up from the darkness came music. It was human music, but of a wildness and a weirdness that startled the boy as it fluttered and danced across the dull red waters of the swamp. He hesitated, then, impelled by some strange power, left the highway and slipped into the forest of the swamp, shrinking, yet following the song hungrily and half forgetting his fear. A harsher, shriller note struck in as of many and ruder voices, but above it flew the first sweet music, birdlike, abandoned, and the boy crept closer. The cabin crouched ragged and black at the edge of black waters. An old chimney leaned drunkenly against it, raging with fire and smoke, while through the chinks winked red gleams of warmth and wild cheer. With a revel of shouting and noise, the music suddenly ceased. Hoarse staccato cries and peals of laughter shook the old hut, and as the boy stood there, peering through the black trees, abruptly the door flew open, and a flood of light illuminated the wood. Amid this mighty halo, as on clouds of flame, a girl was dancing. She was black and lithe and tall and willowy. Her garments twined and flew around the delicate molding of her dark, young, half-naked limbs. A heavy mass of hair clung motionless to her wide forehead. Her arms twirled and flickered, and body and soul seemed quivering and whirring in the poetry of her motion. As she danced she sang. He heard her voice as before, fluttering like a bird's in the full sweetness of her utter music. It was no tune nor melody. It was just formless, boundless music. The boy forgot himself and all the world besides. All his darkness was sudden light. Dazzled, he crept forward, bewildered, fascinated, until with one last wild whirl the elf girl paused. The crimson light fell upon the warm and velvet bronze of her face. Her midnight eyes were aglow, her full purple lips apart, her half-hid bosom panting, and all the music dead. Involuntarily the boy gave a grasping cry and awoke to swamp and night and fire, while a white face, drawn, red-eyed, peered outward from some hidden throng within the cabin. "Who's that?" a harsh voice cried. "Where? Who is it?" And pale, crowding faces blurred the light. The boy wheeled blindly and fled in terror, stumbling through the swamp, hearing strange sounds and feeling stealthily creeping hands and arms and whispering voices. On he toiled in mad haste, struggling toward the road and losing it, until finally beneath the shadows of a mighty oak he sank exhausted. There he lay a while trembling, and at last drifted into dreamless sleep. It was morning when he awoke and threw a startled glance upward to the twisted branches of the oak that bent above, sifting down sunshine on his brown face and close curled hair. Slowly he remembered the loneliness, the fear, and wild running through the dark. He laughed in the bold courage of day and stretched himself. Then suddenly he bethought him again of that vision of the night, the waving arms and flying limbs of the girl, and her great black eyes looking into the night and calling him. He could hear her now, and hear that wondrous savage music. Had it been real? Had he dreamed? Or had it been some witch vision of the night, come to tempt and lure him to his undoing? Where was that black and flaming cabin? Where was the girl, the soul that had called him? She must have been real. She had to live and dance and sing. He must again look into the mystery of her great eyes. And he sat up in sudden determination, and lo, gazed straight into the very eyes of his dreaming. She sat not 4 feet from him, leaning against the great tree, her eyes now languorously abstracted, now alert and quizzical with mischief. She seemed but half clothed, and her warm dark flesh peeped furtively through the rent gown. Her thick crisp hair was frowsy and rumpled, and the long curves of her bare young arms gleamed in the morning sunshine, glowing with vigor and life. A little mocking smile came and sat upon her lips. "What you run for?" she asked with dancing mischief in her eyes. "Because," he hesitated, and his cheeks grew hot. "I knows," she said with impish glee, laughing low music. "Why?" he challenged sturdily. "You was afeared." He bridled. "Well, I reckon you'd be afeared if you was caught out in the black dark all alone." "Pooh!" she scoffed and hugged her knees. "Pooh! I've stayed out all alone heaps of nights." He looked at her with a curious awe. "I don't believe you," he asserted, but she tossed her head and her eyes grew scornful. "Who's afeared of the dark? I love night." Her eyes grew soft. He watched her silently till, waking from her daydream, she abruptly asked: "Where you from?" "Georgia." "Where's that?" He looked at her in surprise, but she seemed matter of fact. "It's away over yonder," he answered. "Behind where the sun comes up?" "Oh, no." "Then it ain't so far," she declared. "I knows where the sun rises, and I knows where it sets." She looked up at its gleaming splendor glinting through the leaves, and, noting its height, announced abruptly: "I'se is hungry." "So'm I," answered the boy, fumbling at his bundle, and then, timidly: "Will you eat with me?" "Yes," she said, and watched him with eager eyes. Untying the strips of cloth, he opened his box and disclosed chicken and biscuits, ham and corn bread. She clapped her hands in glee. "Is there any water near?" he asked. Without a word she bounded up and flitted off like a brown bird, gleaming dull golden in the sun, glancing in and out among the trees, till she paused above a tiny black pool, and then came tripping and swaying back with hands held cupwise and dripping with cool water. "Drink!" she cried. Obediently he bent over the little hands that seemed so soft and thin. He took a deep draught, and then, to drain the last drop, his hands touched hers, and the shock of flesh, first meeting flesh, startled them both, while the water rained through. A moment their eyes looked deep into each other's, a timid, startling gleam in hers, a wonder in his. Then she said dreamily: "We's known us all our lives, and before, ain't we?" He hesitated. "Yes, I reckon," he slowly returned, and then brightening he asked gaily: "And we'll be friends always, won't we?" "Yes," she said at last, slowly and solemnly, and another brief moment they stood still. The mischief danced in her eyes, and a song bubbled on her lips. She hopped to the tree. "Come, eat," she cried, and they nestled together amid the big black roots of the oak, laughing and talking while they ate. "What's over there?" he asked, pointing northward. "Cresswell's big house." "And yonder to the west?" "The school." He started joyfully. "The school? What school?" "Old Miss School." "Miss Smith's school?" "Yes." The tone was disdainful. "Why, that's where I'm going. I was afeard it was a long way off. I must have passed it in the night." "I hate it!" cried the girl, her lips tense. "But I'll be so near," he explained. "And why do you hate it?" "Yes, you'll be near," she admitted. "That will be nice, but " She glanced westward, and the fierce look faded. Soft joy crept to her face again, and she sat once more dreaming. "Yon way's nicest," she said. "Why, what's there?" "The swamp," she said mysteriously. "And what's beyond the swamp?" She crouched beside him and whispered in eager, tense tones: "Dreams." He looked at her, puzzled. "Dreams?" vaguely. "Dreams? Why, dreams ain't nothing." "Oh, yes, they is," she insisted, her eyes flaming in misty radiance as she sat staring beyond the shadows of the swamp. "Yes, they is. There ain't nothing but dreams, that is, nothing much. And over yonder behind the swamps is great fields full of dreams, piled high and burning, and right amongst them the sun, when he's tired of night, whispers and drops red things, 'cept when devils make 'em black." The boy stared at her. He knew not whether to jeer or wonder. "How do you know?" he asked at last skeptically. "Promise you won't tell?" "Yes," he answered. She cuddled into a little heap, nursing her knees, and answered slowly: "I goes there sometimes. I creeps in 'mongst the dreams. They hangs there like big flowers, dripping dew and sugar and blood, red, red blood. And there's little fairies there that hop about and sing, and devils, great ugly devils, that grabs at you and roasts and eats you if they gets you. But they don't get me. Some devils is big and white, like haints. Some is long and shiny, like creepy, slippery snakes, and some is little and broad and black, and they yells." The boy was listening in incredulous curiosity, half minded to laugh, half minded to edge away from the black red radiance of yonder dusky swamp. He glanced furtively backward, and his heart gave a great bound. "Some is little and broad and black, and they yells," chanted the girl, and as she chanted, deep, harsh tones came booming through the forest: "Zora! Zora! Oh, Zora!" He saw far behind him, towards the shadows of the swamp, an old woman, short, broad, black and wrinkled, with fangs and pendulous lips and red, wicked eyes. His heart bounded in sudden fear. He wheeled toward the girl and caught only the uncertain flash of her garments. The wood was silent and he was alone. He arose, startled, quickly gathered his bundle, and looked around him. The sun was strong and high, the morning fresh and vigorous. Stamping one foot angrily, he strode jauntily out of the wood toward the big road. But ever and anon he glanced curiously back. Had he seen a haunt? Or was the elf girl real? And then he thought of her words: "We's known us all our lives." End of chapter 1. Recording by Richard Kilmer, Rio Medina, Texas.
Chapter 2. The School. The Quest of the Silver Fleece by W.E.B. Du Bois. Recorded by A.J. Hilton. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Day was breaking above the white buildings of the Negro School and throwing long, low lines of gold in at Miss Sarah Smith's front window. She lay in the stupor of her last morning nap after a night of harrowing worry. Then, even as she partially awoke, she lay still with closed eyes, feeling the shadow of some great burden, yet daring not to rouse herself and recall its exact form. Slowly again she drifted toward unconsciousness. Hard knuckles were beating upon the door below. She heard drowsily, and dreamed that it was the nailing of all her doors, but she did not care much, and but feebly warded the blows away, for she was very tired. Persisted the hard knuckles. She started up, and her eye fell upon a letter lying on her bureau. Back she sank with a sigh, and lay staring at the ceiling, a gaunt, flat, sad-eyed creature with wisps of gray hair half covering her baldness, and a face furrowed with care and gathering years. It was 30 years ago this day, she recalled, since she first came to this broad land of shade and shine in Alabama to teach black folks. It had been a hard beginning, with suspicion and squalor around, with poverty within and without the first white walls of the new school home. Yet somehow, the struggle then, with all its helplessness and disappointment, had not seemed so bitter as today. Then failure meant but little. Now it seemed to mean everything. Then it meant disappointment to a score of ragged urchins. Now it meant 200 boys and girls, the spirits of 1,000 gone before, and the hopes of thousands to come. In her imagination, the significance of these half-dozen gleaming buildings perched aloft seemed portentous, big with the destiny, not simply of a county and a state, but of a race, a nation, a world. It was God's own cause, and yet... Again went the hard knuckles down there at the front. Miss Smith slowly arose, shivering a bit and wondering who could possibly be rapping at that time in the morning. She sniffed the chilling air and was sure she caught some lingering perfume from Mrs. Vanderpool's gown. She had brought this rich and rare-apparelled lady up here yesterday because it was more private, and here she had poured forth her needs. She had talked long and in deadly earnest. She had not spoken of the endowment for which she had hoped so desperately during a quarter of a century. No, only for the $5,000 to buy the long-needed new land. It was so little beside what this woman squandered. The insistent knocking was repeated louder than before. "Sakes alive!" cried Miss Smith, throwing a shawl about her and leaning out the window. "Who is it, and what do you want?" "Please, ma'am, I've come to school," answered a tall black boy with a bundle. "Well, why don't you go to the office?" Then she saw his face and hesitated. She felt again the old motherly instinct to be the first to welcome the new pupil, a luxury which in later years the endless push of details had denied her. "Wait," she cried shortly, and began to dress. A new boy, she mused. Yes, every day they straggled in, every day came the call for more, this great growing thirst to know, to do, to be. And yet that woman had sat right here, aloof, imperturbable, listening only courteously. When Miss Smith finished, she had paused, and flickering her glove. "My dear Miss Smith," she said softly, with a tone that just escaped a drawl. "My dear Miss Smith, your work is interesting, and your faith marvelous, but frankly I cannot make myself believe in it." You are trying to treat these funny little monkeys just as you would your own children, or even mine. It's quite heroic, of course, but it's sheer madness, and I do not feel I ought to encourage it. I would not mind 1,000 or so to train a good cook for the Cresswells, or a clean and faithful maid for myself, for Helene has faults, or indeed deft and tractable laboring folk for anyone. But I'm quite through trying to turn natural servants into masters of me and mine. I hope I'm not too blunt. I hope I make myself clear. You know, statistics show—" "Drat statistics!" Miss Smith had flashed impatiently. "These are folks." Mrs. Vanderpool smiled indulgently. "To be sure," she murmured. "But what sort of folks?" "God's sort." "Oh, well." But Miss Smith had the bit in her teeth and could not have stopped. She was paying high for the privilege of talking, but it had to be said. "God's sort, Mrs. Vanderpool, not the sort that think of the world as arranged for their exclusive benefit and comfort." "Well, I do want to count." Miss Smith bent forward, not a beautiful pose, but earnest. "I want you to count, and I want to count too. But I don't want us to be the only ones that count. I want to live in a world where every soul counts. White, black, and yellow. All. That's what I'm teaching these children here, to count, and not to be like dumb, driven cattle. If you don't believe in this, of course you cannot help us." "Your spirit is admirable, Miss Smith," she had said very softly. "I only wish I could feel as you do. Good afternoon." And she rustled gently down the narrow stairs, leaving an all but imperceptible suggestion of perfume. Miss Smith could smell it yet as she went down this morning. The breakfast bell jangled. $5,000, she kept repeating to herself, greeting the teachers absently. $5,000. And then on the porch she was suddenly aware of the awaiting boy. She eyed him critically. Black, 15, country-bred, strong, clear-eyed. "Well, sir?" "I've come to school." We can't teach boys for nothing." The boy straightened. "I can pay my way," he returned. "You mean you can pay what we ask?" "Why, yes. Ain't that all?" "No. The rest is gathered from the crumbs of Dives's table." Then he saw the twinkle in her eyes. She laid her hand gently upon his shoulder. "If you don't hurry, you'll be late for breakfast," she said with an air of confidence. "See those boys over there? Follow them. At noon, come to the office. Wait, what's your name?" "Blessed Alwyn," he answered, and the passing teacher smiled. End of Chapter 2. Chapter 3. Miss Mary Taylor. The Quest of the Silver Fleece by W.E.B. Du Bois. Recorded by A.J. Hilton. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Miss Mary Taylor did not take a college course for the purpose of teaching Negroes. Not that she objected to Negroes as human beings, quite the contrary. In the debate between the senior societies, her defense of the 15th Amendment had been not only a notable bit of reasoning, but delivered with real enthusiasm. Nevertheless, when the end of the summer came and the only opening facing her was the teaching of children at Miss Smith's experiment in the Alabama swamps, it must be frankly confessed that Miss Taylor was disappointed. Her dream had been a postgraduate course at Bryn Mawr, but that was out of the question until money was earned. She had pictured herself earning this by teaching one or two of her specialties in some private school near New York or Boston, or even in a Western college. The South she had not thought of seriously, and yet, knowing of its delightful hospitality and mild climate, she was not averse to Charleston or New Orleans. But from the offer that came to teach Negroes, country Negroes and little ones at that, she shrank. and indeed probably would have refused it out of hand had it not been for her queer brother John. John Taylor, who had supported her through college, was interested in cotton. Having certain schemes in mind, he had been struck by the fact that the Smith School was in the midst of the Alabama cotton belt. Better go, he had counseled sententiously. Might learn something useful down there. She had been not a little dismayed by the outlook, and had protested against his blunt insistence. "But, John, there's no society, just elementary work." John had met this objection with as he left for his office. Next day he had returned to the subject. "Been looking up Toombs County. Find some Cresswells there. Big plantations, rated at $250,000. Some others, too. Big cotton county." "You ought to know, John. If I teach Negroes, I'll scarcely see much of people in my own class." "Nonsense. Butt in, show off. Give 'em your Greek and study cotton. At any rate, I say go." And so, howsoever reluctantly, she had gone. The trial was all she had anticipated, and possibly a bit more. She was a pretty young woman of 23, fair and rather daintily molded. In favorable surroundings she would have been an aristocrat or an epicure. Here she was teaching dirty children, and the smell of confused odors and bodily perspiration was, to her, at times unbearable. Then there was the fact of their color. It was a fact so insistent, so fatal, she almost said at times she could not escape it. Theoretically, she had always treated it with disdainful ease. "What's the mere color of a human soul's skin?" she had cried to a Wellesley audience, and the audience had applauded with enthusiasm. But here, in Alabama, brought closely and intimately in touch with these dark-skinned children, their color struck her at first with a sort of terror. It seemed ominous and forbidding. She found herself shrinking away and gripping herself lest they should perceive. She could not help but think that in most other things they were as different from her as in color. She groped for new ways to teach colored brains and marshal colored thoughts, and the result was puzzling both to teacher and student. With the other teachers she had little commerce. They were in no sense her sort of folk. Miss Smith represented the older New England of her parents, honest, inscrutable, determined, with a conscience which she worshipped, and utterly unselfish. She appealed to Miss Taylor's ruddier and daintier vision, but dimly and distantly, as some memory of the past. The other teachers were indistinct personalities, always very busy and very tired, and talking schoolroom with their meals. Miss Taylor was soon starving for human companionship, for the lighter touches of life, and some of its warmth and laughter. She wanted a glance of the new books and periodicals, and talk of great philanthropies and reforms. She felt out of the world, shut in, and mentally anemic. Great as the Negro problem might be as a world problem, it looked sordid and small at close range. So for the 100th time she was thinking today, as she walked alone up the lane back of the barn, and then slowly down through the bottoms. She paused a moment, and nodded to the two boys at work in a young cotton field. Cotton! She paused. She remembered with what interest she had always read of this little thread of the world. She had almost forgotten that it was here within touch and sight. For a moment, something of the vision of cotton was mirrored in her mind. The glimmering sea of delicate leaves whispered and murmured before her, stretching away to the northward. She remembered that beyond this little world it stretched on and on, how far she did not know, but on and on in a great trembling sea, and the foam of its mighty waters would one time flood the ends of the earth. She glimpsed at all this with parted lips, and then sighed impatiently. There might be a bit of poetry here and there, but most of this place was such desperate prose. She glanced absently at the boys. One was Bles Alwyn, a tall black lad. Bless, she mused. Now who would think of naming a boy Blessed save these incomprehensible creatures? Her regard shifted to the green stalks and leaves again, and she started to move away. Then her New England conscience stepped in. She ought not to pass these students without a word of encouragement or instruction. "Cotton is a wonderful thing, is it not, boys?" she said rather primly. The boys touched their hats and murmured something indistinctly. Miss Taylor did not know much about cotton, but At least one more remark seemed called for. "How long before the stalks will be ready to cut?" she asked carelessly. The farther boy coughed, and Bless raised his eyes and looked at her. Then after a pause he answered slowly, "Oh, these people were so slow." Now a New England boy would have answered and asked a half-dozen questions in the time. I don't know," he faltered. "Don't know? Well, of all things," inwardly commented Miss Taylor. "Literally born in cotton. And oh well," as much as to ask, "what's the use?" She turned again to go. "What is planted over there?" she asked, although she really didn't care. "Goobers," answered the smaller boy. "Goobers?" uncomprehendingly. "Peanuts," Bless specified. "Oh," murmured Miss Taylor. "I see there are none on the vines yet. I suppose, though, it's too early for them." Then came the explosion. The smaller boy just snorted with irrepressible laughter and bolted across the fields. And Bless, was Miss Taylor deceived? Or was he chuckling? She reddened, drew herself up, and then, dropping her primness, rippled with laughter. "What is the matter, Bless?" He looked at her with twinkling eyes. "Well, you see, Miss Taylor, it's like this. Farming don't seem to be your specialty." The word was often on Miss Taylor's lips, and she recognized it. Despite herself, she laughed again. "Oh, of course it isn't. I don't know anything about farming. But what did I say so funny?" Bless was now laughing outright. "Why, Miss Taylor, I declare, goobers don't grow on the tops of vines, but underground, on the roots, like yams." "Is that so?" "Yes, and we don't pick cotton stalks except for kindling." "I must have been thinking of hemp. But tell me more about cotton." His eyes lighted, for cotton was to him a very real and beautiful thing, and a lifelong companion, yet not one whose friendship had been coarsened and killed by heavy toil. He leaned against his hoe and talked half dreamily. Where had he learned so well that dream talk? "We turn up the earth and sow it soon after Christmas. Then pretty soon there comes a sort of greenness on the black land, and it swells and grows and shivers. Then stalks shoot up with 3 or 4 leaves. That's the way it is now, see? After that we chop out the weak stalks, and the strong ones grow tall and dark, till I think it must be like the ocean, all green and billowy. Then come little flecks here and there, and the sea is all filled with flowers, flowers like little bells, blue and purple and white." "Ah, that must be beautiful," sighed Miss Taylor, wistfully sinking to the ground and clasping her hands about her knees. "Yes, ma'am, but it's prettiest when the bolls come and swell and burst, and the cotton covers the field like foam, all misty." She bent wondering over the pale plants. The poetry of the thing began to sing within her, awakening her unpoetic imagination, and she murmured, "The golden fleece! It's the silver fleece." He hearkened. "What's that?" he asked. "Have you never heard of the golden fleece, Bless?" "No, ma'am," he said eagerly. Then, glancing up toward the Cresswell fields, he saw 2 white men watching them. He grasped his hoe and started briskly to work. "Sometime you'll tell me, please, won't you?" She glanced at her watch in surprise and arose hastily. "Yes, with pleasure," she said, moving away, at first very fast, then more and more slowly up the lane, with a puzzled look on her face. She began to realize that in this pleasant little chat the fact of the boy's color had quite escaped her, and what especially puzzled her was that this had not happened before. She had been here 4 months, and yet every moment up to now she seemed to have been vividly, almost painfully conscious that she was a white woman talking to black folk. Now, for one little half hour, she had been a woman talking to a boy. No, not even that. She had been talking, just talking. There were no persons in the conversation, just things. One thing, cotton. She started thinking of cotton, but at once she pulled herself back to the other aspect. Always before, she had been veiled from these folk. Who had put the veil there? Had she herself hung it before her soul, or had they hidden timidly behind its other side? Or was it simply a brute fact, regardless of both of them? The longer she thought, the more bewildered she grew. There seemed no analogy that she knew. Here was a unique thing, and she climbed to her bedroom and stared at the stars. End of Chapter 3. Chapter 4. Town. The Quest of the Silver Fleece by W.E.B. Du Bois. Recorded by A.J. Hilton. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. John Taylor had written to his sister. He wanted information, very definite information about Toombs County cotton, about its stores, its people, especially its people. He propounded a dozen questions, sharp, searching questions, and he wanted the answers tomorrow. Impossible, thought Miss Taylor. He had calculated on her getting this letter yesterday, forgetting that their mail was fetched once a day from the town 4 miles away. Then, too, she did not know all these matters, and knew no one who did. Did John think she had nothing else to do? And sighing at the thought of tomorrow's drudgery, she determined to consult Miss Smith in the morning. Miss Smith suggested a drive to town. Bles could take her in the top buggy after school, and she could consult some of the merchants and businessmen. She could then write her letter and mail it there. It would be but a day or so late getting to New York. "Of course," said Miss Smith dryly, slowly folding her napkin. "Of course the only people here are the Cresswells." "Oh, yes," said Miss Taylor invitingly. There was an allurement about this all-pervasive name. It held her by a growing fascination, and she was anxious for the older woman to amplify. Miss Smith, however, remained provokingly silent, so Miss Taylor essayed further. "What sort of people are the Cresswells?" she asked. "The old man's a fool, the young one a rascal, the girl a ninny," was Miss Smith's succinct and acid classification of the county's first family, adding as she rose, "but they own us body and soul." She hurried out of the dining room without further remark. Miss Smith was more patient with black folk than with white. The sun was hanging just above the tallest trees of the swamp when Miss Taylor, weary with the day's work, climbed into the buggy beside Bles. They wheeled comfortably down the road, leaving the somber swamp with its black green to the right, and heading toward the gold green of waving cotton fields. Miss Taylor lay back listlessly and drank the soft, warm air of the languorous spring. She thought of the golden sheen of the cotton and the cold March winds of New England, of her brother who apparently noted nothing of leaves and winds and seasons, and of the mighty Cresswells, whom Miss Smith so evidently disliked. Suddenly she became aware of her long silence and the silence of the boy. "Bles," she began didactically, "where are you from?" He glanced across at her and answered shortly, "Georgia, ma'am," and was silent. The girl tried again. "Georgia is a large state," tentatively. "Yes, ma'am." "Are you going back there when you finish?" "I don't know." "I think you ought to, and work for your people." "Yes, ma'am." She stopped, puzzled, and looked about. The old horse jogged lazily on, and Bles switched him unavailingly. Somehow she had missed the way today. The veil hung thick, somber, impenetrable. Well, she had done her duty, and slowly she nestled back and watched the far-off green and golden radiance of the cotton. "Bles," she said impulsively, "shall I tell you of the Golden Fleece?" He glanced at her again. "Yes'm, please," he said. She settled herself almost luxuriously and began the story of Jason and the Argonauts. The boy remained silent, and when she had finished, he still sat silent, elbow on knee, absently flicking the jogging horse and staring ahead at the horizon. She looked at him doubtfully, with some disappointment that his hearing had apparently shared so little of the joy of her telling. And, too, there was mingled a vague sense of having lowered herself to too familiar fellowship with this boy. She straightened herself instinctively and thought of some remark that would restore proper relations. She had not found it before. He said slowly, "All yon is Jason's." "What?" she asked, puzzled. He pointed with one sweep of his long arm to the quivering mass of green-gold foliage that swept from swamp to horizon. All yon golden fleece is Jason's now, he repeated. I thought it was Cresswell's, she said. That's what I mean. She suddenly understood that the story had sunk deeply. I am glad to hear you say that, she said methodically, for Jason was a brave adventurer. I thought he was a thief. Oh, well, those were other times. The Cresswells are thieves now, Miss Taylor answered sharply. Bless, I'm ashamed to hear you talk so of your neighbors simply because they are white. But Bless continued. This is the Black Sea, he said, pointing to the dull cabins that crouched here and there upon the earth, with the dark twinkling of their black folk darting out to see the strangers ride by. Despite herself, Miss Taylor caught the allegory and half whispered, Lo, the king himself, as a black man almost rose from the tangled earth at their side. He was tall and thin and somber-hued, with a carven face and thick gray hair.
Your servant, mistress,
he said with a sweeping bow as he strode toward the swamp. Miss Taylor stopped him, for he looked interesting and might answer some of her brother's questions. He turned back and stood regarding her with sorrowful eyes and ugly mouth. Do you live about here?
I's lived here 100 years,
he answered. She did not believe it. He might be 70, 80, or even 90. Indeed, there was about him that indefinable sense of age, some shadow of endless living, but 100 seemed absurd. You know the people pretty well, then?
I knows them all. I knows most of 'em better than they knows themselves. I knows a heap of things in this world and in the next.
This is a great cotton country?
They don't raise no cotton now to what they used to when old General Cresswell first come from Carolina. Then it was a bale and a half to the acre on stalks that looked like young brushwood. That was cotton.
You know the Cresswells, then?
Knowed 'em. I knowed 'em afore they was born.
They are wealthy people?
They rolls in money, and they's quality, too. No shoddy upstarts them, but born the purple, lady, born the purple. Old General Cresswell had niggers and acres no end back there in Carolina. He brung a part of 'em here, and his son, the father of this Colonel Cresswell, was born. The son, I knowed him well. He had 1,000 niggers and 10,000 acres afore the war.
Were they kind to their slaves?
Oh, yes, ma'am. They was careful with their niggers and wouldn't let the drivers whip 'em much.
And these Cresswells today?
Oh, they're quality, high-blooded folks. They's lost some land and niggers, but lordy, nothing can buy the Cresswells. They naturally owns the world.
Are they honest and kind?
Oh, yes, ma'am. They's good white folks.
Good white folk?
Oh, yes, ma'am. 'Course you knows white folks will be white folks. White folks will be white folks. Your servant, ma'am.
And the swamp swallowed him. The boy's eyes followed him as he whipped up the horse.
He's going to Elspeth's.
Who is he?
We just call him Old Pappy. He's a preacher, and some folks say a conjure man, too.
And who is Elspeth?
She lives in the swamp. She's a kind of witch, I reckon. Like
Medea?
Yes, only I don't know.
And he grew thoughtful. The road turned now, and far away to the eastward rose the first straggling cabins of the town. Creeping toward them down the road rolled a dark, squat figure. It grew and spread slowly on the horizon until it became a fat old black woman, hooded and aproned with great round hips and massive bosom. Her face was heavy and homely until she looked up and lifted the drooping cheeks, and then kindly old eyes beamed on the young teacher as she curtsied and cried,
Good evening, honey. Good evening. You sure is pretty this evening.
Why, Aunt Rachel, how are you? There was genuine pleasure in the girl's tone.
Just tolerable, honey, bless the Lord. Rheumatiz is kind of bad, and Aunt Rachel ain't so young as she used to be.
And what brings you to town afoot this time of day? The face fell again to dull care, and the old eyes crept away. She fumbled with her cane.
"It's the boys again, honey,"
she returned solemnly.
"Dey's good boys. Dey is good to their old mammy, but dey's high strung, and they gets fighting and drinking, and last Saturday night they got took up again. I's been to Judge Gray. I used to tote him on my knee, honey. I's been to him to plead him not to let him go to the gang, 'cause you see, honey,"
and she stroked the girl's sleeve as if pleading with her too.
"You see, it done ruins boys to put 'em on the gang."
Miss Taylor tried hard to think of something comforting to say, but words seemed inadequate to cheer the old soul. But after a few moments they rode on, leaving the kind face again beaming and dimpling. And now the country town of Toomsville lifted itself above the cotton and corn, fringed with dirty, straggling cabins of black folk. The road swung past the iron watering trough, turned sharply, and, after passing 2 or 3 pert cottages and a stately house, old and faded, opened into the wide square. Here pulsed the very life and being of the land. Yonder great bales of cotton, yellow-white in its soiled sacking, piled in lofty, dusty mountains, lay listening for the train that twice a day ran out to the greater world. Roundabout, tied to the well-gnawed hitching rails, were rows of mules, mules with backcloths, mules with saddles, mules hitched to long wagons, buggies, and rickety gigs, mules munching golden ears of corn, and mules drooping their heads in sorrowful memory of better days. Beyond the cotton warehouse smoked the chimneys of the seed mill and the cotton gin. A red livery stable faced them, and all about 3 sides of the square ran stores, big stores and small, wide-windowed, narrow stores. Some had old steps above the worn clay sidewalks, and some were flush with the ground. All had a general sense of dilapidation, save one, the largest and most imposing, a 3-story brick. This was Caldwell's Emporium, and here Bles stopped and Miss Taylor entered. Mr. Caldwell himself hurried forward, and the whole store, clerks and customers, stood at attention, for Miss Taylor was yet new to the county. She bought a few trifles and then approached her main business.
"My brother wants some information about the county, Mr. Caldwell, and I am only a teacher and do not know much about conditions here."
"Ah,
Where do you teach?"
asked Mr. Caldwell. He was certain he knew the teachers of all the white schools in the county. Miss Taylor told him. He stiffened slightly but perceptibly, like a man clicking the buckles of his ready armor, and 2 townswomen who listened gradually turned their backs but remained near.
Yes,
He said with uncomfortable haste.
Any, information, of course.
Miss Taylor got out her notes. "The leading landowners," she began, sorting the notes searchingly. "I should like to know something about them."
Well, Colonel Cresswell is of course our greatest landlord, a high-bred gentleman of the old school. He and his son, a worthy successor to their name, hold some 50,000 acres. They may be considered representative types. Then Mr. Maxwell has 10,000 acres, and Mr. Tolliver 1,000.
Miss Taylor wrote rapidly. "And cotton?" she asked.
We raise considerable cotton, but not nearly what we ought to. Nigger labor is too worthless."
"Oh, the Negroes are not, then, very efficient?"
"Efficient?"
snorted Mr. Caldwell. At last she had broached a phase of the problem upon which he could dilate with fervor.
They're the lowest down, orneriest, begging your pardon, good-for-nothing loafers you ever heard of. Why, we just have to carry them and care for them like children. Look yonder."
He pointed across the square to the courthouse. It was an old square brick and stucco building, somber and stilted and very dirty. Out of it filed a stream of men, some black and shackled, some white and swaggering and liberal with tobacco juice, some white and shaven and stiff.
"Court's just out,"
pursued Mr. Caldwell.
"and them niggers had just been sent to the gang. Young ones, too, educated but good for nothing. They're all that way."
Miss Taylor looked up, a little puzzled, and became aware of a battery of eyes and ears. Everybody seemed craning and listening, and she felt a sudden embarrassment and a sense of half-veiled hostility in the air. With 1 or 2 further perfunctory questions and a hasty expression of thanks, she escaped into the air. The whole square seemed loafing and lolling. The white world perched on stoops and chairs, in doorways and windows, the black world filtering down from doorways to sidewalk and curb. The hot, dusty quadrangles stretched in dreary deadness toward the temple of the town, as if doing obeisance to the courthouse. Down the courthouse steps the sheriff, with Winchester on shoulder, was bringing the last prisoner, a curly-headed boy with golden face and big brown frightened eyes.
"It's one of the Dunn's boys," said Bles. "He's drunk again, and they say he's been stealing. I expect he was hungry."
And they wheeled out of the square. Miss Taylor was tired, and the hastily scribbled letter which she dropped into the post in passing was not as clearly expressed as she could wish. A great-voiced giant, brown and bearded, drove past them, roaring a hymn. He greeted Bles with a comprehensive wave of the hand.
"I guess Tyler has been paid off,"
said Bles, but Miss Taylor was too disgusted to answer. Further on they overtook a tall young yellow boy walking awkwardly beside a handsome bold-faced girl. 2 white men came riding by. One leered at the girl and she laughed back, while the yellow boy strode sullenly ahead. As the 2 white riders approached the buggy, one said to the other,
"Who's that nigger with?"
"One of them nigger teachers."
"Well, they'll stop this damn riding around or they'll hear something."
And they rode slowly by. Miss Taylor felt rather than heard their words, and she was uncomfortable. The sun fell fast. The long shadows of the swamp swept soft coolness on the red road. Then afar in front a curled cloud of white dust arose, and out of it came the sound of galloping horses.
"Who's this?"
asked Miss Taylor.
"The Cresswells, I think. They usually ride to town about this time."
But already Miss Taylor had descried the brown and tawny sides of the speeding horses.
"Good gracious,"
she thought,
"the Cresswells!"
And with it came a sudden desire not to meet them just then. She glanced toward the swamp. The sun was sifting blood-red lances through the trees. A little wagon road entered the wood and disappeared. Miss Taylor saw it.
"Let's see the sunset in the swamp," she said suddenly.
On came the galloping horses. Bles looked up in surprise, then silently turned into the swamp. The horses flew by, their hoof-beats dying in the distance. A dark green silence lay about them, lit by mighty crimson glories beyond. Miss Taylor leaned back and watched it dreamily till a sense of oppression grew on her. The sun was sinking fast.
"Where does this road come out?" she asked at last. "It doesn't come out. Where does it go?" "It goes to Elspeth's."
"Why, we must turn back immediately."
"I thought—"
But Bles was already turning. They were approaching the main road again, when there came a fluttering as of a great bird beating its wings amid the forest. Then a girl, lithe, dark brown and tall, leaped lightly into the path with greetings on her lips for Bles. At the sight of the lady she drew suddenly back and stood motionless, regarding Miss Taylor, searching her with wide black liquid eyes. Miss Taylor was a little startled.
"Good evening,"
she said, straightening herself. The girl was still silent, and the horse stopped. One tense moment pulsed through all the swamp. Then the girl, still motionless, still looking Miss Taylor through and through, said with slow deliberateness,
"I hate you."
The teacher in Miss Taylor strove to rebuke this unconventional greeting, but the woman in her spoke first, and asked almost before she knew it, "Why?" End of Chapter 4. Chapter 5. Zora. The Quest of the Silver Fleece by W.E.B. Du Bois. Recorded by A.J. Hilton. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Zora, child of the swamp, was a heathen hoyden of 12 wayward, untrained years. Slight, straight, strong, full-blooded, she had dreamed her life away in willful wandering through her dark and somber kingdom until she was one with it in all its moods, mischievous, secretive, brooding, full of great and awful visions, steeped body and soul in wood lore. Her home was out of doors, the cabin of Elspeth her port of call for talking and eating. She had not known, she had scarcely seen a child of her own age until Bles Alwyn had fled from her dancing in the night, and she had searched and found him, sleeping in the misty morning light. It was to her a strange, new thing to see a fellow of like years with herself, and she gripped him to her soul in wild interest and new curiosity. Yet this childish friendship was so new and incomprehensible a thing to her that she did not know how to express it. At first, she pounced upon him in mirthful, almost impish glee, teasing and mocking and half scaring him despite his 15 years of young manhood.
"Yes, they is devils down yonder beyond the swamp," she would whisper warningly,
when after the first meeting he had crept back again and again, half fascinated, half amused to greet her.
"I's seen 'em. I's heard 'em 'cause my mammy is a witch."
The boy would sit and watch her wonderingly as she lay curled along the low branch of the mighty oak, clinging with little curved limbs and flying fingers. Possessed by the spirit of her vision, she would chant, low-voiced, tremulous, mischievous.
"One night, a devil came to me on blue fire out of a big red flower that grows in the south swamp. He was tall and big and strong as anything, and when he spoke, the trees shook and the stars fell. Even Mammy was afeared, and it takes a lot to make Mammy afeared, 'cause she's a witch and can conjure. He said, 'I'll come when you die. I'll come when you die and take the conjure off you,' and then he went away on a big fire." "Shucks,"
the boy would say, trying to express scornful disbelief when, in truth, he was awed and doubtful. Always he would glance involuntarily back along the path behind him. Then her low bird-like laughter would rise and ring through the trees. So passed a year, and there came the time when her wayward teasing and the almost painful thrill of her tale-telling nettled him and drove him away. For long months he did not meet her, until one day he saw her deep eyes fixed longingly upon him from a thicket in the swamp. He went and greeted her, but she said no word, sitting nested among the greenwood with passionate, proud silence until he had sued long for peace. Then, in sudden new friendship, she had taken his hand and led him through the swamp, showing him all the beauty of her swamp world. Great shadowy oaks and limpid pools, lone naked trees and sweet flowers, the whispering and flitting of wild things, and the winging of furtive birds. She had dropped the impish mischief of her way, and up from beneath it rose a wistful visionary tenderness, a mighty half-confessed, half-concealed striving for unknown things. He seemed to have found a new friend. And today, after he had taken Miss Taylor home and supped, he came out in the twilight under the new moon and whistled the tremulous note that always brought her.
"Why did you speak so to Miss Taylor?"
he asked reproachfully. She considered the matter a moment.
"You don't understand,"
she said.
"You can't never understand. I can see right through people. You can't. You never had a witch for a mammy, did you?" "No." "Well then, you see, I have to take care of you and see things for you. Zora," he said thoughtfully, "you must learn to read." "What for?" "So that you can read books and know lots of things." "Don't white folks make books?" "Yes, most of the books." "Pooh, I knows more than they do now, a heap more." "In some things you do, but they know things that give them power and wealth and make them rule." No, they don't really rule. They just thinks they rule. They just got things, heavy, dead things. We black folks has got the spirit. We's lighter and cunninger. We fly right through them. We go and come again just as we wants to. Black folks is wonderful."
He did not understand what she meant, but he knew what he wanted, and he tried again.
"Even if white folks don't know everything, they know different things from us, and we ought to know what they know."
This appealed to her somewhat.
"I don't believe they know much,"
she concluded,
"but I'll learn to read and just see." "It'll be hard work,"
he warned, but he had come prepared for acquiescence. He took a primer from his pocket and, lighting a match, showed her the alphabet.
"Learn those,"
he said.
"What for?" she asked, looking at the letters disdainfully. "Because that's the way,"
he said as the light flared and went out.
"I don't believe it,"
she disputed, disappearing in the wood and returning with a pine knot. They lighted it, and its smoky flame threw wavering shadows about. She turned the leaves till she came to a picture which she studied intently.
"Is this about this?"
she asked, pointing alternately to reading and picture.
"Yes, and if you learn, read it," she commanded.
He read the page.
"Again,"
she said, making him point out each word. Then she read it after him, accurately, with more perfect expression. He stared at her. She took the book and with a nod was gone. It was Saturday and dark. She never asked Bless to her home, to that mysterious black cabin in the mid-swamp. He thought her ashamed of it, and delicately refrained from going. So tonight she slipped away, stopped, and listened till she heard his footsteps on the pike, and then flew homeward. Presently the old black cabin loomed before her with its wide flapping door. The old woman was bending over the fire stirring some savory mess, and a yellow girl with a white baby on one arm was placing dishes on a rickety wooden table when Zora suddenly and noiselessly entered the door.
"Come, is ye? I 'low victuals would fetch ye,"
grumbled the hag. But Zora deigned no answer. She walked placidly to the table, where she took up a handful of cold cornbread and meat, and then went over and curled up by the fire. Elspeth and the girl talked and laughed coarsely, and the night wore on. By and by loud laughter and tramping came from the road, a sound of numerous footsteps. Zora listened, leapt to her feet, and started to the door. The old crone threw an epithet after her, but she flashed through the lighted doorway and was gone, followed by the oath and shouts from the approaching men. In the hut night fled with wild song and revel, and day dawned again. Out from some fastness of the wood crept Zora. She stopped and bathed in a pool, and combed her close-clung hair, then entered silently to breakfast. Thus began in the dark swamp that primal battle with the word. She hated it and despised it, but her pride was in arms, and her one great life friendship in the balance. She fought her way with a dogged persistence that brought word after word of praise and interest from Bless. Then, once well begun, her busy, eager mind flew with a rapidity that startled. The stories especially she devoured. Tales of strange things and countries and men gripped her imagination and clung to her memory.
"Didn't I tell you there was lots to learn?"
he asked once.
"I knew it all,"
she retorted.
"every bit. I's thought it all before, only the little things is different, and I like the little strange things."
Spring ripened to summer. She was reading well and writing some.
"Zora,"
he announced one morning under their forest oak,
"you must go to school."
She eyed him, surprised.
"Why? You found some things worth knowing in this world, haven't you, Zora?" "Yes,"
she admitted.
"But there are more, many, many more, worlds on worlds of things you have not dreamed of."
She stared at him open-eyed, and a wonder crept over her face, battling with the old assurance. Then she looked down at her bare brown feet and torn gown.
"I've got a little money, Zora,"
he said quickly, but she lifted her head.
"I'll earn mine,"
she said.
"How?"
he asked doubtfully.
"I'll pick cotton." "Can you?" "'Course I can. It's hard work."
She hesitated.
"I don't like to work,"
she mused.
"You see, Mammy's pappy was a king's son, and kings don't work. I don't work. Mostly I dreams. But I can work, and I will, for the wonder things, and for you."
So the summer yellowed and silvered into fall. All the vacation days Bless worked on the farm, and Zora read and dreamed and studied in the wood, until the land lay white with harvest. Then, without warning, she appeared in the cotton field beside Bless and picked. It was hot, sore work. The sun blazed. Her bent and untrained back pained, and the soft little hands bled. But no complaint passed her lips. Her hands never wavered, and her eyes met his steadily and gravely. She bade him good night cheerily, and then stole away to the wood, crouching beneath the great oak, and biting back the groans that trembled on her lips. Often she fell supperless to sleep, with 2 great tears creeping down her tired cheeks. When school-time came, there was not yet money enough, for cotton-picking was not far advanced. Yet Zora would take no money from Bless, and worked earnestly away. Meantime there occurred to the boy the momentous question of clothes. Had Zora thought of them? He feared not. She knew little of clothes, and cared less. So one day in town he dropped into Caldwell's Emporium and glanced hesitantly at certain ready-made dresses. One caught his eye. It came from the great easterly mills of New England, and was red, a vivid red. The glowing warmth of this cloth of cotton caught the eye of Bless, and he bought the gown for $1.50. He carried it to Zora in the wood and unrolled it before her eyes that danced with glad tears. Of course it was long and wide, but he fetched needle and thread and scissors too. It was a full month after school had begun when they, together, back in the swamp, shadowed by the foliage, began to fashion the wonderful garment. At the same time she laid $10 of her first hard-earned money in his hands.
You can finish the first year with this money,
Bless assured her, delighted.
and the next year you must come into board, because you see, when you're educated, you don't want to live in the swamp. I wants to live here always, but not at Elspeth's. No, not there, not there.
And a troubled questioning trembled in her eyes, but brought no answering thought in his, for he was busy with his plans.
Then you see, Zora, if you stay here, you'll need a new house, and you'll want to learn how to make it beautiful. Yes, a beautiful great castle here in the swamp,
She dreamed,
but
and her face fell.
I can't get money enough to board in. I don't want to board in. I wants to be free.
He looked at her, curled down so earnestly in her puzzling task, and a pity for the more than motherless child swept over him. He bent over her nervously, eagerly, and she laid down her sewing and sat silent and passive with dark, burning eyes.
Zora,
He said,
I want you to do this all for me. I will, if you wants me to.
she said quietly, but with something in her voice that made him look half startled into her beautiful eyes and feel a queer flushing in his face. He stretched his hand out and taking hers held it lightly till she quivered and drew away, bending again over her sewing. Then a nameless exaltation rose within his heart.
Zora,
He whispered.
I've got a plan. What is it?
She asked, still with bowed head.
Listen till I tell you of the golden fleece.
Then she too heard the story of Jason. Breathless, she listened, dropping her sewing and leaning forward, eager-eyed. Then her face clouded.
Do you s'pose Mammy's the witch?
She asked dubiously.
No, she wouldn't give her own flesh and blood to help the thieving Jason.
She looked at him searchingly.
Yes, she would, too.
Affirmed the girl, and then she paused, still intently watching him. She was troubled, and again a question eagerly hovered on her lips, but he continued.
Then we must escape her,
He said gaily.
See, yonder lies the golden fleece spread across the brown back of the world. Let's get a bit of it and hide it here in the swamp and comb it and tend it and make it the beautifulest bit of all. Then we can sell it and send you to school.
She sat silently bent forward, turning the picture in her mind. Suddenly forgetting her trouble, she bubbled with laughter, and leaping up, clapped her hands.
And I knows just the place,
She cried eagerly, looking at him with a flash of the old teasing mischief.
down in the heart of the swamp where dreams and devils lives.
Up at the schoolhouse, Miss Taylor was musing. She had been invited to spend the summer with Mrs. Gray at Lake George, and such a summer! Silken clothes and dainty food, motoring and golf, well-groomed men and elegant women. She would not have put it in just that way, but the vision came very close to spelling heaven to her mind. Not that she would come to it vacant-minded, but rather as a trained woman, starved for companionship and wanting something of the beauty and ease of life. She sat dreaming of it here with rows of dark faces before her, and the sing-song wail of a little black reader with his head aslant and his patched knee-pants. The day was warm and languorous, and the last pale mist of the silver fleece peeped in at the windows. She tried to follow the third reader lesson with her finger, but persistently off she went dreaming to some exquisite little parlor with its green and gold, the clink of dainty china and hum of low voices, and the blue lake in the window. She would glance up. The door would open softly, and just here she did glance up, and all the school glanced with her. The drone of the reader hushed, the door opened softly, and upon the threshold stood Zora. Her small feet and slender ankles were black and bare. Her dark, round, and broad-browed head and strangely beautiful face were poised almost defiantly, crowned with a misty mass of waveless hair and lit by the velvet radiance of two wonderful eyes, and hanging from shoulder to ankle, in formless clinging folds, blazed the scarlet gown. End of Chapter 5. Chapter 6. Cotton. The Quest of the Silver Fleece by W.E.B. Du Bois. Recorded by A.J. Hilton. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The cry of the naked was sweeping the world, from the peasant toiling in Russia, the lady lolling in London, the chieftain burning in Africa, and the Eskimo freezing in Alaska. From long lines of hungry men, from patient sad-eyed women, from old folk and creeping children went up the cry, "Clothes, clothes!" Far away, the wide black land that belts the South, where Miss Smith worked and Miss Taylor drudged, and Bless and Zora dreamed, the dense black land sensed the cry and heard the bound of answering life within the vast dark breast. All that dark earth heaved in mighty travail with the bursting bowls of the cotton, while black attendant earth spirits swarmed above, sweating and crooning to its birth pains. After the miracle of the bursting bowls, when the land was brightest with the piled mist of the fleece, and when the cry of the naked was loudest in the mouths of men, a sudden cloud of workers swarmed between the cotton and the naked, spinning and weaving and sewing and carrying the fleece, and mining and minting and bringing the silver, till the song of service filled the world, and the poetry of toil was in the souls of the laborers. Yet ever and always there were tense, silent, white-faced men moving in that swarm, who felt no poetry and heard no song, and one of these was John Taylor. He was tall, thin, cold, and tireless, and he moved among the watchers of this world of trade. In the rich Wall Street offices of Gray and Easterly brokers, Mr. Taylor, as chief and confidential clerk, surveyed the world's nakedness and the supply of cotton to clothe it. The object of his watching was frankly stated to himself and to his world. He purposed going into business neither for his own health nor for the healing or clothing of the peoples, but to apply his knowledge of the world's nakedness and of black men's toil in such a way as to bring himself wealth. In this he was but following the teaching of his highest ideal, lately deceased, Mr. Job Gray. Mr. Gray had so successfully manipulated the cotton market that while black men who made the cotton starved in Alabama, and white men who bought it froze in Siberia, he himself sat high on a throne of royal state that far outshone the wealth of Ormuz or of Ind. Notwithstanding this, he died eventually, leaving the burden of his wealth to his bewildered wife, and his business to the astute Mr. Easterly, not simply to Mr. Easterly, but in a sense to his spiritual heir, John Taylor. To be sure, Mr. Taylor had but a modest salary and no financial interest in the business, but he had knowledge and business daring, effrontery even, and the determination was fixed in his mind to be a millionaire at no distant date. Some cautious flyers on the market gave him enough surplus to send his sister Mary through the high school of his country home in New Hampshire, and afterward through Wellesley College, although just why a woman should want to go through college was inexplicable to John Taylor, and he was still uncertain as to the wisdom of his charity. When she had an offer to teach in the South, John Taylor hurried her off for 2 reasons. He was profoundly interested in the cotton belt, and there she might be of service to him, and secondly, he had spent all the money on her that he intended to at present, and he wanted her to go to work. As an investment, he did not consider Mary a success. Her letters intimated very strongly her intention not to return to Miss Smith's school, but they also brought information, disjointed and incomplete to be sure, which mightily interested Mr. Taylor, and sent him to atlases, encyclopedias, and census reports. When he went to that little lunch with old Mrs. Gray, he was not sure he wanted his sister to leave the cotton belt just yet. After lunch he was sure he did not want her to leave. The rich Mrs. Gray was at the crisis of her fortunes. She was an elderly lady in those uncertain years beyond 50, and she had been left suddenly with more millions than she could easily count. Personally, she was inclined to spend her money in bettering the world right off, in such ways as might from time to time seem attractive. This course, to her husband's former partner and present executor, Mr. Edward Easterly, was not only foolish but wicked, and incidentally distinctly unprofitable to him. He had expressed himself strongly to Mrs. Gray last night at dinner, and had reinforced his argument by a pointed letter written this morning. To John Taylor, Mrs. Gray's disposal of the income was unbelievable blasphemy against the memory of a mighty man. He did not put this in words to Mrs. Gray. He was only head clerk in her late husband's office, but he became watchful and thoughtful. He ate his soup in silence when she descanted on various benevolent schemes. Now, what do you know, she asked finally, about Negroes, about educating them? Mr. Taylor, over his fish, was about to deny all knowledge of any sort on the subject, but all at once he recollected his sister, and a sudden gleam of light radiated his mental gloom.
Have a sister who is, devoting herself to teaching them,
he said.
Is that so?
Cried Mrs. Gray joyfully.
Where is she?
In Toombs County, Alabama. Mr. Taylor consulted a remote mental pocket. In Miss Sarah Smith's school.
Why, how fortunate! I'm so glad I mentioned the matter. You see, Miss Smith is a sister of a friend of ours, Congressman Smith of New Jersey, and she has just written to me for help. A very touching letter, too, about the poor blacks. My father set great store by blacks, and was a leading abolitionist before he died.
Mr. Taylor was thinking fast. Yes, the name of Congressman Peter Smith was quite familiar. Mr. Easterly, as chairman of the Republican State Committee of New Jersey, had been compelled to discipline Mr. Smith pretty severely for certain socialistic votes in the House, and consequently his future career was uncertain. It was important that such a man should not have too much to do with Mrs. Gray's philanthropies, at least in his present position.
Should like to have you meet and talk with my sister, Mrs. Gray. She's a Wellesley graduate,
said Taylor finally. Mrs. Gray was delighted. It was a combination which she felt she needed. Here was a college girl who could direct her philanthropies and her etiquette during the summer. Forthwith Mary Taylor received an intimation from her brother that vast interest depended on her summer vacation. Thus it had happened that Miss Taylor came to Lake George for her vacation after the first year at the Smith School, and she and Miss Smith had silently agreed as she left that it would be better for her not to return, but the gods of Lower Broadway thought otherwise. Not that Miss Taylor did not believe in Miss Smith's work. She was too honest not to believe in education, but she was sure that this was not her work, and she had not yet perfected in her own mind any theory of the world into which black folk fitted. She was rather taken back, therefore, to be regarded as an expert on the problem. First her brother attacked her not simply on cotton, but, to her great surprise, on Negro education, and after listening to her halting, uncertain remarks, he suggested to her certain matters which it would be better for her to believe when Mrs. Gray talked to her.
Interested in darkies, you see,
he concluded,
and looks to you to tell things. Better go easy and suggest a waiting game before she goes in heavy.
But Miss Smith needs money, the New England conscience prompted. John Taylor cut in sharply.
We all need money, and I know people who need Mrs. Gray's more than Miss Smith does at present.
Miss Taylor found the Lake George colony charming. It was not ultra-fashionable, but it had wealth and leisure and some breeding. Especially was this true of the circumscribed, rather exclusive set which centered around the Vanderpools of New York and Boston. They, or rather Mr. Vanderpool's connections, were of old Dutch New York stock. His father it was who had built the Lake George cottage. Mrs. Vanderpool was a Wells of Boston, and endured Lake George now and then during the summer for her husband's sake, although she regarded it all as rather a joke. This summer promised to be unusually lonesome for her, and she was meditating a retreat to the Massachusetts North Shore when she chanced to meet Mary Taylor at a miscellaneous dinner and found her interesting. She discovered that this young woman knew things, that she could talk books, and that she was rather pretty. To be sure, she knew no people, but Mrs. Vanderpool knew enough to even things.
By the by, I met some charming Alabama people last winter in Montgomery. The Cresswells, do you know them?
She asked one day as they were lounging in wicker chairs on the Vanderpool porch. Then she answered the query herself.
No, of course you could not. It is too bad that your work deprives you of the society of people of your class. Now, my ideal is a set of Negro schools where the white teachers could know the Cresswells.
Why, yes, faltered Miss Taylor.
But wouldn't that be difficult? Why should it be?
I mean, would the Cresswells approve of educating Negroes?
Oh, educating. The word conceals so much. Now I take it the Cresswells would object to instructing them in French and in dinner etiquette and tea gowns,
and so in fact would I.
but teach them how to handle a hoe and to sew and cook. I have reason to know that people like the Cresswells would be delighted.
And with the teachers of it?
Why not? Provided, of course, they were, well, gentlefolk and associated accordingly.
But one must associate with one's pupils.
Oh, certainly, certainly. Just as one must associate with one's maids and chauffeurs and dressmakers. Cordially and kindly, but with a difference.
But, dear Mrs. Vanderpool, you wouldn't want your children trained that way, would you?
Certainly not, my dear. But these are not my children. They are the children of Negroes. We can't quite forget that, can we?
No, I suppose not, Miss Taylor admitted a little helplessly. But it seems to me that's the modern idea of taking culture to the masses.
Frankly, then, the modern idea is not my idea. It is too socialistic. And as for culture applied to the masses, you utter a paradox. Masses and work is the truth one must face.
And culture and work?
Quite incompatible, I assure you, my dear.
She stretched her silken limbs lazily while Miss Taylor sat silently staring at the waters. Just then Mrs. Gray drove up in her new red motor. Up to the time of Mary Taylor's arrival, the acquaintance of the Vanderpools and Mrs. Gray had been a matter chiefly of smiling bows. After Miss Taylor came, there had been calls and casual intercourse, to Mrs. Gray's great gratification and Mrs. Vanderpool's mingled amusement and annoyance. Mrs. Gray announced the arrival of the Easterlys and John Taylor for the weekend. As Mrs. Vanderpool could think of nothing less boring, she consented to dine. The atmosphere of Mrs. Gray's ornate cottage was different from that of the Vanderpools. The display of wealth and splendor had a touch of the barbaric. Mary Taylor liked it, although she found the Vanderpool atmosphere more subtly satisfying. There was a certain grim power beneath the Grays' mahogany and velvets that thrilled while it appalled. Precisely that side of the thing appealed to her brother. He would have seen little or nothing in the plain elegance yonder, while here he saw a Japanese vase that cost no cent less than $1,000. He meant to be able to duplicate it some day. He knew that Gray was poor and less knowing than he 60 years ago. The dead millionaire had begun his fortune by buying and selling cotton, traveling in the South in Reconstruction times and sending his agents. In this way he made his thousands. Then he took a step forward and instead of following the prices, induced the prices to follow him. 2 or 3 small cotton corners brought him his tens of thousands. About this time Easterly joined him and pointed out a new road, the buying and selling of stock in various cotton mills and other industrial enterprises. Gray hesitated, but Easterly pushed him on, and he made his hundreds of thousands. Then Easterly proposed buying controlling interests in certain large mills and gradually consolidating them. The plan grew and succeeded, and Gray made his millions. Then Gray stopped. He had money enough and would venture no further. He was going to retire and eat peanuts, he said with a chuckle. Easterly was disgusted. He, too, had made millions, not as many as Gray, but a few. It was not, however, simply money that he wanted, but power. The lust of financial dominion had gripped his soul, and he had a vision of a vast trust of cotton manufacturing covering the land. He talked this incessantly to Gray, but Gray continued to shake his head. The thing was too big for his imagination. He was bent on retiring, and just as he had set the date, a year hence, he inadvertently died. On the whole, Mr. Easterly was glad of his partner's definite withdrawal, since he left his capital behind him, until he found his vast plans about to be circumvented by Mrs. Gray withdrawing this capital from his control.
To give to the niggers and Chinamen,
he snorted to John Taylor and strode up and down the veranda. John Taylor removed his coat, lighted a black cigar, and elevated his heels. The ladies were in the parlor where the female Easterlys were prostrating themselves before Mrs. Vanderpool. "Just what is your plan?" asked Taylor, quite as if he did not know.
Why, man, the transfer of 100 millions of stock would give me control of the cotton mills of America. Think of it, the biggest trust next to steel.
"Why not bigger?" asked Taylor, imperturbably puffing away. Mr. Easterly eyed him. He had regarded Taylor hitherto as a very valuable asset to the business, had relied on his knowledge of routine, his judgment, and his honesty, but he detected tonight a new tone in his clerk, something almost authoritative and self-reliant. He paused and smiled at him.
Bigger?
But John Taylor was dead in earnest. He did not smile.
First, there's England and all Europe. Why not bring them into the trust? Possibly later, but first America. Of course, I've got my eyes on the European situation and feelers out, but such matters are more difficult and slower of adjustment over there. So damned much law and gospel. But there's another side. What's that? You are planning to combine and control the manufacture of cotton. Yes. But how about your raw material? The Steel Trust owns its iron mines. Of course, mines could be monopolized and hold the trust up, but our raw material is perfectly safe. Farms growing smaller, farms isolated, and we fixing the price. It's a cinch. Are you sure?
Taylor surveyed him with a narrowed look.
Certain. I'm not. I've been looking up things, and there are 3 points you'd better study. First, cotton farms are not getting smaller, they're getting bigger, almighty fast, and there's a big cotton land monopoly in sight. Second, the banks and wholesale houses in the South can control the cotton output if they work together. Third, watch the Southern Farmers League of big landlords.
Mr. Easterly threw away his cigar and sat down. Taylor straightened up, switched on the porch light, and took a bundle of papers from his coat pocket.
Here are census figures, he said, commercial reports and letters.
They pored over them a half hour. Then Easterly arose.
There's something in it,
he admitted.
But what can we do? What do you propose? Monopolize the growth as well as the manufacture of cotton and use the first to club European manufacturers into submission.
Easterly stared at him.
Good Lord,
he ejaculated.
You're crazy.
But Taylor smiled a slow, thin smile and put away his papers. Easterly continued to stare at his subordinate with a sort of fascination, with the awe that one feels when genius unexpectedly reveals itself from a source hitherto regarded as entirely ordinary. At last he drew a long breath, remarking indefinitely,
I'll think it over.
A stir in the parlor indicated departure.
Will you watch the Farmers' League and note its success and methods?
Counseled John Taylor, his tone and manner unchanged.
Then figure what it might do in the hands of, let us say, friends. Who's running it? A Colonel Cresswell is its head and happens also to be the force behind it. Aristocratic family, big planter, near where my sister teaches. Well, we'll watch him.
And say, as Easterly was turning away, you know Congressman Smith?
I should say I did.
Well, Mrs. Gray seems to be depending on him for advice in distributing some of her charity funds. Easterly appeared startled.
She is she?
He exclaimed.
But here come the ladies.
He went forward at once, but John Taylor drew back. He noted Mrs. Vanderpool and thought her too thin and pale. The dashing young Miss Easterly was more to his taste. He intended to have a wife like that one of these days.
"Mary," said he to a sister as he finally rose to go, "tell me about the Cresswells."
Mary explained to him at length the impossibility of her knowing much about the local white aristocracy of Toombs County, and then told him all she had heard.
"Mrs. Gray talked to you much?"
"Yes."
"About darky schools?"
"Yes."
"What does she intend to do?"
"I think she will aid Miss Smith first."
"Did you suggest anything?"
"Well, I told her what I thought about cooperating with the local white people."
"The Cresswells?"
"Yes, you see, Mrs. Vanderpool knows the Cresswells."
"Does, eh? Good. Say, that's a good point. You just bear heavy on it. Cooperate with the Cresswells."
"Why, yes, but you see, John, I don't just know whether one could cooperate with the Cresswells or not. One hears such contradictory stories of them. But there must be some other white people."
"Stuff. It's the Cresswells we want."
"Well," Mary was very dubious, "they are the most important." End of Chapter 6. Chapter 7. The Place of Dreams. The Quest of the Silver Fleece by W.E.B. Du Bois. Recorded by A.J. Hilton. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. When she went south late in September, Mary Taylor had two definite but allied objects. She was to get all possible business information concerning the Cresswells, and she was to induce Miss Smith to prepare for Mrs. Gray's benevolence by interesting the local whites in her work. The program attracted Miss Taylor. She felt in touch, even if dimly and slightly, with great industrial movements, and she felt too like a discerning pioneer in philanthropy. Both roles she liked. Besides, they held each certain promises of social prestige in society, Miss Taylor argued. One must have, even in Alabama. Bles Alwyn met her at the train. He was growing to be a big, fine, bronze giant, and Mary was glad to see him. She especially tried, in the first few weeks of opening school, to glean as much information as possible concerning the community, and particularly the Cresswells. She found the Negro youth quicker, surer, and more intelligent in his answers than those she questioned elsewhere, and she gained real enjoyment from her long talks with him.
"Isn't Bles developing splendidly?"
she said to Miss Smith one afternoon. There was an unmistakable note of enthusiasm in her voice. Miss Smith slowly closed her letter file, but did not look up.
"Yes," she said crisply. "He's 18 now, quite a man."
"And most interesting to talk with."
Very."
Dryly, Mary was busy with her own thoughts, and she did not notice the other woman's manner.
"Do you know,"
she pursued,
"I'm a little afraid of one thing."
"So am I."
"Oh, you've noted it too. His friendship with that impossible girl, Zora."
Miss Smith gave her a searching look.
"What of it?"
she demanded.
"She is so far beneath him.
"How so?"
She is a bold, godless thing. I don't understand her."
"The two are not quite the same."
"Of course not, but she is unnaturally forward."
"Too bright?" Miss Smith amplified.
"Yes, she knows quite too much. You surely remember that awful scarlet dress? Well, all her clothes have arrived or remained at a simplicity and vividness that is, well, immodest."
"Does she think them immodest?"
"What she thinks is a problem."
"The problem, you mean?"
"Well, yes."
They paused a moment. Then Miss Smith said slowly,
"What I don't understand, I don't judge."
"No, but you can't always help seeing and meeting it,"
laughed Miss Taylor.
"Certainly not. I don't try. I caught the meeting and seeing. It is the only way." "Well, perhaps for us, but not for a boy like Bles and a girl like Zora." "True, men and women must exercise judgment in their intercourse, and—"
She glanced sharply at Miss Taylor.
"My dear, you yourself must not forget that Bles Alwyn is a man."
Far up the road came a low, long, musical shouting. Then, with creaking and straining of wagons, 4 great black mules dashed into sight with 12 bursting bales of yellowish cotton looming and swaying behind. The drivers and helpers were lolling and laughing and singing, but Miss Taylor did not hear nor see. She had sat suddenly upright. Her face had flamed crimson, and then went dead white.
Miss Smith!"
she gasped, overwhelmed with dismay, a picture of wounded pride and consternation. Miss Smith turned around very methodically and took her hand, but while she spoke the girl merely stared at her in stony silence.
"Now, dear, don't mean more than I do. I'm an old woman, and I've seen many things. This is but a little corner of the world, and yet many people pass here in 30 years. The trouble with new teachers who come is that, like you, they cannot see black folk as human. All to them are either impossible Zoras or else lovable blessings. They forget that Zora is not to be annihilated, but studied and understood, and that Bles is a young man of 18, not a clod."
"But that he should dare—"
Mary began breathlessly.
"He hasn't dared."
Miss Smith went gently on.
"No thought of you but as a teacher has yet entered his dear, simple head. But my point is simply this. He's a man, and a human one, and if you keep on making much over him and talking to him and petting him, he'll have the right to interpret your manner in his own way, the same that any young man would."
But he's a
Negro? To be sure he is, and a man in addition. Now, dear, don't take this too much to heart.
This is not a rebuke, but a clumsy warning. I am simply trying to make clear to you why you should be careful. Treat poor Zora a little more lovingly, and Bless a little less warmly. They are just human, but oh so human." Mary Taylor rose up stiffly and mumbled a brief good night. She went to her room and sat down in the dark. The mere mention of the thing was to her so preposterous, no, loathsome, she kept repeating. She slowly undressed in the dark and heard the rumbling of the cotton wagons as they swayed toward town. The cry of the naked was sweeping the world, and yonder in the night black men were answering the call. They knew not what or why they answered, but obeyed the irresistible call with hearts light and song upon their lips, the song of service. They lashed their mules and drank their whiskey, and all night the piled fleece swept by Mary Taylor's window, flying, flying to that far cry. Miss Taylor turned uneasily in her bed and jerked the bedclothes about her ears. "Mrs. Vanderpool is right," she confided to the night, with something of the awe with which one suddenly comprehends a hidden oracle. "There must be a difference. Always, always. That impudent Negro." All night she dreamed, and all day. Especially when trim and immaculate, she sat in her chair and looked down upon 50 dark faces, and upon Zora. Zora sat thinking. She saw neither Miss Taylor nor the long straight rows of desks and faces. She heard neither the drone of the spellers, nor did she hear Miss Taylor say, "Zora?" She heard and saw none of this. She only heard the prattle of the birds in the wood, far down where the silver fleece would be planted. For the time of cotton planting was coming. The gray and drizzle of December was past, and the hesitation of January. Already a certain warmth and glow had stolen into the air, and the swamp was calling its child with low, seductive voice. She knew where the first leaves were bursting, where tiny flowers nestled, and where young living things looked upward to the light and cried and crawled. A wistful longing was stealing into her heart. She wanted to be free. She wanted to run and dance and sing. But Bless wanted "Zora." This time she heard the call, but did not heed it. Miss Taylor was very tiresome and was forever doing and saying silly things. So Zora paid no attention, but sat still and thought. Yes, she would show Bless the place that very night. She had kept it secret from him until now, out of perverseness, out of her love of mystery and secrets. But tonight after school, when he met her on the big road with the clothes, she would take him and show him the chosen spot. Soon she was aware that school had been dismissed, and she leisurely gathered up her books and rose. Mary Taylor regarded her in perplexed despair. Oh, these people! Mrs. Vanderpool was right. Culture, and some masses at least, were not to be linked. And too, culture and work. Were they incompatible? At any rate, culture and this work were. Now there was Mrs. Vanderpool. She toiled not, neither did she spin. And yet, if all these folk were like poor, stupid, docile Jenny, it would be simpler. But what earthly sense was there in trying to do anything with a girl like Zora, so stupid in some matters, so startlingly bright in others, and so stubborn in everything? Here she was doing some work twice as well and twice as fast as the class, and other work she would not touch because she didn't like it. Her classification in school was nearly as difficult as her classification in the world, and Miss Taylor reached up impatiently and removed the gold pin from her stock to adjust it more comfortably when Zora sauntered past, unseeing, unheeding, with that curious gliding walk which Miss Taylor called stealthy. She laid the pin on the desk and on sudden impulse spoke again to the girl as she arranged her neck trimmings. "Zora," she said evenly, "why didn't you come to class when I called?"
"I didn't hear you,"
said Zora, looking at her full-eyed and telling the half-truth easily. Miss Taylor was sure Zora was lying, and she knew that she had lied to her on other occasions. Indeed, she had found lying customary in this community, and she had a New England horror of it. She looked at Zora disapprovingly, while Zora looked at her quite impersonally but steadily. Then Miss Taylor braced herself mentally and took the war into Africa. "Do you ever tell lies, Zora?"
"Yes."
"Don't you know that it is a wicked, bad habit?"
"Why?"
"Because God hates them."
"How does you know he does?"
Zora's tone was still impersonal. "He hates all evil."
"But why is lies evil?"
"Because they make us deceive each other."
"Is that wrong?"
"Yes." Zora bent forward and looked squarely into Miss Taylor's blue eyes. Miss Taylor looked into the velvet blackness of hers and wondered what they veiled.
Is it wrong, asked Zora, to make believe you likes people when you don't? When you's afeard of 'em and thinks they may rub off and dirty you?
Why, yes, if you deceive.
Then you lie sometimes, don't you?
Miss Taylor stared helplessly at the solemn eyes that seemed to look so deeply into her. Perhaps I do, Zora. I'm sure I don't mean to, and I hope God will forgive me. Zora softened.
Oh, I reckon he will if he's a good God, because he'd know that lies like that are heaps better than babbling the truth right out. Only, she added severely, you mustn't keep saying it's wicked to lie, 'cause it ain't. Sometimes I lies, she reflected pensively, and sometimes I don't. It depends.
Miss Taylor forgot her collar and fingered the pen on the desk. She felt at once a desperate desire to know this girl better and to establish her own authority. Yet how should she do it? She kept toying with the pen, and Zora watched her. Then Miss Taylor said absently,
Zora, what do you propose to do when you grow up?
Zora considered.
Think and walk and rest, she concluded.
I mean, what work?
Work? Oh, I shan't work. I don't like work. Do you?
Miss Taylor winced, wondering if the girl were lying again. She said quickly, Why, yes, that is, I like some kinds of work.
What kinds?
But Miss Taylor refused to have the matter made personal, as Zora had a disconcerting way of pointing all their discussions. Everybody likes some kinds of work, she insisted.
If you likes it, it ain't work, declared Zora.
But Mary Taylor proceeded around her circumscribed circle. You might make a good cook or a maid.
I hate cooking. What's a maid?
Why, a woman who helps others.
Helps folks that they love? I like that.
It's not a question of affection, said Miss Taylor firmly. One is paid for it.
I wouldn't work for pay.
But you'll have to work, child. You'll have to earn a living.
Do you work for pay?
I work to earn a living.
Same thing, I reckon. And it ain't true. Living just comes free. Like sunshine.
Stuff, Zora. Your people must learn to work and work steadily and work hard. She stopped, for she was sure Zora was not listening. The faraway look was in her eyes, and they were shining. She was beautiful as she stood there, strangely, almost uncannily, but startlingly beautiful, with her rich dark skin, softly molded features, and wonderful eyes.
My people? My people?
She murmured, half to herself.
Do you know my people? They don't never work. They plays. They is all little funny, dark people. They flies and creeps and crawls, slippery like, and they cries and calls. Ah, my people. My poor little people. They misses me these days, because they is shadowy things that sing and smell and bloom in dark and terrible nights.
Miss Taylor started up. Zora, I believe you're crazy, she cried. But Zora was looking at her calmly again.
We's both crazy, ain't we?
She returned with a simplicity that left the teacher helpless. Miss Taylor hurried out, forgetting her pen. Zora looked it over leisurely and tried it on. She decided that she liked it, and putting it in her pocket, went out too. School was out, but the sun was still high as Bles hurried from the barn up the big road beside the soft shadows of the swamp. His head was busy with new thoughts, and his lips were whistling merrily, for today Zora was to show him the long-dreamed-of spot for the planting of the silver fleece. He hastened toward the Cresswell mansion and glanced anxiously up the road. At last he saw her coming, swinging down the road, lithe and dark, with the big white basket of clothes poised on her head. "Zora!" he yodeled, as she waved her apron. He eased her burden to the ground, and they sat down together. He nervous and eager, she silent, passive, but her eyes restless. Bles was full of his plans. "Zora," he said, "we'll make it the finest bell ever raised in Tombs. We'll just work it to the inch, just love it into life." She considered the matter intently.
But
Presently,
how can we sell it without the Cresswells knowing?
"We'll just take it to them and give them half, like the other tenants."
But the swamp is mortal thick and hard to clear.
"We can do it." Zora had sat still, listening, but now suddenly she leapt to her feet.
"Come," she said. "I'll take the clothes home, then we'll go."
She glanced at him.
"Down where the dreams are."
and laughing they hurried on. Elspeth stood in the path that wound down to the cottage, and without a word Zora dropped the basket at her feet. She turned back, but Bles, struck by a thought, paused. The old woman was short, broad, black, and wrinkled, with yellow fangs, red hanging lips, and wicked eyes. She leered at them. The boy shrank before it, but stood his ground. "Aunt Elspeth," he began, "Zora and I are going to plant and tend some cotton to pay for her schooling. Just the best cotton we can find. And I heard," he hesitated, "I heard you had some wonderful seed."
Yes, I's got the seed. I's got it. Wonder seed. Sowed with the 3 spells of Obi in the old land 10,000 moons ago.
But you couldn't plant it.
With a sudden shrillness.
It would kill you.
But Bles tried to object, but she waved him away.
Get the ground, dig it, pet it, and we'll see what we'll see.
And she disappeared. Zora was not sure that it had been wise to tell their secret.
"I was going to steal the seed,"
she said.
"I knows where it is, and I don't fear conjure." "You mustn't steal, Zora," said Bles gravely.
Why?
Zora quickly asked. But before he answered, they both forgot, for their faces were turned toward the wonder of the swamp. The golden sun was pouring floods of glory through the slim black trees, and the mystic somber pools caught and tossed back the glow in darker, duller crimson. Long echoing cries leapt to and fro, silent footsteps crept hither and yonder, and the girl's eyes gleamed with a wild new joy.
"The dreams,"
she cried,
"the dreams."
and leaping ahead she danced along the shadowed path. He hastened after her, but she flew fast and faster. He followed, laughing, calling, pleading. He saw her twinkling limbs a-dancing as once he saw them dance in a halo of firelight, but now the fire was the fire of the world. Her garments twined and flew in shadowy drapings about the perfect molding of her young and dark half-naked figure. Her heavy hair had burst its fastenings and lay in stiffened straggling masses, bending reluctantly to the breeze like curled smoke, while all about the mad, wild singing rose and fell and trembled, till his head whirled. He paused uncertainly at the parting of the paths, crying,
"Zora! Zora!"
as for some lost soul.
"Zora! Zora!"
Echoed the cry faintly. Abruptly the music fell. There came a long, slow-growing silence, and then with a flutter she was beside him again, laughing in his ears, and crying with mocking voice.
"Is you afeard, honey?"
He saw in her eyes young yearnings, but could speak nothing. He could only clasp her hand tightly, and again down they raced through the wood. All at once the swamp changed and chilled to a dull grayness. Tall, dull trees started down upon the murky waters, and long pendant streamings of moss-like tears dripped from tree to earth. Slowly and warily they threaded their way.
"Are you sure of the path, Zora?"
he once inquired anxiously.
"I can find it asleep."
She answered, skipping sure-footed onward. He continued to hold her hand tightly, and his own pace never slackened. Around them the gray and death-like wilderness darkened. They felt and saw the cold white mist rising slowly from the ground and the waters growing blacker and broader. At last they came to what seemed the end. Silently and dismally the half-dead forest with its ghostly moss lowered and darkened, and the black waters spread into a great silent lake of slimy ooze. The dead trunk of a fallen tree lay straight in front, torn and twisted, its top hidden yonder and mingled with impenetrable undergrowth.
"Where now, Zora?"
he cried. In a moment she had slipped her hand away and was scrambling up the tree trunk. The waters yawned murkily below.
"Careful, careful,"
he warned, struggling after her until she disappeared amid the leaves. He followed eagerly but cautiously, and all at once found himself confronting a paradise. Before them lay a long island opening to the south on the Black Lake, but sheltered north and east by the dense undergrowth of the black swamp and the rampart of dead and living trees. The soil was virgin and black, thickly covered over with a tangle of bushes, vines, and smaller growth, all brilliant with early leaves and wild flowers.
"A pretty tough proposition for clearing and plowing,"
said Bles with practiced eye, but Zora eagerly surveyed the prospect.
"It's where the Drains lives,"
she whispered. Meantime Miss Taylor had missed her brooch and searched for it in vain. In the midst of this pursuit the truth occurred to her. Zora had stolen it. Negroes would steal, everybody said. Well, she must and would have the pin, and she started for Elspeth's cabin. On the way she met the old woman in the path, but got little satisfaction. Elspeth merely grunted ungraciously while eyeing the white woman with suspicion. Mary Taylor, again alone, sat down at a turn in the path, just out of sight of the house, and waited. Soon she saw, with a certain grim satisfaction, Zora and Bles emerging from the swamp, engaged in earnest conversation. Here was an opportunity to overwhelm both with an unforgettable reprimand. She rose before them like a spectral vengeance. "Zora, I want my pin." Bles started and stared, but Zora eyed her calmly, with something like disdain.
"What pin?"
she returned, unmoved.
"Zora, don't deny that you took my pin from the desk this afternoon,"
the teacher commanded severely.
"I didn't say I didn't take no pin."
"Persons who will lie and steal will do anything."
"Why shouldn't people do anything they wants to?"
"And you knew the pin was mine."
"I saw you were wearing it,"
admitted Zora easily. "Then you have stolen it, and you are a thief." Still Zora appeared to be unimpressed with the heinousness of her fault.
"Did you make that pin?" she asked.
"No, but it is mine."
"Why is it yours?"
"Because it was given to me."
"But you don't need it. You've got 4 other prettier ones. I counted."
"That makes no difference."
"Yes, it does. Folks ain't got no right to things they don't need."
"That makes no difference, Zora, and you know it. The pin is mine. You stole it. If you had wanted a pin and asked me, I might have given you." The girl blazed.
"I don't want your old gifts,"
she almost hissed.
"You don't own what you don't need and can't use. God owns it, and I'm going to send it back to him."
With a swift motion, she whipped the pin from her pocket and raised her arm to hurl it into the swamp. Bles caught her hand. He caught it lightly and smiled sorrowfully into her eyes. She wavered a moment, then the answering light sprang to her face. Dropping the brooch into his hand, she wheeled and fled toward the cabin. Bles handed it silently to Miss Taylor. Mary Taylor was beside herself with impatient anger, and anger intensified by a conviction of utter helplessness to cope with any strained or unusual situations between herself and these two.
"Alwyn,"
she said sharply,
"I shall report Zora for stealing, and you may report yourself to Miss Smith tonight for disrespect toward a teacher."
End of Chapter 7. Chapter 8. Mr. Harry Cresswell. The Quest of the Silver Fleece by W.E.B. Du Bois. Recorded by A.J. Hilton. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Cresswells, father and son, were at breakfast. The daughter was taking her coffee and rolls upstairs in bed.
"Pshaw, I don't like it,"
declared Harry Cresswell, tossing the letter back to his father.
"I tell you, it is a damned Yankee trick."
He was a man of 35, smooth and white, slight, well-bred and masterful. His father, St. John Cresswell, was 60, white-haired, mustached, and goateed, a stately, kindly old man with a temper and much family pride.
"Well, well,"
he said, his air half preoccupied, half unconcerned.
"I suppose so. And yet,"
he read the letter again aloud,
"approaching you as one of the most influential landowners of Alabama on a confidential matter, a combination of capital and power such as this nation has never seen, cotton manufacturers and cotton growers. Well, well, of course, I suppose there's nothing in it, and yet, Harry, my boy, this cotton growing business is getting in a pretty tight pinch. Unless relief comes somehow, well, we'll just have to quit. We simply can't keep the cost of cotton down to a remunerative figure with niggers getting scarcer and dearer. Every year I have to pinch 'em closer and closer. I had to pay Maxwell $250 to get that old darky and his boys turned over to me, and one of the young ones has run away already."
Harry lighted a cigarette.
"We must drive them all." "You're too easy, father. They understand that. By the way, what did that letter say about a sister?" "Says he's got a sister over at the nigger school whom perhaps we know. I suppose he thinks we dine there occasionally."
The old man chuckled.
"That reminds me, Elspeth is sending her gal there."
What's that?" An angry gleam shot into the younger man's eye.
"Yes, she announced this morning, pert as you please, that she couldn't tote clothes any more. She had to study. Damn it! This thing is going too far. We can't keep a maid or a plowboy on the place because of this devilish school. It's going to ruin the whole labor system. We've been too mild and decent. I'm going to put my foot down right here. I'll make Elspeth take that gal out of that school if I have to horsewhip her, and I'll warn the school against further interference with our tenants. Here, in less than a week, go 2 plowhands, and now this girl."
The old man smiled.
"You'll hardly miss any work Zora does,"
he said.
"I'll make her work. She's given herself too many damned airs. I know who's back of this. It's that nigger we saw talking to the white woman in the field the other day." "Well, don't work yourself up. The wench don't amount to much anyhow. By the way, though, if you do go to the school, it won't hurt to see this Taylor sister and size up the family. Pshaw! I'm going to give that Smith woman such a scare she'll keep her hands off our niggers."
And Harry Cresswell rode away. Mary Taylor had charge of the office that morning, while Miss Smith, shut up in her bedroom, went laboriously over her accounts. Miss Mary suddenly sat up, threw a hasty glance into the glass, and felt the back of her belt. It couldn't be. Surely it was Mr. Harry Cresswell riding through the gateway on his beautiful white mare. He kicked the gate open rather viciously, did not stop to close it, and rode straight across the lawn. Miss Taylor noticed his riding breeches and leggings, his white linen and white, clean-cut, high-bred face. Such apparitions were few about the country lands. She felt inclined to flutter, but gripped herself. "Good morning," she said a little stiffly. Mr. Cresswell halted and stared. Then, lifting the hat which he had neglected to remove and crossing the hall, he bowed in stately grace. Miss Taylor was no ordinary picture. Her brown hair was almost golden, her dark eyes shone blue, her skin was clear and healthy, and her white dress, happy coincidence, had been laundered that very morning. Her half-suppressed excitement at the sudden duty of welcoming the great aristocrat of the county gave a piquancy to her prettiness.
"The devil!"
commented Mr. Harry Cresswell to himself, but to Miss Taylor.
"I beg your pardon, Miss Smith?"
"No, I'm sorry. Miss Smith is engaged this morning. I am Miss Taylor."
"I cannot share Miss Taylor's sorrow,"
returned Mr. Cresswell gravely,
"for I believe I have the honor of some correspondence with Miss Taylor's brother."
Mr. Cresswell searched for the letter, but did not find it.
"Oh, has John written you?"
She beamed suddenly.
"I'm so glad. It's more than he's done for me this 3 months. I beg your pardon. Do sit down. I think you'll find this one easier. Our stock of chairs is limited."
It was delightful to have a casual meeting receive this social stamp. The girl was all at once transfigured, animated, glowing, lovely, all of which did not escape the caller's appraising inspection.
"There,"
said Mr. Cresswell.
"I've left your gate gaping."
"Oh, don't mind. I hope John's well."
"The truth is,"
confessed Cresswell,
"it was a business matter. Cotton, you know."
"John is nothing but cotton. I tell him his soul is fibrous."
"He mentioned your being here, and I thought I'd stop over and welcome you to the South."
"Thank you," returned Miss Taylor, reddening with pleasure despite herself. There was a real sincerity in the tone. All this confirmed so many convictions of hers.
"Of course you know how it is in the South,"
Cresswell pursued, the opening having been so easily accomplished.
"I understand perfectly. My sister would be delighted to meet you, but I realize the difficulties. Perhaps you wouldn't mind riding by some day. It's embarrassing to suggest this, but you know—"
Miss Taylor was perfectly self-possessed.
"Mr. Cresswell,"
she said seriously,
"I know very well that it wouldn't do for your sister to call here, and I shan't mind a bit coming by to see her first. I don't believe in standing on stupid ceremony."
Cresswell thanked her with quiet cordiality, and suggested that when he was driving by he might pick her up in his gig some morning. Miss Taylor expressed her pleasure at the prospect. Then the talk wandered to general matters, the rain, the trees, the people round about, and, inevitably, the Negro. "Oh, by the by," said Mr. Cresswell, frowning and hesitating over the recollection of his errand's purpose, "there was one matter." He paused. Miss Taylor leant forward, all interest. "I hardly know that I ought to mention it, but your school—" This charming young lady disarmed his truculent spirit, and the usually collected and determined young man was at a loss how to proceed. The girl, however, was obviously impressed and pleased by his evidence of interest, whatever its nature. So in a manner vastly different from the one he had intended to assume, he continued, "There is a way in which we may be of service to you, and that is by enlightening you upon points concerning which the nature of your position, both as teacher and socially, must keep you in the dark. For instance, all these Negroes are, as you know, of wretchedly low morals, but there are a few so depraved that it would be suicidal to take them into this school. We recognize the good you are doing, but we do not want it more than offset by utter lack of discrimination in choosing your material." "Certainly not. Have we—" Miss Mary faltered. This beginning was a bit ominous, wholly unexpected. "There is a girl, Zora, who has just entered, who, I must speak candidly, who ought not to be here. I thought it but right to let you know." "Thank you so much. I'll tell Miss Smith." Mary Taylor suddenly felt herself a judge of character. "I suspected that she was not what she ought to be. Believe me, we appreciate your interest." A few more words, and Mr. Cresswell, after bending courteously over her hand with a deference no New Englander had ever shown, was riding away on his white mare. For a while Mary Taylor sat very quietly. It was like a breath of air from the real world, this hour's chat with a well-bred gentleman. She wondered how she had done her part. Had she been too eager and schoolgirlish? Had she met this stately ceremony with enough breeding to show that she too was somebody? She pounced upon Miss Smith the minute that lady entered the office. "Miss Smith, who do you think has been here?" she burst out enthusiastically. "I saw him on the lawn." There was a suspicious lack of warmth in this brief affirmation. "He was so gracious and kindly, and he knows my brother. And oh, Miss Smith, we've got to send that Zora right away." "Indeed." The observation was not even interrogatory. The preceptress of the struggling school for Negro children merely evinced patience for the younger woman's fervency. "Yes, he says she's utterly depraved." "Said that, did he?" Miss Smith watched her with tranquil regard. Miss Taylor paused. "Of course we cannot think of keeping her." Miss Smith pursed her lips, offering her first expression of opinion. "I guess we'll worry along with her a little while anyhow." The girl stared at Miss Smith in honest, if unpardonable, amazement. "Do you mean to say that you are going to keep in this school a girl who not only lies and steals, but is positively immoral?" Miss Smith smiled, wholly unmoved. "No, but I mean that I am here to learn from those whose ideas of right do not agree with mine, to discover why they differ, and to let them learn of me, so far as I am worthy." Mary Taylor was not unappreciative of Miss Smith's stern high-mindedness, but her heart hardened to this, to her, misdirected zeal. Echo of the spirit of an older day, Miss Smith seemed to her to be cramped and paralyzed in an armor of prejudice and sectionalisms. Plain speaking was the only course, and Mary, if a little complacent perhaps in her frankness, was sincere in her purpose. "I think, Miss Smith, you are making a very grave mistake. I regard Zora as a very undesirable person from every point of view. I look upon Mr. Cresswell's visit today as almost providential. He came offering an olive branch from the white aristocracy to this work, to bespeak his appreciation and safeguard the future. Moreover," and Miss Taylor's voice gathered firmness despite Miss Smith's inscrutable eye, "moreover, I have reason to know that the disposition, indeed the plan in certain quarters to help this work materially depends very largely on your willingness to meet the advances of the Southern whites halfway." She paused for a reply or a question. Receiving neither, she walked with dignity up the stairs. From her window she could see Cresswell's straight shoulders as he rode toward town, and beyond him a black speck in the road. But she could not see the smile on Mr. Cresswell's lips, nor did she hear him remark twice, with seeming irrelevance, "The devil!" The rider, being closer to it, recognized in Mary Taylor's black speck Bles Alwyn walking toward him rapidly, with axe and hoe on shoulder, whistling merrily. They saw each other almost at the same moment, and whistle and smile faded. Mr. Cresswell knew the Negro by sight and disliked him. He belonged in his mind to that younger class of half-educated blacks who were impudent and disrespectful toward their superiors, not even touching his hat when he met a white man. Moreover, he was sure that it was Miss Taylor with whom this boy had been talking so long and familiarly in the cotton field last spring, an offense doubly heinous now that he had seen Miss Taylor. His first impulse was to halt the Negro then and there and tell him a few plain truths, but he did not feel quarrelsome at the moment, and there was, after all, nothing very tangible to justify a berating. The fellow's impudence was sure to increase, and then, so he merely reined his horse to the better part of the footpath and rode on. Bles, too, was thinking. He knew the well-dressed man with his milk-white face and overbearing way. He would expect to be greeted with raised hat, but Bles bit his lips and pulled down his cap firmly. The axe, too, in some indistinct way felt good in his hand. He saw the horse coming in his pathway, and stepping aside in the dust continued on his way, neither looking nor speaking. So they passed each other by, Mr. Cresswell to town, Bles to the swamp, apparently ignorant of each other's very existence. Yet as the space widened between them, each felt a more vindictive anger for the other. How dares the black puppy to ignore Cresswell on the highway? If this went on, the day would surely come when Negroes felt no respect or fear whatever for whites. And then, my God, Mr. Cresswell struck his mare with a vicious blow and dashed toward town. The black boy, too, went his way in silent, burning rage. Why should he be elbowed into the roadside dust by an insolent bully? Why had he not stood his ground? Pshaw! All this fine frenzy was useless, and he knew it. The sweat oozed on his forehead. It wasn't man against man, or he would have dragged the pale puppy from his horse and rubbed his face in the earth. It wasn't even one against many, else how willingly, swinging his axe, would he have stood his ground before a mob? No, it was one against a world of power, opinion, wealth, opportunity, and he, the one, must cringe and bear in silence, lest the world crash about the ears of his people. He slowly plodded on in bitter silence toward the swamp, but the day was balmy, the way was beautiful, contempt slowly succeeded anger, and hope soon triumphed over all. For yonder was Zora, poised, waiting, and behind her lay the field of dreams. End of Chapter 8. Chapter 9. The Planting. The Quest of the Silver Fleece by W.E.B. Du Bois. Recorded by A.J. Hilton. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Zora looked down upon Bles where he stood to his knees in mud. The toil was beyond exhilaration. It was sickening weariness and panting despair. The great roots, twined in one unbroken snarl, clung frantically to the black soil. The vines and bushes fought back with thorn and bramble. Zora stood wiping the blood from her hands and staring at Bles. She saw the long gnarled fingers of the tough little trees, and they looked like the fingers of Elspeth down there beneath the earth, pulling against the boy. Slowly Zora forgot her blood and pain. Who would win, the witch or Jason? Bles looked up and saw the bleeding hands. With a bound he was beside her. "Zora!" The cry seemed wrung from his heart by contrition. Why had he not known, not seen before? "Zora, come right out of this. Sit down here and rest." She looked at him unwaveringly. There was no flinching of her spirit. "I shan't do it," she said. "You's working, and I's going to work. But Zora, you're not used to such work, and I am. You're tired out." "So is you," was her reply. He looked himself over ruefully and, dropping his axe, sat down beside her on a great log. Silently they contemplated the land. It seemed indeed a hopeless task. Then they looked at each other in sudden, unspoken fear of failure.
If we only had a mule,
He sighed. Immediately her face lighted and her lips parted, but she said nothing. He presently bounded to his feet.
Never mind, Zora. Tomorrow's Saturday, and I'll work all day. We just will get it done. Sometime.
His mouth closed with determination.
We won't work any more today, then?
Cried Zora, her eagerness betraying itself despite her efforts to hide it.
You won't,
affirmed Bless.
but I've got to do just a little.
But Zora was adamant. He was tired, she was tired. They would rest. Tomorrow, with the rising sun, they would begin again.
There'll be a bright moon tonight,
ventured Bless.
Then I'll come too,
Zora announced positively, and he had to promise for her sake to rest. They went up the path together and parted diffidently. He watching her flit away with sorrowful eyes, a little disturbed and puzzled at the burden he had voluntarily assumed, but never dreaming of drawing back. Zora did not go far. No sooner did she know herself well out of his sight than she dropped lightly down beside the path, listening intently until the last echo of his footsteps had died away. Then, leaving the cabin on her right and the scene of their toil on her left, she cut straight through the swamp, skirted the big road, and in a half hour was in the lower meadows of the Cresswell plantations, where the tired stock was being turned out to graze for the night. Here, in the shadow of the woods, she lingered. Slowly, but with infinite patience, she broke one strand after another of the barbed wire fencing, watching the while the sun grow great and crimson and die at last in mighty splendor behind the dimmer westward forests. The voices of the hands and hostlers grew fainter and thinner in the distance of purple twilight until the last of them disappeared. Silence fell, deep and soft, the silence of a day sinking to sleep. Not until then did Zora steal forth from her hiding place. She had chosen her mule long before, a big black beast snorting over its pile of corn, and gliding up to him she gathered his supper into her skirt, found a stout halter, and fed him sparingly as he followed her. Quickly she unfastened the pieces of the fence, led the animal through and spliced them again, and then, with fox-like caution, she guided her prize through the labyrinthine windings of the swamp. It was dark and haunting, and ever and again rose lonely night cries. The girl trembled a little, but plodded resolutely on until the dim silver disk of the half-moon began to glimmer through the trees. Then she pressed on more swiftly and fed more scantily, until finally, with the moonlight pouring over them at the black lagoon, Zora attempted to drive the animal into the still waters, but he gave a loud protesting snort and balked. By subtle temptings she gave him to understand that plenty lay beyond the dark waters, and quickly swinging herself on his back, she started to ride him up and down along the edge of the lagoon, petting and whispering to him of good things beyond. Slowly her eyes grew wide. She seemed to be riding out of dreamland on some hobgoblin beast. Deeper and deeper they penetrated into the dark waters. Now they entered the slime. Now they stumbled on hidden roots, but deeper and deeper they waded until at last, turning the animal's head with a jerk and giving him a sharp stroke with the whip, she headed straight for the island. A moment the beast snorted and plunged. Higher and higher the black still waters rose round the girl. They crept up her little limbs, swirled round her breast, and gleamed green and slimy along her shoulders. A wild terror gripped her. Maybe she was riding the devil's horse, and these were the yawning gates of hell, black and somber beneath the cold, dead radiance of the moon. She saw again the gnarled and black and claw-like fingers of Elspeth gripping and dragging her down. A scream struggled in her breast. Her fingers relaxed, and the big beast, stretching his cramped neck, rose in one mighty plunge and planted his feet on the sand of the island. Bless, hurrying down in the morning with new tools and new determination, stopped and stared in blank amazement. Zora was perched in a tree singing softly, and beneath a fat black mule was finishing his breakfast.
Zora,
he gasped.
How did you do it?
She only smiled and sang a happier measure, pausing only to whisper,
Dreams, dreams. It's all dreamsy, I tells you.
Bles frowned and stood irresolute. The song proceeded with less assurance, slower and lower, till it stopped and the singer dropped to the ground, watching him with wide eyes. He looked down at her, slight, tired, scratched but undaunted, striving blindly toward the light with staunch, unfaltering faith. A pity surged in his heart. He put his arm about her shoulders and murmured, "You poor brave child," and she shivered with joy. All day Saturday and part of Sunday they worked feverishly. The trees crashed and the stumps groaned and crept up into the air. The brambles blazed and smoked. Little animals fled for shelter, and a wide black patch of rich loam broadened and broadened till it kissed on every side but the sheltered east the black waters of the lagoon. Late Sunday night the mule again swam the slimy lagoon and disappeared toward the Cresswell fields. Then Bles sat down beside Zora, facing the fields, and gravely took her hand. She looked at him in quick, breathless fear.
"Zora," he said, "sometimes you tell lies, don't you?"
"Yes," she said slowly.
"Sometimes." "And Zora, sometimes you steal. You stole that pen from Miss Taylor, and we stole Mr. Cresswell's mule for 2 days."
"Yes," she said faintly, with a perplexed wrinkle in her brows.
"I stole it." "Well, Zora, I don't want you to ever tell another lie, or ever take anything that doesn't belong to you."
She looked at him silently, with the shadow of something like terror far back in the depths of her deep eyes.
"Always tell the truth?"
she repeated slowly.
"Yes."
Her fingers worked nervously.
"All the truth?"
she asked. He thought a while.
"No,"
said he finally.
"It's not necessary always to tell the truth, but never tell anything that isn't the truth."
"Never?"
"Never.
Even if it hurts me?"
"Even if it hurts. God is good. He will not let it hurt much."
"He's a fair God, ain't he?" she mused, scanning the evening sky.
"Yes, he's fair. He wouldn't take advantage of a little girl that did wrong when she didn't know it was wrong."
Her face lightened and she held his hands in both hers and said solemnly as though saying a prayer,
"I won't lie any more, and I won't steal, and—"
She looked at him in startled wistfulness. He remembered it in after years, but he felt he had preached enough.
"And now for the seed,"
he interrupted joyously.
"And then the silver fleece."
That night, for the first time, Bles entered Zora's home. It was a single low black room, smoke-shadowed and dirty, with 2 dingy beds and a gaping fireplace. On one side of the fireplace sat the yellow woman, young with traces of beauty, holding the white child in her arms. On the other, hugging the blaze, huddled a formless heap wreathed in coils of tobacco smoke. Elspeth, Zora's mother. Zora said nothing, but glided in and stood in the shadows.
"Good evening,"
said Bles cheerily. The woman with the baby alone responded.
"I came for the seed you promised us, the cotton seed."
The hag wheeled and approached him swiftly, grasping his shoulders and twisting her face into his. She was a horrible thing, filthy of breath, dirty, with dribbling mouth and red eyes. Her few long black teeth hung loosely like tusks, and the folds of fat on her chin curled down on her great neck. Bles shuddered and stepped back.
"Is you afeard, honey?"
she whispered.
"No,"
he said sturdily.
"Yes, you is. Everybody's afeard of old Elspeth, but she won't hurt you. You's got the spell."
And wheeling again, she was back at the fire.
"But the seed?"
he ventured. She pointed impressively roofward.
"The dark of the moon, boy, the dark of the moon. The first dark at midnight."
Bles could not wring another word from her, nor did the ancient witch by word or look again give the slightest indication that she was aware of his presence. With reluctant farewell, Bles turned home. For a space Zora watched him, and once she started after him, but came slowly back and sat by the fireplace. Out of the night came voices and laughter, and the sound of wheels and galloping horses. It was not the soft, rollicking laughter of black men, but the keener, more metallic sound of white men's cries, and Bles Alwyn paused at the edge of the wood, looked back and hesitated, but decided after a moment to go home and to bed. Zora, however, leapt to her feet and fled into the night, while the hag screamed after her and cursed. There was tramping of feet on the cabin floor, and loud voices and singing and cursing.
"Where's Zora?"
someone yelled with an oath. Damn it, where is she? I haven't seen her for a year, you old devil. The hag whimpered and snarled. Far down in the field of the Fleece, Zora lay curled beneath a tall, dark tree, asleep. All night there was coming and going in the cabin. The talk and laughter grew loud and boisterous, and the red fire glared in the night. The days flew by and the moon darkened. In the swamp the hidden island lay spaded and bedded, and Bless was throwing up a dike around the edge. Zora helped him until he came to the black oak at the western edge. It was a large twisted thing with one low-flying limb that curled out across another tree and made a mighty seat above the waters.
"Don't throw the dirt up too high there," she begged. "It'll bring my seat too near the earth."
He looked up.
"Why, it's a throne,"
he laughed.
"It needs a roof,"
he whimsically told her when his day's work was done. Deftly twisting and intertwining the branches of tree and bush, he wove a canopy of living green that shadowed the curious nest and warded it snugly from wind and water. Early next morning, Bless slipped down and improved the nest, adding footrests to make the climbing easy, peepholes east and west, a bit of carpet over the bark, and on the rough main trunk a little picture in blue and gold of Bouguereau's Madonna. Zora sat hidden and alone in silent ecstasy. Bless peeped in. There was no room to enter. The girl was staring silently at the Madonna. She seemed to feel rather than hear his presence, and she inquired softly.
"Who is it, Bless?"
"The Mother of God," he answered reverently.
"And why does she hold a lily?"
It stands for purity. She was a good woman.
"With a baby,"
Zora added slowly.
"Yes,"
said Bless, and then more quickly,
"it is the Christ child, God's baby. God is the father of all the little babies, ain't he, Bless?" "Why, yes, of course. Only this little baby didn't have any other father." "Yes, I know one like that,"
she said, and then she added softly,
"Oh, little Christ baby."
Bless hesitated, and before he found words, Zora was saying,
"How white she is. She's as white as the lily, Bless. I'm sorry she's white. But what's purity? Just whiteness?"
Bless glanced at her awkwardly, but she was still staring wide-eyed at the picture, and her voice was earnest. She was now so old and again so much a child, an eager, questioning child, that there seemed about her innocence something holy. It means," he stammered, groping for meanings.
"It means being good, just as good as a woman knows how."
She wheeled quickly toward him and asked him eagerly,
Not better than she knows, but just as good in lying and stealing and everything?"
Bless smiled.
"No, not better than she knows, but just as good."
She trembled happily.
"I'm pure,"
she said with a strange little breaking voice and gesture. A sob struggled in his throat.
"Of course you are,"
he whispered tenderly, hiding her little hands in his.
I was so afraid sometimes that I wasn't,"
she whispered, lifting up to him her eyes streaming with tears. Silently he kissed her lips. From that day on they walked together in a new world. No revealing word was spoken, no vows were given, none asked for, but a new bond held them. She grew older, quieter, taller, he humbler, more tender and reverent as they toiled together. So the days passed. The sun burned in the heavens, but the silvered glory of the moon grew fainter and fainter, and each night it rose later than the night before. Then one day Zora whispered,
"Tonight."
Bless came to the cabin, and he and Zora and Elspeth sat silently around the fireplace with its meager embers. The night was balmy and still, only occasionally a wandering breeze searching the hidden places of the swamp, or the call and song of night birds jarred the stillness. Long they sat, until the silence crept into Bless's flesh. Stretching out his hand, he touched Zora's, clasping it. After a time, the old woman rose and hobbled to the big black chest. Out of it she brought an old bag of cotton seed, not the white-green seed which Bless had always known, but small, smooth black seeds, which she handled carefully, dipping her hands deep down and letting them drop through her gnarled fingers. And so again they sat and waited, saying no word. Not until the stars of midnight had swung to the zenith did they start down through the swamp. Bless sought to guide the old woman, but he found she knew the way better than he did, her shadowy figure darting in and out among the trunks till they crossed the tree bridge, moved ever noiselessly ahead. She motioned the boy and girl away to the thicket at the edge and stood still and black in the mist of the cleared island. Bles slipped his arm protectingly around Zora, glancing fearfully about in the darkness. Slowly a great cry rose and swept the island. It struck madly and sharply and then died away to uneasy murmuring. From far away there seemed to come the echo or the answer to the call. The form of Elspeth blurred the night dimly far off, almost disappearing, and then growing blacker and larger. They heard the whispering swish, swish of falling seed. They felt the heavy tread of a great coming body. The form of the old woman suddenly loomed black above them, hovering a moment formless and vast, then fading away again, and the swish, swish of the falling seed alone rose in the silence of the night. At last all was still, a long silence. Then again the air seemed suddenly filled with that great and awful cry. Its echoing answer screamed afar, and they heard the raucous voice of Elspeth beating in their ears.
The seed done sold. The seed done sold.
End of Chapter 9. Chapter 10. Mr. Taylor Calls. The Quest of the Silver Fleece by W.E.B. Du Bois. Recorded by A.J. Hilton. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org.
Thinking the matter over,
Said Harry Cresswell to his father.
I'm inclined to advise drawing this Taylor out a little further.
The colonel puffed his cigar and one eye twinkled, the lid of the other being at the moment suggestively lowered.
Was she pretty?
He asked, but his son ignored the remark and the father continued.
I had a telegram from Taylor this morning after you left. He'll be passing through Montgomery the first of next month and proposes calling. I'll wire him to come,
said Harry promptly. At this juncture the door opened and a young lady entered. Helen Cresswell was 20, small and pretty, with a slightly languid air. Outside herself there was little in which she took very great interest, and her interest in herself was not absorbing. Yet she had a curiously sweet way. Her servants liked her, and the tenants could count on her spasmodic attentions in time of sickness and trouble.
Good morning,
she said with a soft drawl. She sauntered over to her father, kissed him, and hung over the back of his chair.
Did you get that novel for me, Harry?
Expectantly regarding her brother.
I forgot it, sis, but I'll be going to town again soon.
The young lady showed that she was annoyed.
By the by, sis, there's a young lady over at the Negro School whom I think you'd like.
Black or white?
A young lady, I said. Don't be sarcastic.
I heard you. I did not know whether you were using our language or others.
She's really unusual and seems to understand things. She's planning a call some day. Shall you be at home?
Certainly not, Harry. You're crazy.
And she strolled out to the porch, exchanged some remarks with a passing servant, and then nestled comfortably into a hammock. She helped herself to a chocolate and called out musically,
Pa, are you going to town today?
Yes, honey.
Can I go?
I'm going in an hour or so, and business at the bank will keep me until after lunch.
I don't care. I just must go. I'm clean out of anything to read, and I want to shop and call on Dolly's friend. She's going soon.
All right. Can you be ready by 11?
She considered.
Yes, I reckon,
she drawled, prettily swinging her foot and watching the treetops above the distant swamp. Harry Cresswell, left alone, rang the bell for the butler.
Still thinking of going, are you, Sam?
Asked Cresswell carelessly when the servant appeared. He was a young, light-brown boy, his manner obsequious.
Why, yes, sir. If you can spare me. Spare you, you black rascal. You're going anyhow. Well, you'll repent it. The North is no place for niggers. See here, I want lunch for 2 at 1 o'clock.
The directions that followed were explicit and given with a particularity that made Sam wonder.
Order my trap,
he finally directed. Cresswell went out on the high-pillared porch until the trap appeared.
Oh, Harry, I wanted to go in the trap. Take me,
coaxed his sister.
Sorry, sis, but I'm going the other way.
I don't believe it, said Miss Cresswell easily as she settled down to another chocolate. Cresswell did not take the trouble to reply. Miss Taylor was on her morning walk when she saw him spinning down the road, and both expressed surprise and pleasure at the meeting. What a beautiful morning, said the schoolteacher with a glow on her face that said even more. I'm driving round through the old plantation, he explained. Won't you join me? The invitation is tempting, she hesitated, but I've got just oodles of work. What? On Saturday? Saturday is my really busy day, don't you know? I guess I could get off. Really, though, I suspect I ought to tell Miss Smith. He looked a little perplexed, but the direction in which her inclinations lay was quite clear to him. It would be decidedly the proper thing, he murmured, and we could, of course, invite Miss. She saw the difficulty and interrupted him. It's quite unnecessary. She'll think I have simply gone for a long walk. And soon they were speeding down the silent road, breathing the perfume of the pines. Now a ride of an early spring morning in Alabama over a leisurely old plantation road and behind a spirited horse is an event to be enjoyed. Add to this a man bred to be agreeable and outdoing his training, and a pretty girl gay with newfound companionship. All this is apt to make a morning worth remembering. They turned off the highway and passed through long stretches of plowed and tumbled fields, and other fields brown with the dead ghosts of past years' cotton standing straggling and weather-worn. Long, straight, or curling rows of plowers passed by, with steaming, struggling mules, with whips snapping, and the yodel of workers, or the sharp guttural growl of overseers as a constant accompaniment. They're beginning to plow up the land for the cotton crop, he explained. What a wonderful crop it is! Mary had fallen pensive. Yes, indeed. If only we could get decent returns for it. Why, I thought it was the most valuable crop. She turned to him inquiringly. It is to Negroes and manufacturers, but not to planters. But why don't the planters do something? What can be done with Negroes? His tone was bitter. We tried to combine against manufacturers in the Farmers' League last winter. My father was president. The pastime cost him $50,000. Mary Taylor was perplexed, but eager. You must correspond with my brother, Mr. Cresswell, she gravely observed. I'm sure he— Before she could finish, an overseer rode up. He began talking abruptly with a quick side glance at Mary, in which she might have caught a gleam of surprised curiosity.
That old negro Jim Sykes over on the lower place, sir, ain't showed up again this morning.
Cresswell nodded. I'll drive by and say, he said carelessly. The old man was discovered sitting before his cabin with his head in his hands. He was tall, black, and gaunt, partly bald, with tufted hair. One leg was swathed in rags, and his eyes, as he raised them, wore a cowed and furtive look. Well, Uncle Jim, why aren't you at work? Called Cresswell from the roadside. The old man rose painfully to his feet, swayed against the cabin, and clutched off his cap.
It's my leg again, Massa Harry. The leg what I hurt in the gin last fall,
he answered uneasily. Cresswell frowned.
It's probably whiskey,
he assured his companion in an undertone. Then to the man, You must get to the fair tomorrow. His habitually calm, unfeeling positiveness left no ground for objection. I cannot support you in idleness, you know.
Yes, Massa Harry,
the other returned with conciliatory eagerness.
I knows that. I knows it, and I ain't shirking. But, Massa Harry, they ain't doing me right about my cabin. I just wants to show you.
He got out some dirty papers and started to hobble forward, wincing with pain. Mary Taylor stirred in her seat under the involuntary impulse to help, but Cresswell touched the horse. All right, Uncle Jim, he said. We'll look it over tomorrow. They turned presently to where they could see the Cresswell oaks waving lazily in the sunlight and the white gleam of the pillared big house. A pause at the Cresswell store, where Mr. Cresswell entered, afforded Mary Taylor an opportunity further to extend her fund of information. Do you go to school? She inquired of the black boy who held the horse, her mien sympathetic and interested.
No, ma'am,
he mumbled. What's your name?
Buddy. I's one of Aunt Rachel's chillins.
And where do you live, Buddy?
I lives with Granny on the upper place.
Well, I'll see Aunt Rachel and ask her to send you to school.
Won't do no good. She done asked, and Mr. Cresswell, he say he ain't gonna have no more of his niggers.
But Mr. Cresswell came out just then, and with him a big, fat, and greasy black man with little eyes and soft, wheedling voice. He was following Cresswell at the side, but just a little behind, hat in hand, head aslant, and talking deferentially. Cresswell strode carelessly on, answering him with good-natured tolerance. The black man stopped with humility before the trap and swept a profound obeisance. Cresswell glanced up quizzically at Miss Taylor.
"This," he announced, "is Jones, the Baptist preacher, begging."
"Ah, lady,"
in mellow, unctuous tones,
"I don't know what we poor black folks would do without Mr. Cresswell. The Lord bless him,"
said the minister, shoving his hand far down into his pocket. Shortly afterward they were approaching the Cresswell mansion when the young man reined in the horse.
"If you wouldn't mind,"
he suggested,
"I could introduce my sister to you."
"I should be delighted," answered Miss Taylor readily. When they rolled up to the homestead under its famous oaks, the hour was past 1. The house was a white oblong building of 2 stories. In front was the high-pillared porch, semicircular, extending to the roof with a balcony in the 2nd story. On the right was a broad veranda looking toward a wide lawn, with the main road and the red swamp in the distance. The butler met them all obeisance.
"Ask Miss Helen to come down,"
said Mr. Cresswell. Sam glanced at him.
"Miss Helen will be dreadful sorry, but she and the Colonel have just gone to town. I believe her auntie ain't well."
Mr. Cresswell looked annoyed.
"Well, well, that's too bad," he said. "But at any rate have a seat out here on the veranda, Miss Taylor, and Sam, can't you find us a sandwich and something cool? I could not be so inhospitable as to send you away hungry at this time of day."
Miss Taylor sat down in a comfortable low chair facing the refreshing breeze and feasted her eyes on the scene. Oh, this was life! A smooth green lawn and beds of flowers, a vista of brown fields, and the dark line of wood beyond. The deft, quiet butler brought out a little table spread with the whitest of cloths and laid with the brightest of silver, and found a dainty lunch. There was a bit of fried chicken breast, some crisp bacon, browned potatoes, little round beaten biscuit, and rose-colored sherbet with a whiff of wine in it. Miss Taylor wondered a little at the bounty of Southern hospitality, but she was hungry and she ate heartily, then leaned back dreamily and listened to Mr. Cresswell's smooth Southern R's, adding a word here and there that kept the conversation going. At last, with a sigh, she arose to her feet.
"I must go. What shall I tell Miss Smith? No carriage. I must walk."
Of course. However, she could not refuse to let him go at least halfway, ostensibly to tell her of the coming of her brother. He expressed again his disappointment at his sister's absence. Somewhat to Miss Taylor's surprise, Miss Smith said nothing until they were parting for the night. Then she asked,
"Was Miss Cresswell at home?"
Mary reddened.
"She had been called suddenly to town." "Well, my dear, I wouldn't do it again."
The girl was angry.
"I'm not a schoolgirl, but a grown woman and capable of caring for myself. Moreover, in matters of propriety, I do not think you have usually found my ideas too lax. Rather the opposite."
There, dear, don't be angry.
"Only I think if your brother knew, he will know in a very few weeks he is coming to visit the Cresswells."
And Miss Taylor sailed triumphantly up the stairs. But John Taylor was not the man to wait weeks when a purpose could be accomplished in days or hours. No sooner was Harry Cresswell's telegram at hand than he hastened back from Savannah, struck across country, and the week after his sister's ride found him striding up the carriageway of the Cresswell home. John Taylor had prospered since summer. The cotton manufacturer's combine was all but a fact. Mr. Easterly had discovered that his chief clerk's sense and executive ability were invaluable, and John Taylor was slated for a salary in 5 figures when things should be finally settled, not to mention a generous slice of stock, watery at present but warranted to ripen early. While Mr. Easterly still regarded Taylor's larger trust as chimerical, some occurrences of the fall made him take a respectful attitude toward it. Just as the final clauses of the combine agreement were to be signed, there appeared a shortage in the cotton crop, and prices began to soar. The cause was obviously the unexpected success of the new Farmers' League among the cotton growers. Mr. Easterly found it comparatively easy to overthrow the corner, but the flurry made some of the manufacturers timid, and the trust agreement was postponed until a year later. This experience and the persistence of Mr. Taylor induced Mr. Easterly to take a step toward the larger project. He let in some eager outside capital to the safer manufacturing scheme and withdrew a corresponding amount of Mrs. Gray's money. This he put into John Taylor's hands to invest in the South in bank stock and industries, with the idea of playing a part in the financial situation there.
It's a risk, Taylor, of course, and we'll let the old lady take the risk. At the worst, it's safer than the damned foolishness she has in mind.
So it happened that John Taylor went south to look after large investments, and as Mr. Easterly expressed it,
to bring back Fox, not dreams.
His investment matters went quickly and well, and now he turned to his wider and bigger scheme. He wrote the Cresswells tentatively, expecting no reply or an evasive one, planning to circle around them, drawing his nets closer and trying them again later. To his surprise, they responded quickly.
Hard-pressed,
he decided, and hurried to them. So it was the week after Mary Taylor's ride that found him at Cresswell's front door, thin, eagle-eyed, fairly well-dressed, and radiating confidence.
"John Taylor," he announced to Sam, jerkily thrusting out a card. "We want to see Mr. Cresswell soon as possible."
Sam made him wait an hour for the sake of discipline, and then brought the father and son.
"Good morning, Mr. Cresswell, and Mr. Cresswell again,"
said Mr. Taylor, helping himself to a straight-backed chair.
"Hope you'll pardon this unexpected visit. Found myself called through Montgomery just after I got your wire. Thought I'd better drop over."
At Harry's suggestion they moved to the veranda and sat down over whiskey and soda, which Taylor refused, and plunged into the subject without preliminaries.
"I'm assuming that you gentlemen are in the cotton business for making money. So am I. I see a way in which you and your friends can help me and mine and clear up more millions than all of us can spend. For this reason I've hunted you up. This is my scheme. See here, there are 1,000 cotton mills in this country, half of them in the South, 1/4 in New England, and 1/4 in the Middle States. They are capitalized at $600 million. Now let me tell you, we control 350 millions of that capitalization. The trust is going through capitalization at $1 billion. The only thing that threatens it is child labor legislation in the South, the tariff, and the control of the supply of cotton. Pretty big hindrances, you say. That's so, but look here. We've got the stock so placed that nothing short of a popular upheaval can send any child labor bill through Congress in 6 years. See, after that we don't care. Same thing applies to the tariff. The last bill ran 10 years. The present bill will last longer, or I lose my guess, especially if Smith is in the Senate. Well then, there remains raw cotton. The connection of cotton raising and its raw material is too close to risk a manufacturing trust that does not include practical control of the raw material. For that reason, we're planning a trust to include the raising and manufacturing of cotton in America. Then, too, cornering the cotton market here means the whip hand of the industrial world. Gentlemen, it's the biggest idea of the century. It beats steel.
Colonel Cresswell chuckled.
"How do you spell that?"
he asked. But John Taylor was not to be diverted. His thin face was pale, but his gray eyes burned with the fire of a zealot. Harry Cresswell only smiled dimly and looked interested.
"Now again," continued John Taylor, "there are 1 million cotton farms in the South, half run by colored people and half by whites. Leave the colored out of account as long as they are disenfranchised. The 500,000 white farms are owned and controlled by 5,000 wholesale merchants and 3,000 big landowners, of whom you, Colonel Cresswell, are among the biggest, with your 50,000 acres. 10 banks control these 8,000 people. One of these is the Jefferson National of Montgomery, of which you are a silent director."
Colonel Cresswell started. This man evidently had inside information. Did he know of the mortgage, too?
"Don't be alarmed. I'm safe,"
Taylor assured him.
"Now then, if we can get the banks, wholesale merchants, and biggest planters into line, we can control the cotton crop."
"But," objected Harry Cresswell,
"while the banks and the large merchants may be possibilities, do you know what it means to try to get planters into line?" "Yes, I do. And what I don't know, you and your father do. Colonel Cresswell is president of the Farmers' League. That's the reason I'm here. Your success last year made you indispensable to our plans."
Our success? Laughed Colonel Cresswell ruefully, thinking of the $50,000 lost and the mortgage to cover it. Yes, sir, success. You didn't know it. We were too careful to allow that. And I say frankly you wouldn't know it now if we weren't convinced you were too far involved and the League too discouraged to repeat the dose. Now look here, sir, began Colonel Cresswell, flushing and drawing himself erect. There, Colonel Cresswell, don't misunderstand me. I'm a plain man. I'm playing a big game, a tremendous one. I need you, and I know you need me. I find out about you, and my sources of knowledge are wide and unerring. But the knowledge is safe, sir. It's buried. Last year, when you people curtailed cotton acreage and warehoused a big chunk of the crop, you gave the mill men the scare of their lives. We had a hasty conference, and the result was that the bottom fell out of your credit. Colonel Cresswell grew pale. There was a disquieting, relentless element in this unimpassioned man's tone. You failed, pursued John Taylor, because you couldn't get the banks and the big merchants behind you. We've got 'em behind us, with big chunks of stock and a signed ironclad agreement. You can wheel the planters in the line. Will you do it? John Taylor bent forward, tense but cool and steel-like. Harry Cresswell laid his hand on his father's arm and said quietly, "And where do we come in?" "That's business," affirmed John Taylor. "You and 250 of the biggest planters come in on the ground floor of the $2 billion all-cotton combine. It can easily mean $2 million to you in 5 years. And the other planters? They come in for high-priced cotton until we get our grip." And then the quiet question seemed to invoke a vision for John Taylor. The gray eyes took on the faraway look of a seer. The thin, bloodless lips formed a smile in which there was nothing pleasant. "They keep their mouths shut, or we squeeze 'em and buy the land. We propose to own the cotton belt of the South." Colonel Cresswell started indignantly from his seat. "Do you think, by God, sir, that I'd betray Southern gentlemen to—" But Harry's hand and impassive manner restrained him. He cooled as suddenly as he had flared up. "Thank you very much, Mr. Taylor," he concluded. "We'll consider this matter carefully. You'll spend the night, of course?" "Can't possibly. Must catch the next train back." "But we must talk further," the colonel insisted. "And then there's your sister. By Jove, forgot all about Mary." John Taylor, after a little desultory talk, followed his host upstairs. The next afternoon John Taylor was sitting beside Helen Cresswell on the porch which overlooked the terrace, and was, on the whole, thinking less of cotton than he had for several years. To be sure, he was talking cotton, but he was doing it mechanically and from long habit, and was really thinking how charming a girl Helen Cresswell was. She fascinated him. For his sister, Taylor had a feeling of superiority that was almost contempt. The idea of a woman trying to understand and argue about things men knew. He admired the dashing and handsome Miss Easterly, but she scared him and made him angrily awkward. This girl, on the other hand, just lounged and listened with an amused smile, or asked the most childlike questions. She required him to wait on her quite as a matter of course, to adjust her pillows, hand her the bonbons, and hunt for her lost fan. Mr. Taylor, who had not waited on anybody since his mother died, and not much before, found a quite inexplicable pleasure in these little domesticities. Several times he took out his watch and frowned, yet he managed to stay with her quite happily. On her part, Miss Cresswell was vastly amused. Her acquaintance with men was not wide, but it was thorough so far as her own class was concerned. They were all well-dressed and leisurely, fairly good-looking, and they said the same words and did the same things in the same way. They paid her compliments which she did not believe, and they did not expect her to believe. They were charmingly differential in the matter of dropped handkerchiefs, but tyrannical of opinion. They were thoughtful about candy and flowers, but thoughtless about feelings and income. Altogether they were delightful, but cloying. This man was startlingly different, ungainly, and always in a desperate, unaccountable hurry. He knew no pretty speeches. He certainly did not measure up to her standard of breeding, and yet somehow he was a gentleman. All this was new to Helen Cresswell, and she liked it. Meanwhile the men above stairs lingered in the colonel's office. the older one perturbed and sputtering, the younger insistent and imperturbable. "The fact is, father," he was saying, "as you yourself have said, one bad crop of cotton would almost ruin us. But the prospects are good. What are prospects in March? No, father, this is the situation. 3 good crops in succession will wipe off our indebtedness and leave us facing only low prices and a scarcity of niggers. On the other hand," the father interrupted impatiently. "Yes, on the other hand, if we plunge deeper in debt and betray our friends, we may come out millionaires or paupers." "Precisely," said Harry Cresswell calmly. "Now our plan is to take no chances. I propose going north and looking into this matter thoroughly. If he represents money and has money, and if the trust has really got the grip he says it has, why, it's a case of crush or get crushed, and we'll have to join them on their own terms. If he's bluffing, or the thing looks weak, we'll wait." It all ended as matters usually did end, in Harry's having his way. He came downstairs, expecting, indeed, rather hoping to find Taylor impatiently striding to and fro, watch in hand. But here he was, ungainly it might be, but quite docile, drawing the picture of a power loom for Miss Cresswell, who seemed really interested. Harry silently surveyed them from the door, and his face lighted with a new thought. Taylor, espying him, leapt to his feet and hauled out his watch. "Well, he began lamely. "No, you weren't either," interrupted Harry with a laugh that was unmistakably cordial and friendly. "You had quite forgotten what you were waiting for. Isn't that so, sis?" Helen regarded her brother through her veiling lashes. What meant this sudden assumption of warmth and amiability?
"No, indeed. He was raging with impatience,"
she returned. "Why, Miss Cresswell, I... John Taylor forsook social amenities and pulled himself together. "Well, shortly. Now for that talk. Ready?" And quite forgetting Miss Cresswell, he bolted into the parlor. "The decision we have come to is this," said Harry Cresswell. "We are in debt, as you know." $49,742.12, responded Taylor, "in 3 notes due in 12, 24, and 36 months. Interest at 8%, held by—" The Colonel snorted his amazement, and Harry Cresswell cut in. "Yes," he calmly admitted, "and with good crops for 3 years we'd be all right. Good crops even for 2 years would leave us fairly well off." "You mean it would relieve you of the present stringency and put you face to face with the falling price of cotton and rising wages," was John Taylor's dry addendum. "Rising price of cotton, you mean," Harry corrected. "Oh, temporarily," John Taylor admitted. "Precisely, and thus postpone the decision. No, Mr. Cresswell, I'm offering to let you in on the ground floor, now, not next year or year after. Mr. Taylor, have you any money in this?" "Everything I've got." "Well, the thing is this way. If you can prove to us that conditions are as you say, we're in for it." "Good. Meet me in New York, say, let's see, this is March 10th. Well, May 3rd. Young Cresswell was thinking rapidly. This man without doubt represented money. He was anxious for an alliance. Why? Was it all straight, or did the whole move conceal a trick? His eyes strayed to the porch where his pretty sister sat languidly, and then toward the school where the other sister lived. John Taylor looked out on the porch too. They glanced quickly at each other, and each wondered if the other had shared his thought. Harry Cresswell did not voice his mind, for he was not wholly disposed to welcome what was there, but he could not refrain from saying in tones almost confidential, "You could recommend this deal then, could you, to your own friends?" "To my own family," asserted John Taylor, looking at Harry Cresswell with sudden interest, but Mr. Cresswell was staring at the end of his cigar. End of Chapter 10. Chapter 11. The Flowering of the Fleece. The Quest of the Silver Fleece by W.E.B. Du Bois. Recorded by A.J. Hilton. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. "Zora," observed Miss Smith, "it's a great blessing not to need spectacles, isn't it?" Zora thought that it was, but she was wondering just what spectacles had to do with the complaint she had brought to the office from Miss Taylor. "I'm always losing my glasses, and they get dirty and— Oh, dear! Now where is that paper?" Zora pointed silently to the complaint. "No, not that. Another paper. It must be in my room. Don't you want to come up and help me look?" They went up to the clean, bare room with its white iron bed, its cool, spotless shades and shining windows. Zora walked about softly and looked, while Miss Smith quietly searched on desk and bureau, paying no attention to the girl. For the time being she was silent. "I sometimes wish," she began at length, "I had a bright-eyed girl like you to help me find and place things." Zora made no comment. "Sometimes Bless helps me," added Miss Smith guilefully. Zora looked sharply at her. "Could I help?" she asked, almost timidly. "Why, I don't know." The answer was deliberate. "There are one or two little things, perhaps." Placing a hand gently upon Zora's shoulder, she pointed out a few odd tasks and left the girl busily doing them. Then she returned to the office and threw Miss Taylor's complaint into the wastebasket. For a week or more Zora slipped in every day and performed the little tasks that Miss Smith laid out. She sorted papers, dusted the bureau, hung a curtain. She did not do the things very well, and she broke some china, but she worked earnestly and quickly, and there was no thought of pay. Then, too, did not Bless praise her with a happy smile, as together, day after day, they stood and watched the black dirt where the silver fleece lay planted. She dreamed and sang over that dark field, and again appealed to him. "S'pose it shouldn't come up after all?" And he would laugh and say that of course it would come up. One day when Zora was helping Miss Smith in the bedroom, she paused with her arms full of clothes fresh from the laundry.
Where shall I put these?
Miss Smith looked around. "They might go in there," she said, pointing to a door. Zora opened it. A tiny bedroom was disclosed, with one broad window looking toward the swamp. White curtains adorned it, and white hangings draped the plain bureau and washstand and the little bed. There was a study table and a small bookshelf holding a few books, all simple and clean. Zora paused uncertainly and surveyed the room. "Sometimes when you're tired and want to be alone, you can come up here, Zora," said Miss Smith carelessly. "No one uses this room." Zora caught her breath sharply but said nothing. The next day Miss Smith said to her when she came in, "I'm busy now, dear, but you go up to your little room and read, and I'll call." Zora quietly obeyed. An hour later Miss Smith looked in. Then she closed the door lightly and left. Another hour flew by before Zora hurried down.
"I was reading and I forgot," she said.
"It's all right," returned Miss Smith. "I didn't need you, and any day after you get all your lessons I think Miss Taylor will excuse you and let you go to your room and read." Miss Taylor, it transpired, was more than glad. Day after day Bless and Zora visited the field, but ever the ground lay in unrelieved black beneath the bright sun, and they would go reluctantly home again. Today there was much work to be done, and Zora labored steadily and eagerly, never pausing, and gaining in deftness and care. In the afternoon Bless went to town with the school wagon. A light shower flew up from the south, lingered a while, and fled, leaving a fragrance in the air. For a moment Zora paused and her nostrils quivered. Then without a word she slipped downstairs, glided into the swamp, and sped away to the island. She swung across the tree, and a low, delighted cry bubbled on her lips. All the rich black ground was sprinkled with tender green. She bent above the verdant tenderness and kissed it. Then she rushed back, bursting into the room.
It's come, the silver fleece."
Miss Smith was startled. "The silver fleece?" she echoed in bewilderment. Zora hesitated. It came over her all at once that this one great, all-absorbing thing meant nothing to the gaunt, tired-look woman before her. "Would Bless care if I told?" she asked doubtfully. "No," Miss Smith ventured. And then the girl crouched at her feet and told the dream and the story. Many factors were involved that were quite foreign to the older woman's nature and training. The recital brought to her New England mind many questions of policy and propriety. And yet, as she looked down upon the dark face hot with enthusiasm, it all seemed somehow more than right. Slowly and lightly Miss Smith slipped her arm about Zora and nodded and smiled a perfect understanding. They looked out together into the darkening twilight. "It is so late and wet, and you're tired tonight. Don't you think you'd better sleep in your little room?" Zora sat still. She thought of the noisy flaming cabin in the dark swamp, but a contrasting thought of the white bed made her timid, and slowly she shook her head. Nevertheless, Miss Smith led her to the room. "Here are things for you to wear," she pointed out, opening the bureau, "and here's the bathroom." She left the girl standing in the middle of the floor. In time, Zora came to stay often at Miss Smith's cottage, and to learn new and unknown ways of living and dressing. She still refused to board, for that would cost more than she could pay yet, and she would accept no charity. Gradually an undemonstrative friendship sprang up between the pale old gray-haired teacher and the dark young black-haired girl. Delicately too, but gradually, the companionship of Bles and Zora was guided and regulated. Of mornings Zora would hurry through her lessons and get excused to fly to the swamp, to work and dream alone. At noon Bles would run down and they would linger until he must hurry back to dinner. After school he would go again, working while she was busy in Miss Smith's office, and returning later would linger a while to tell Zora of his day, while she busied herself with her little tasks. Saturday mornings they would go to the swamp and work together, and sometimes Miss Smith, stealing away from curious eyes, would come and sit and talk with them as they toiled. In those days, for these two souls, earth came very near to heaven. Both were in the midst of that mighty change from youth to womanhood and manhood. Their manner toward each other by degrees grew shyer and more thoughtful. There was less comradeship, but the little meant more. The rough good fellowship was silently put aside. They no longer lightly clasped hands, and each at times wondered, in painful self-consciousness, if the other cared. Then began, too, the long and subtle change wherein a soul, until now unmindful of its wrappings, comes suddenly to consciousness of body and clothes, when it gropes and tries to adjust one with the other, and through them to give the inner deeper self finer and fuller expression. One saw it easily, almost suddenly, in all one's Sunday suit, vivid neckties, and awkward fads. Slower, subtler, but more striking was the change in Zora as she began to earn bits of pin money in the office and to learn to sew. Dresses hung straighter, belts served a better purpose, stockings were smoother, underwear was daintier. Then her hair, that great dark mass of immovable, infinitely curled hair, began to be subdued and twisted and combed, until with steady pains and study it lay in thick twisted braids about her velvet forehead, like some shadowed halo. All this came much more slowly and spasmodically than one tells it. Few noticed the change much, none noticed all, and yet there came a night, a student's social, when with a certain suddenness the whole school, teachers and pupils, realized the newness of the girl, and even Bles was startled. He had bought her in town at Christmas time a pair of white satin slippers, partly to test the smallness of her feet, on which in younger days he had rallied her, and partly because she had mentioned a possible white dress. They were a cheap, plain pair, but dainty, and they fitted well. When the evening came and the students were marching and the teachers, save Miss Smith, were sitting rather primly apart and commenting, she entered the room. She was a little late, and a hush greeted her. One boy, with the imitable drawl of the race, pushed back his ice cream and addressed it with a mournful headshake. "Go away, honey, yo lost yo taste." The dress was plain and fitted every curving of a healthy girlish form. She paused a moment, white-bodied and white-limbed, but dark and velvet-armed, her full neck and oval head rising rich and almost black above, with its deep-lighted eyes and crown of silent darkling hair. To some, such a revelation of grace and womanliness in this hoyden, the gentle swelling of lankness to beauty, of lowliness to shy self-poise, was a sudden joy, to others a mere blindness. Mary Taylor was perplexed and in some indefinite way amazed, and many of the other teachers saw no beauty, only a strangeness that brought a smile. They were such as know beauty by convention only, and find it lip-ringed, hoop-skirted, tattooed, or corseted as time and place decree. The change in Zora, however, had been neither cataclysmic nor revolutionary, and it was yet far, very far from complete. She still ran and romped in the woods and dreamed her dreams. She still was passionately independent and queer. Tendencies merely had become manifest, some dominant. She would, unhindered, develop to a brilliant, sumptuous womanhood, proud, conquering, full-bodied, and deep-bosomed, a passionate mother of men. Herein lay all her early wildness and strangeness. Herein lay, as yet half hidden, dimly sensed and all unspoken, the power of a mighty, all-compelling love for one human soul, and through it for all the souls of men. All this lay growing and developing, but as yet she was still a girl, with a new shyness and a comeliness, and a bold, searching heart. In the field of the Silver Fleece all her possibilities were beginning to find expression. These newborn green things, hidden far down in the swamp, begotten in want and mystery, were to her a living wonderful fairy tale come true. All the latent mother in her brooded over them, all her brilliant fancy wove itself about them. They were her dream children, and she tended them jealously. They were her hope, and she worshipped them. When the rabbits tried the tender plants, she watched hours to drive them off, and catching now and then the pulsing pink-eyed invader, she talked to it earnestly.
Brer Rabbit? Oh, little Brer Rabbit, don't you know you mustn't eat Zora's cotton? Naughty, naughty Brer Rabbit.
And then she would show it where she gathered piles of fragrant weeds for it and its fellows. The golden green of the first leaves darkened, and the plants sprang forward steadily. Never before was such a magnificent beginning, a full month ahead of other cotton. The rain swept down in laughing, bubbling showers and laved their thirsty souls, and Zora held her beating breast day by day, lest it rain too long or too heavily. The sun burned fiercely upon the young cotton plants as the spring hastened, and they lifted their heads in darker, wilder luxuriance, for the time of hoeing was at hand. These days were days of alternate hope and doubt with Bles Alwyn. Strength and ambition and inarticulate love were fighting within him. He felt in the dark thousands of his kind about him a mighty calling to deeds. He was becoming conscious of the narrowness and straightness of his black world, and red anger flashed in him ever and again as he felt his bonds. His mental horizon was broadening as he prepared for the college of next year. He was faintly grasping the wider, fuller world and its thoughts and aspirations. But beside and around and above all this, like subtle permeating ether, was Zora. His feelings for her were not as yet definite, expressed, or grasped. They were rather the atmosphere in which all things occurred, and were felt and judged. From an amusing pastime she had come to be a companion and thought-mate, and now, beyond this, insensibly they were drifting to a silenter, mightier mingling of souls, but drifting merely, not arrived, going gently, irresistibly, but not yet at the realized goal. He felt all this as the stirring of a mighty force, but knew not what he felt. The teasing of his fellows, the common love gossip of the schoolyard, seemed far different from his plight. He laughed at it and indignantly denied it, yet he was uncomfortable, restless, unhappy. He fancied Zora cared less for his company, and he gave her less, and then was puzzled to find time hanging so empty, so wretchedly empty on his hands. When they were together in these days they found less to talk about, and had it not been for the Silver Fleece, which in magic willfulness opened both their mouths, they would have found their companionship little more than a series of awkward silences. Yet in their silences, their walks and their sittings, there was a companionship, a glow, a satisfaction as came to them nowhere else on earth, and they wondered at it. They were both wondering at it this morning as they watched their cotton. It had seemingly bounded forward in a night, and it must be hoed forthwith. Yet hoeing was murder, the ruthless cutting away of tenderer plants that the sturdier might thrive the more and grow.
I hate it, Bless. Don't you?
Hate what?
Killing any of it. It's all so pretty.
But it must be, so that what's left will be prettier, or at least more useful.
But it shouldn't be so. Everything ought to have a chance to be beautiful and useful.
Perhaps it ought to be so, admitted Bless, but it isn't.
Isn't it so anywhere?
I reckon not. Death and pain pay for all good things. She hoed away silently, hesitating over the choice of the plants, pondering this world-old truth, saddened by its ruthless cruelty.
Death and pain,
she murmured.
What a price.
Bless leaned on his hoe and considered. It had not occurred to him till now that Zora was speaking better and better English. The idioms and errors were dropping away. They had not utterly departed, however, but came crowding back in moments of excitement. At other times she clothed Miss Smith's clear-cut, correct speech in softer Southern accents. She was drifting away from him in some intangible way, to an upper world of dress and language and deportment, and the new thought was pain to him. So it was that the fleece rose and spread and grew to its wonderful flowering, and so these two children grew with it into theirs. Zora never forgot how they found the first white flower in that green and billowing sea, nor her low cry of pleasure and his gay shout of joy. Slowly, wonderfully, the flowers spread, white, blue, and purple bells, hiding timidly, blazing luxuriantly amid the velvet leaves, until one day, it was after a southern rain, and the sunlight was twinkling through the morning, all the fleece was in flower, a mighty swaying sea, darkling rich and waving, and upon it flecks and stars of white and purple foam. The joy of the two so madly craved expression that they burst into singing, not the wild light song of dancing feet, but a low, sweet melody of her father's fathers, whereunto Alwyn's own deep voice fell fitly in minor cadence. Miss Smith and Miss Taylor, who were sorting the mail, heard them singing as they came up out of the swamp. Miss Taylor looked at them, then at Miss Smith, but Miss Smith sat white and rigid, with the first opened letter in her hand. End of Chapter 11. Chapter 12. The Promise. The Quest of the Silver Fleece by W.E.B. Du Bois. Recorded by A.J. Hilton. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Miss Smith sat with her face buried in her hands while the tears trickled silently through her thin fingers. Before her lay the letter, read a dozen times. Old Mrs. Gray has been to see me, and she has announced her intention of endowing 5 colored schools, yours being one. She asked if 500,000 would do it. She has plenty of money, so I told her $750,000 would be better, $150,000 apiece. She's arranging for a board of trust, etc. You'll probably hear from her soon. You've been so worried about expenses that I thought I'd send this word on. I knew you'd be glad. Glad? Dear God, how flat the word fell. For 30 years she had sown the seed, planting her life blood in this work that had become the marrow of her soul. Successful? No, it had not been successful, but it had been human. Through yonder doorway had trooped an army of hundreds upon hundreds of bright and dull, light and dark, eager and sullen faces. There had been good and bad, honest and deceptive, frank and furtive. Some had caught, kindled, and flashed to ambition and achievement. Some, glowing dimly, had plodded on, in a slow, dumb, faithful work worth while. And yet others had suddenly exploded, hurtling human fragments to heaven and to hell. Around this school home, as around the center of some little universe, had whirled the sorrowful, sordid, laughing, pulsing drama of a world. Birth pains and the stupor of death, hunger and pale murder, the riot of thirst and the orgies of such red and black cabins as Elspeth's crouching in the swamp. She groaned as she read of the extravagances of the world, and saw her own vanishing revenues. But the funds continued to dwindle until Sarah Smith asked herself, "What will become of this school when I die?" With trembling fingers she had sat down to figure how many teachers must be dropped next year when her brother's letter came, and she slipped to her knees and prayed. Mrs. Gray's decision was due in no little way to Mary Taylor's reports. Slowly but surely the girl had begun to think that she had found herself in this new world. She would never be attuned to it thoroughly, for she was set for different music. The veil of color and race still hung thickly between her and her pupils, and yet she seemed to see some points of penetration. No one could meet daily 100 or more of these light-hearted, good-natured children without feeling drawn to them. No one could come across the thresholds of the cabins and not see the old and well-known problems of life and striving. More and more, therefore, the work met Miss Taylor's approval, and she told Mrs. Gray so. At the same time Mary Taylor had come to some other definite conclusions. She believed it wrong to encourage the ambitions of these children to any great extent. She believed they should be servants and farmers, content to work under present conditions until those conditions could be changed. And she believed that the local white aristocracy, helped by Northern philanthropy, should take charge in such gradual changes. These conclusions she did not pretend to have originated, but she adopted them from reading and conversation, after hesitating for a year before such puzzling contradictions as Bles Alwyn and Harry Cresswell. For her to conclude to treat Bles Alwyn as a man despite his color was as impossible as to think Mr. Cresswell a criminal. Some compromise was imperative, which would save her the pleasure of Mr. Cresswell's company, and at the same time leave open a way of fulfilling the world's duty to this black boy. She thought she had found this compromise, and she wrote Mrs. Gray suggesting a chain of endowed Negro schools under the management of trustees composed of Northern businessmen and local Southern whites. Mrs. Gray acquiesced gladly and announced her plan, eventually writing Miss Smith of her decision to second her noble efforts in helping the poor colored people, and she hoped to have the plan under way before next fall. The sharpness of Miss Smith's joy did not let her dwell on the proposed board of trust. Of course, it would be a board of friends of the school. She sat in her office looking out across the land. School had closed for the year, and Bles, with the carryall, was just taking Miss Taylor to the train with her trunk and bags. Far up the road she could see dotted here and there the little dirty cabins of Cresswell's tenants, the Cresswell domain that lay like a mighty hand around the school, ready at a word to squeeze its life out. Only yonder to the eastward lay the way out, the 500 acres of the Tolliver plantation, which the school needed so sadly for its farm and community. But the owner was a hard and ignorant white man, hating niggers only a shade more than he hated white aristocrats of the Cresswell type. He had sold the school its first land to pique the Cresswells, but he would not sell any more, she was sure, even now when the promise of wealth faced the school. She lay back and closed her eyes and fell lightly asleep. As she slept, an old woman came toiling up the hill northward from the school and out of the eastward spur of the Cresswell barony. She was fat and black, hooded and aproned, with a great round head and massive bosom. Her face was dull and heavy and homely, her old eyes sorrowful. She moved swiftly, carrying a basket on her arm. Opposite her, to the southward, but too far for sight, an old man came out of the lower Cresswell place, skirting the swamp. He was tall, black, and gaunt, part bald, with tufted hair, and a cowed and furtive look was in his eyes. One leg was crippled, and he hobbled painfully. Up the road to the eastward that ran past the school, with the morning sun at his back, strode a young man, yellow, crisp-haired, strong-faced, with darkly knit brows. He greeted Bles and the teacher coldly, and moved on in nervous haste. A woman hurrying out of the westward swamp, up the path that led from Elspeth's, saw him and shrank back hastily. She turned quickly into the swamp and waited, looking toward the school. The old woman hurried into the back gate, just as the old man appeared to the southward on the road. The young man greeted him cordially, and they stopped a moment to talk, while the hiding woman watched.
Howdy, Uncle Jim. Howdy, son. It's hot, ain't it? How is you?
Tolerable. How are you?
Po'ly, son, po'ly. And wuss in mine. I's going up to talk to old Miss. So am I, but I just see Aunt Rachel going in. We better wait.
Miss Smith started up at the timid knocking and rubbed her eyes. It was long since she had slept in the daytime, and she was annoyed at such laziness. She opened the back door and led the old woman to the office. "Now what have you got there?" she demanded, eyeing the basket.
Just a little chicken for you, and a few eggs.
"Oh, you are so thoughtful." Sarah Smith's was a grateful heart.
Go long now, it ain't a thing.
Then came a pause, the old woman sliding into the proffered seat, while over her genial dimpled smile there dropped a dull veil of care. Her eyes shifted uneasily. Miss Smith tried not to notice the change. "Well, are you all moved, Aunt Rachel?" she inquired cheerfully.
No, man, we ain't going to move.
"But I thought it was all arranged."
It was, gloomily. But the old colonel, he won't let us go.
The listener was instantly sympathetic. "Why not?" she asked.
He says we owes him.
"But didn't you settle at Christmas?"
Yes'm, but when he found we was going away, he looked up some more debts.
"How much?"
I don't know exactly. More than $100. Then the boys got in that trouble, and he paid the fines."
"What was the trouble?"
Well, one was a gambling, and the other struck the overseer what was a whipping him.
Whipping him? In horrified exclamation, quite as much as Aunt Rachel's matter-of-fact way of regarding the matter as at the deed itself.
Yassum, he didn't do his work right, and he whipped him. I expect he needed it.
But he's a grown man, Miss Smith urged earnestly.
Yassum, he's 20 now and big.
Whipped him, Miss Smith repeated. And so you can't leave?
No, he say he'll sell us out and put us in the chain gang if we go. The boys is plumb mad, but I's a pleading with 'em not to do nothing rash.
But I thought they had already started to work a crop on the Tulliver place.
Yassum, they had, but you see, they were arrested, and then Colonel Cresswell took 'em and allowed they couldn't leave his place. Old man Tolliver was powerful mad.
Why, Aunt Rachel, it's slavery,
cried the lady in dismay. Aunt Rachel did not offer to dispute her declaration.
Yassum, it's slavery, she agreed. I hates it mighty bad, too, 'cause I wanted the little chillens in school, but...
The old woman broke down and sobbed.
A knocking came at the door. Hastily wiping her eyes, Aunt Rachel rose.
I'll see what I can do, Aunt Rachel. I must do something, murmured Miss Smith hastily as the woman departed, and an old black man came limping in. Miss Smith looked up in surprise.
I begs pardon, mistress. I begs pardon. Good morning.
Good morning, she hesitated.
Sachs. Jim Sachs. That's me.
Yes, I've heard of you, Mr. Sykes. You live over south of the swamp.
Yes, ma'am, that's me. And I's got a little shack dar and a bit of land what I's trying to buy.
Of Colonel Cresswell?
Yassir, of the colonel.
And how long have you been buying it?
Going on 10 year now, and that's what I comes to ask you about.
Goodness me! And how much have you paid a year?
I generally pays about 3 bales of cotton a year.
Does he furnish you rations?
Only sugar and coffee and a little meat now and then.
What does it amount to a year?
I doesn't rightly know, but I's got some papers here.
Miss Smith looked them over and sighed. It was the same old tale of blind receipts for money on account. No items, no balancing. By his help she made out that last year his total bill at Cresswell's store was perhaps $40.
And last year's bill was bigger in coming 'cause I hurt my leg working at the gin and had to have some medicine.
Why, as far as I can see, Mr. Sykes, you've paid Cresswell about $1,000 in the last 10 years. How large is your place?
Oh, about 20 acres.
And what were you to pay for it?
400.
Have you got a deed?
Yassum, but I ain't finished paying yet. The colonel say as how I owes him $200 still, and I can't see it. That's why I come over here to talk with you.
Where is the deed?
He handed it to her, and her heart sank. It was no deed, but a complicated contract binding the tenant hand and foot to the landlord. She sighed, he watching her eagerly.
I's getting old, and I ain't got nobody to take care of me. I can't work as I once could, and the overseers, they drives me too hard. I wants a little home to die in.
Miss Smith's throat swelled. She couldn't tell him that he would never get one at the present rate. She only said, "I'll look this up. You come again next Saturday."
Then sadly she watched the ragged old slave hobble away with his cherished papers. He greeted the young man at the gate and passed out, while the latter walked briskly up to the door and knocked.
"Why, how do you do, Robert?"
"How do you do, Miss Smith?"
"Well, are you getting things in shape so as to enter school early next year?"
Robert looked embarrassed.
"That's what I come to tell you, Miss Smith. Mr. Cresswell has offered me 40 acres of good land."
Miss Smith looked disheartened.
"Robert, here you are, almost finished, and my heart is set on you going to Atlanta University and finishing college, with your fine voice and talent for drawing."
A dogged look settled on Robert's young bright face, and the speaker paused.
"What's the use, Miss Smith? What opening is there for a nigger with an education?"
Miss Smith was shocked. Why, every chance," she protested. "And where there's none, make a chance."
Miss Taylor says. Miss Smith's heart sank. How often had she heard that deadening phrase in the last year, that there's no use, that farming is the only thing we ought to try to do, and I reckon she thinks there ain't much chance even there.
"Robert, farming is a noble calling. Whether you're suited for it or not, I don't yet know.
but I'd like nothing better than to see you settled here in a decent home, with a family running a farm. But, Robert, farming doesn't call for less intelligence than other things. It calls for more. It is because the world thinks any training good enough for a farmer that the Southern farmer is today practically at the mercy of his keener and more intelligent fellows. And of all people, Robert, your people need trained intelligence to cope with this problem of farming here. Without intelligence and training and some capital, it is the wildest nonsense to think you can lead your people out of slavery. Look round you. She told him of the visitors. Are they not hard-working, honest people? Yes, ma'am. Yet they are slaves, dumb, driven cattle. But they have no education. And you have a smattering, therefore are ready to pit yourself against the organized plantation system without capital or experience. Robert, you may succeed. You may find your landlord honest and the way clear. But my advice to you is finish your education, develop your talents, and then come to your life work a full-fledged man and not a half-ignorant boy. I'll think of it, returned the boy soberly. I reckon you're right. I know Miss Taylor don't think much of us, but I'm tired of waiting. I want to get to work. Miss Smith laid a kindly hand upon his shoulder. I've been waiting 30 years, Robert, she said with feeling, and he hung his head. I wanted to talk about it, he awkwardly responded, turning slowly away, but Miss Smith stopped him. Robert, where is the land Cresswell offers you? It's on the Tulliver place. The Tulliver place? Yes, he's going to buy it. Miss Smith dismissed the boy absently and sat down. The crisis seemed drawing near. She had not dreamed the Tulliver place was for sale. The old man must be hard-pressed to sell to the Cresswells. She started up. Why not go see him? Perhaps a mortgage on the strength of the endowment. It was dangerous, but she threw a veil over her hair and opened the door. A woman stood there who shrank and cowered, as if used to blows. Miss Smith eyed her grimly, then slowly stepped back. Come in, she commanded briefly, motioning the woman to a chair. But she stood, a pathetic figure, faded, worn, yet with unmistakable traces of beauty in her golden face and soft brown hair. Miss Smith contemplated her sadly. Here was her most haunting failure, this girl whom she first had seen 12 years ago. In her wonderful girlish comeliness, she had struggled and fought for her, but the forces of the devil had triumphed. She caught glimpses of her now and then, but today was the first time she had spoken to her for 10 years. She saw the tears that gathered but did not fall. Then her hands quivered. Bertie? She began brokenly. The girl shivered but stood aloof. Miss Smith, she said. No, don't talk. I'm bad. But I got a little girl, Miss Smith, 10 years old, and I'm afraid for her. I want you to take her. I have no place for one so young. And why are you afraid for her? The men, they are beginning to notice her. Where? At Elspeth's. Do you stay there now? Yes. Why? He wants me to. Must you do what he wants? Yes, but I want the child different. Don't you want to be different? The woman quivered again, but she answered steadily. No. Miss Smith sat into a chair and moistened her dry lips. Elspeth's is an awful place, she affirmed solemnly. Yes. And Zora? She's not there much now. She stays away. But if she escapes, why not you? She wants to escape. And you? I don't want to. This stubborn depravity was so distressing that Sarah Smith was at an utter loss what to say or do. I can do nothing, she began. For me, the woman quickly replied. I don't ask anything before the child. She isn't to blame. The older woman wavered. Won't you try? Pleaded the younger. Yes, I'll try. I'm trying all the time, but there are more things than my weak strength can do. Goodbye. Miss Smith stood a long time in the doorway watching the fading figure and vaguely trying to remember what it was that she had started to do, when the sharp staccato step of a mule drew her attention to a rider who stopped at the gate. It was her neighbor, Tolliver, a gaunt, yellow-faced white man, ragged, rough, and unkempt, one of the poor whites who had struggled up and failed. He spent no courtesy on the nigger teacher, but sat in his saddle and called her to the gate, and she went. Say, he roughly opened up, I've got to sell some land, and them damn Cresswells are after it. You can have it for $5,000 if you get the cash in a week. With a muttered oath he rode abruptly off, but not before she had seen the tears in his eyes. All night Sarah Smith lay thinking, and all day she thought and dreamed. Toward dark she walked slowly out the gate and up the highway toward the Cresswell Oaks. She had never been within the gates before, and she looked about thoughtfully. The great trees in their regular curving rows must have been planted more than half a century ago. The lawn was well tended, and the flowers. Yes, there were signs of taste and wealth, but it was built on a moan, cried Miss Smith to herself passionately, and she would not look round any more, but stared straight ahead where she saw old Colonel Cresswell smoking and reading on the veranda. The Colonel saw her too, and was uneasy, for he knew that Miss Smith had a sharp tongue and a most disconcerting method of argument, which he, as a Southern gentleman, courteous to all white females, even if they did eat with niggers, could not properly answer. He received her with courtesy, offered a chair, laid aside his cigar, and essayed some general remarks on cotton weather. But Miss Smith plunged into her subject. "Colonel Cresswell, I'm thinking of raising some money from a mortgage on our school property." The Colonel's face involuntarily lighted up. He thought he saw the beginning of the end of an institution which had been a thorn in his flesh ever since Tolliver, in a fit of rage, had sold land for a Negro school. He reflected deprecatingly, wiping his brow. "I need some ready money," she continued, "to keep from curtailing our work." "Indeed." "I have good prospects in a year or so." The Colonel looked up sharply but said nothing. "And so I thought of a mortgage." "Money is pretty tight," was the Colonel's first objection. "The land is worth, you know, at least $50 an acre." "Not more than $25, I fear." "Why, you wanted $75 for poor land last year. We have 200 acres. It was not for nothing that this lady had been born in New England. "I wouldn't reckon it is worth more than $5,000, insisted the Colonel. "And $10,000 for improvements." But the Colonel arose. "You had better talk to the directors of the Jefferson Bank," he said politely. "They may accommodate you. How much would you want?" $5,000, Miss Smith replied. Then she hesitated. That would buy the land, to be sure, but money was needed to develop and run it, to install tenants, and then, too, for new teachers. But she said nothing more, and nodding to his polite bow, departed. Colonel Cresswell had noticed her hesitation, and thought of it as he settled to his cigar again. Bles Alwyn arose next morning and examined the sky critically. He feared rain. The season had been quite wet enough, particularly down on the swampland, and but yesterday Bles had viewed his dikes with apprehension, for the black pools scowled about them. He dared not think about what a long heavy rain might do to the wonderful island of cotton which now stood fully 5 feet high, with flowers and squares and budding bolls. It might not rain, but the safest thing would be to work at those dikes, so he started for spade and hoe. He heard Miss Smith calling, however. "Bles, hitch up!" He was vexed.
"Are you in a hurry, Miss Smith?"
he asked. "Yes, I am," she replied with unmistakable positiveness. He started off and hesitated.
"Miss Smith, would Jim do to drive?"
"No," sharply. "I want you particularly." At another time she might have observed his anxiety, but today she was agitated. She knew she was taking a critical step. Slowly Bles hitched up. After all, it might not rain, he argued as they jogged toward town. In silence they rode on. Bles kept looking at the skies. The south was getting darker and darker. It might rain. It might rain only an hour or so, but suppose it should rain a day, 2 days, a week. Miss Smith was looking at her own skies, and despite the promised sunrise, they loomed darkly. $5,000 was needed for the land, and at least another 1,000 for repairs. 2,000 would buy a half-dozen desirable tenants by paying their debts to their present landlords. Then 2,000 would be wanted for new teachers and a carpenter shop. $10,000. It was a great temptation, and yet, once in the hands of these past masters of debt manipulation, would her school be safe? Suppose, after all, this gray gift— But she caught her breath sharply just as a wet splash of rain struck upon her forehead. No, God could not be so cruel. She pushed her bonnet back. How good and cool the water felt! But on Bles, as he raised the buggy top, it felt hot and fiery. He felt the coming of some great calamity, the end of a dream. This rain might stay for days. It looked like such a downpour, and that would mean the end of the Silver Fleece, the end of Zora's hopes, the end of everything. He gulped in despairing anger and hit the staid old horse the smartest tap she had known all summer. "Why, bless, what's the matter?" called Miss Smith, as the horse started forward. He murmured something about getting wet and drew up at the Toomsville bank. Miss Smith was invited politely into the private parlor. She explained her business. The president was there, and Colonel Cresswell, and one other local director. "I have come for a mortgage. Our land is, as you know, gentlemen, worth at least $10,000. The buildings cost $15,000. Our property is therefore conservatively valued at $25,000. Now I want to mortgage it for," she hesitated, "$5,000. Colonel Cresswell was silent, but the president said,
"Money is rather scarce right now, Miss Smith, but it happens that I have $10,000 on hand, which we prefer, however, to loan in one lump sum. Now, if the security were ample, I think perhaps you might get this $10,000.
Miss Smith grew white. It was the sum she wanted. She tried to escape the temptation, yet the larger amount was more than twice as desirable to her as the smaller, and she knew that they knew it. They were trying to tempt her. They wanted as firm a hold on the school property as possible. And yet, why should she hesitate? It was a risk, but the returns would be enormous. She must do it. Besides, there was the endowment. It was certain. Yes, she felt forced to close the bargain. Very well. She declared her decision, and they handed her the preliminary papers. She took the pen and glanced at Mr. Cresswell. He was smiling slightly, but nevertheless she signed her name grimly in a large round hand. Sarah Smith. End of Chapter 12. Chapter 13. Mrs. Gray Gives a Dinner. The Quest of the Silver Fleece by W.E.B. Du Bois. Recorded by A.J. Hilton. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Honorable Charles Smith, Miss Sarah's brother, was walking swiftly uptown from Mr. Easterly's Wall Street office, and his face was pale. At last the cotton combine was to all appearances an assured fact, and he was slated for the Senate. The price he had paid was high. He was to represent the interests of the new trust, and sundry favorable measures were already drafted and reposing in the safe of the combine's legal department. Among others was one relating to child labor, another that would affect certain changes in the tariff, and a proposed law providing for a cotton bale of a shape and dimensions different from the customary, the last constituting a particularly clever artifice which, under the guise of convenience in handling, would necessitate the installation of entirely new gin and compress machinery, to be supplied, of course, by the trust. As Mr. Smith drew near Mrs. Gray's Murray Hill residence, his face had melted to a cynical smile. After all, why should he care? He had tried independence and philanthropy and failed. Why should he not be as other men? He had seen many others that very day swallow the golden bait and promise everything. They were gentlemen. Why should he pose as better than his fellows? There was young Cresswell. Did his aristocratic air prevent his succumbing to the lure of millions and promising the influence of his father and the whole Farmers' League to the new project? Mr. Smith snapped his fingers and rang the bell. The door opened softly. The dark woodwork of the old English wainscoting glowed with the crimson flaming of logs in the wide fireplace. There was just the touch of early autumn chill in the air without that made both the fire and the table with its soft linen, gold and silver plate, and twinkling glasses a warming, satisfying sight. Mrs. Gray was a portly woman, inclined to think much of her dinner and her clothes, both of which were always rich and costly. She was not herself a notably intelligent woman. She greatly admired intelligence, or whatever looked to her like intelligence in others. Her money, too, was to her an ever-worrying mystery and surprise, which she found herself always scheming to husband shrewdly and spend philanthropically, a difficult combination. As she awaited her guests, she surveyed the table with both satisfaction and disquietude, for her social functions were few. Tonight there were, she checked them off on her fingers, Sir James Crichton, the rich English manufacturer, and Lady Crichton, Mr. and Mrs. Vanderpool, Mr. Harry Cresswell and his sister, John Taylor and his sister, and Mr. Charles Smith, whom the evening papers mentioned as likely to be United States Senator from New Jersey, a selection of guests that had been determined unknown to the hostess by the meeting of cotton interests earlier in the day. Mrs. Gray's chef was high-priced and efficient, and her butler was the envy of many. Consequently, she knew the dinner would be good. To her intense satisfaction, it was far more than this. It was a most agreeable couple of hours, all save perhaps Mr. Smith, unbent. The Englishmen especially, and the Vanderpools were most gracious, but if the general pleasure was owing to any one person particularly, it was to Mr. Harry Cresswell. Mrs. Gray had met Southerners before, but not intimately, and she always had in mind vividly their cruelty to poor Negroes, a subject she made a point of introducing forthwith. She was therefore most agreeably surprised to hear Mr. Cresswell express himself so cordially as approving of Negro education. "Why, I thought," said Mrs. Gray, "that you Southerners rather disapproved, or, at least," Mr. Cresswell inclined his head courteously,
"We Southerners, my dear Mrs. Gray, are responsible for a variety of reputations."
And he told an anecdote that set the table laughing.
"Seriously, though," he continued, "we are not as black as the blacks paint us, although on the whole I prefer that Helen should marry a white man."
They all glanced at Miss Cresswell, who lay softly back in her chair like a white lily, gleaming and bejeweled, her pale face flushing under the scrutiny. Mrs. Gray was horrified. Why, the idea!" she sputtered. "Why, Mr. Cresswell, how can you conceive of anything else? No Northerner dreams." Mr. Cresswell sipped his wine slowly.
No, I do not think that you do mean that."
He paused, and the Englishman bent forward.
"Really now, you do not mean to say that there's a danger of amalgamation, do you?" he sang.
Mr. Cresswell explained. No, of course there was no immediate danger, but when people were suddenly thrust beyond their natural station, filled with wild ideas and impossible ambitions, it meant terrible danger to Southern white women. "Do you believe in some education?" asked Mary Taylor.
"I believe in the training of people to their highest capacity."
The Englishman here heartily seconded him.
"But," Cresswell added significantly, "capacity differs enormously between races."
The Vanderpools were sure of this, and the Englishman, instancing India, became quite eloquent. Mrs. Gray was mystified, but hardly dared admit it. The general trend of the conversation seemed to be that most individuals needed to be submitted to the sharpest scrutiny before being allowed much education, and as for the lower races, it was simply criminal to open such useless opportunities to them.
"Why, I had a colored servant girl once,"
laughed Mrs. Vanderpool by way of climax,
"who spent half her wages on piano lessons."
Then Mary Taylor, whose conscience was uncomfortable, said, "But, Mr. Cresswell, you surely believe in schools like Miss Smith's."
"Decidedly,"
returned Mr. Cresswell with enthusiasm.
"It has done great good."
Mrs. Gray was gratified and murmured something of Miss Smith's sacrifice.
"Positively heroic,"
added Cresswell, avoiding his sister's eyes. "Of course," Mary Taylor hastened to encourage this turn of the conversation. "There are many points on which Miss Smith and I disagree, but I think everybody admires her work." Mrs. Gray wanted particulars. "What did you disagree about?" she asked bluntly.
"I may be responsible for some of the disagreement,"
interrupted Mr. Cresswell hesitatingly.
"I'm afraid Miss Smith does not approve of us white Southerners."
"But you mean to say you can't even advise her?"
"Oh, no, we can, but we're not, exactly welcome. In fact,"
said Cresswell gravely,
"the chief criticism I have against your Northerner School for Negroes is that they not only fail to enlist the sympathy and aid of the best Southerners, they even repel it."
"That is very wrong,
commented the Englishman warmly, a sentiment in which Mrs. Gray hastened to agree.
"Of course," continued Cresswell, "I am free to confess that I have no personal desire to dabble in philanthropy or conduct schools of any kind. My hands are full of other matters.
But it's precisely the advice of such disinterested men that philanthropic work needs, Mr. Vanderpool urged.
Well, I volunteered advice once in this case, and I shan't repeat the experiment soon,
said Cresswell, laughing. Mrs. Gray wanted to hear the incident, but the young man was politely reluctant. Mary Taylor, however, related the tale of Zora to Mrs. Gray's private ear later.
Fortunately, said Mr. Vanderpool, Northerners and Southerners are arriving at a better mutual understanding on most of these matters.
Yes, indeed,
Cresswell agreed.
After all, they never were far apart, even in slavery days. Both sides were honest and sincere.
All through the dinner Mr. Smith had been preoccupied and taciturn. Now he abruptly shot a glance at Cresswell.
I suppose that one was right and one was wrong.
No, said Cresswell.
Both were right.
I thought the only excuse for fighting was a great right. If right is on neither side or simultaneously on both, then war is not only hell, but damnation.
Mrs. Gray looked shocked, and Mrs. Vanderpool smiled.
How about fighting for exercise?
She suggested.
At any rate, we can agree on helping those poor victims of our quarrel as far as their limited capacity will allow, and no further, for that is impossible.
Very soon after dinner Charles Smith excused himself. He was not yet inured to the ways of high finance, and the program of the cotton barons as unfolded that day lay heavy on his mind despite all his philosophy.
I have had a full day,
he explained to Mrs. Gray. End of Chapter 13. Chapter 14. Love. The Quest of the Silver Fleece by W.E.B. Du Bois. Recorded by A.J. Hilton. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The rain was sweeping down in great, thick, winding sheets. The wind screamed in the ancient Cresswell oaks and swirled across the swamp in loud, wild gusts. The waters roared and gurgled in the streams and along the roadside. Then, when the wind fell murmuring away, the clouds grew blacker and blacker, and rain in long, slim columns fell straight from heaven to earth, digging itself into the land and throwing back the red mud in angry flashes. So it rained for one long week, and so for 7 endless days Bles watched it with leaden heart. He knew the Silver Fleece, his and Zora's, must be ruined. It was the first great sorrow of his life. It was not so much the loss of the cotton itself, but the fantasy, the hopes, the dreams built around it. If it failed, would not they fail? Was not this angry beating rain, this dull, spiritless drizzle, this wild war of air and earth, but foretaste and prophecy of ruin and discouragement, of the utter futility of striving? But if his own despair was great, his pain at the plight of Zora made it almost unbearable. He did not see her in these 7 days. He pictured her huddled there in the swamp, in the cheerless, leaky cabin with worse than no companions. Ah, the swamp, the cruel swamp! It was a fearful place in the rain, its oozing mud and fetid vapors, its clinging, slimy draperies, how they twined about the bones of his victims and chilled their hearts. Yet here his Zora, his poor disappointed child, was imprisoned. Child? He had always called her child, but now in the inward illumination of these dark days, he knew her as neither child nor sister nor friend, but as the one woman. The revelation of his love lighted and brightened slowly till it flamed like a sunrise over him and left him in burning wonder. He panted to know if she too knew and cared not, or cared and knew not. She was so strange and human a creature. To her all things meant something. Nothing was aimless, nothing merely happened. Was this rain beating down and back her love for him, or had she never loved? He walked to his room, gripping his hands, peering through the misty windows toward the swamp. Rain, rain, rain. Nothing but rain. The world was water veiled in mists. Then of a sudden, at midday, the sun shot out, hot and still. No breath of air stirred. The sky was like blue steel. The earth steamed. Bles rushed to the edge of the swamp and stood there irresolute. Perhaps if the water had but drained from the cotton, it was so strong and tall, but pshaw! Where was the use of imagining? The lagoon had been level with the dikes a week ago, and now? He could almost see the beautiful silver fleece bedraggled, drowned, and rolling beneath the black lake of slime. He went back to his work, but eagerly in the morning the thought of it lured him again. He must at least see the grave of his hope in Zora's, and out of it resurrect new love and strength. Perhaps she too might be there, waiting, weeping. He started at the thought. He hurried forth sadly. The raindrops were still dripping and gleaming from the trees, flashing back the heavy yellow sunlight. He splashed and stamped along, farther and farther onward until he neared the rampart of the clearing and put foot upon the tree bridge. Then he looked down. The lagoon was dry. He stood a moment bewildered, then turned and rushed upon the island. A great sheet of dazzling sunlight swept the place, and beneath lay a mighty mass of olive green, thick, tall, wet, and willowy. The squares of cotton, sharp-edged, heavy, were just about to burst to bowls, and underneath, the land lay carefully drained and black. For one long moment he paused, stupid, agape, with utter amazement, then leaned dizzily against a tree. The swamp, the eternal swamp, had been drained in its deepest fastness. But how? How? He gazed about, perplexed, astonished. What a field of cotton! What a marvelous field! But how had it been saved? He skirted the island slowly, stopping near Zora's oak. Here lay the reading of the riddle. With infinite work and pain, someone had dug a canal from the lagoon to the creek, into which the former had drained by a long and crooked way, thus allowing it to empty directly. The canal went straight, 100 yards through stubborn soil, and it was oozing now with slimy waters. He sat down, weak, bewildered, and one thought was uppermost. Zora! And with the thought came a low moan of pain. He wheeled and leapt toward the dripping shelter of the tree. There she lay, wet, bedraggled, motionless, gray pallid beneath her dark-drawn skin, her burning eyes searching restlessly for some lost thing, her lips a-moaning. In dumb despair he dropped beside her and gathered her in his arms. The earth staggered beneath him as he stumbled on. The mud splashed and sunlight glistened. He saw long snakes slithering across his path, and fear-struck beasts fleeing before his coming. He paused for neither path nor way, but went straight for the school, running in mighty strides, yet gently, listening to the moans that struck death upon his heart. Once he fell headlong, but with a great wrench held her from harm, and minded not the pain that shot through his ribs. The yellow sunshine beat fiercely around and upon him as he stumbled into the highway, lurched across the mud-strewn road, and panted up the porch. "Miss Smith!" he gasped, and then darkness. The years of the days of her dying were 10. The boy that entered the darkness and the shadow of death emerged a man, a silent man and grave, working furiously and haunting, day and night, the little window above the door. At last, of one gray morning when the earth was stillest, they came and told him, "She will live." And he went out under the stars, lifted his long arms, and sobbed, "Curse me, O God, if I let me lose her again." And God remembered this in after years. The hope and dream of harvest was upon the land. The cotton crop was short and poor because of the great rain, but the sun had saved the best, and the price had soared. So the world was happy, and the face of the black belt green and luxuriant with thickening flecks of the coming foam of the cotton. Up in the sick room Zora lay on the little white bed. The net and web of endless things had been crawling and creeping around her. She had struggled in dumb, speechless terror against some mighty grasping that strove for her life with gnarled and creeping fingers, but now at last, weakly, she opened her eyes and questioned, "Bles, where is he? The silver fleece, how was it? The sun, the swamp?" Then, finding all well, she closed her eyes and slept. After some days they let her sit by the window, and she saw Bles pass, but drew back timidly when he looked, and he saw only the flutter of her gown and waved. At last there came a day when they let her walk down to the porch, and she felt the flickering of her strength again. Yes, she looked different. Her buxom comeliness was spiritualized. Her face looked smaller, and her masses of hair, brought low about her ears, heightened her ghostly beauty. Her skin was darkly transparent, and her eyes looked out from velvet veils of gloom. For a while she lay in her chair in happy, dreamy pleasure at sun and bird and tree. Bless did not know yet that she was down, but soon he would come searching, for he came each hour, and she pressed her little hands against her breast to still the beating of her heart and the bursting wonder of her love. Then suddenly a panic seized her. He must not find her here, not here. There was but one place on all the earth for them to meet, and that was yonder in the Silver Fleece. She rose with a fleeting glance, gathered the shawl around her, then, gliding forward, wavering, tremulous, slipped across the road and into the swamp. The dark mystery of the swamp swept over her. The place was hers. She had been born within its borders. Within its borders she had lived and grown, and within its borders she had met her love. On she hurried until, sweeping down to the lagoon and the island, lo, the cotton lay before her. A great white foam was spread upon its brown and green. The whole field was waving and shivering in the sunlight. A low cry of pleasure burst from her lips. She forgot her weakness, and picking her way across the bridge, stood still amid the cotton that nestled about her shoulders, clasping it lovingly in her hands. He heard that she was downstairs and ran to meet her with beating heart. The chair was empty, but he knew there was but one place for these two souls to meet. Yet it was far, and he feared and ran with startled eyes. She stood on the island, ethereal, splendid, like some tall, dark, and gorgeous flower of the storied East. The green and white of the cotton billowed and foamed about her breasts. The red scarf burned upon her neck. The dark brown velvet of her skin pulsed warm and tremulous with the uprushing blood, and in the midnight depths of her great eyes flamed the mighty fires of long-concealed and newborn love. He darted through the trees and paused, a tall man, strongly but slimly made. He threw up his hands in the old way and hallowed. Happily she crooned back a low mother melody and waited. He came down to her slowly with fixed, hungry eyes, threading his way amid the fleece. She did not move, but lifted both her dark hands, white with cotton, and then, as he came, casting it suddenly to the winds. In tears and laughter she swayed and dropped, quivering in his arms, and all the world was sunshine and peace. End of chapter 14. Chapter 15. Revelation. The Quest of the Silver Fleece by W.E.B. Du Bois. Recorded by A.J. Hilton. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Harry Cresswell was scowling over his breakfast. It was not because his apartment in the New York hotel was not satisfactory, or his breakfast unpalatable. Possibly a rather bewildering night in Broadway was expressing its influence, but he was satisfied that his ill temper was due to a paragraph in the morning paper. It is stated on good authority that the widow of the late multimillionaire Job Gray will announce a large and carefully planned scheme of Negro education in the South, and will richly endow schools in South Carolina, Georgia, Alabama, Louisiana, and Texas. Cresswell finally thrust his food away. He knew that Mrs. Gray helped Miss Smith's school and supposed she would continue to do so. With that in mind, he had striven to impress her, hoping that she might trust his judgment in later years. He had no idea, however, that she meant to endow the school or entertained wholesale plans for Negro education. The knowledge made him suspicious. Why had neither Mary nor John Taylor mentioned this? Was there, after all, some nigger-loving conspiracy back of the cotton combine? He took his hat and started downtown. Once in John Taylor's Broadway office, he opened the subject abruptly. The more so, perhaps, because he felt a resentment against Taylor for certain unnamed or partially voiced assumptions. Here was a place, however, for speech, and he spoke almost roughly. "Taylor, what does this mean?" He thrust the clipping at him. "Mean? That Mrs. Gray is going to get rid of some of her surplus cash, is going to endow some nigger schools," Taylor dryly retorted. "It must be stopped," declared Cresswell. The other's brows drew up. "Why?" in a surprised tone. "Why? Why?
Do you think the plantation system can be maintained without laborers? Do you think there's the slightest chance of cornering cotton and buying the black belt if the niggers are unwilling to work under present conditions? Do you know the man that stands ready to gobble up every inch of the cotton land on this country at a price which no trust can hope to rival?" John Taylor's interest quickened. "Why, no," he returned sharply. "Who?" "The black man, whose woolly head is filled with ideas of rising. We're striving by main force to prevent this, and here come your damned northern philanthropists to plant schools. Why, Taylor, it'll knock the Cotton Trust to hell." "Don't get excited," said Taylor judiciously. "We've got things in our hands. It's the gray money, you know, that is back of us." "That's just what confounds me," declared the perplexed young man. "Are you men fools or rascals? Don't you see the two schemes can't mix? They're dead opposite, mutually contradictory, absolutely." Taylor checked him. It was odd to behold Harry Cresswell so disturbed.
"Well, wait a moment. Let's see. Sit down. Wish I had a cigar for you, but I don't smoke. Do you happen to have any whiskey handy?"
"No, I don't drink."
"Well, what the devil? Oh, well, fire away. Now, see here. We control the gray millions. Of course, we've got to let her play with her income, and that's considerable. Her favorite game just now is Negro education, and she's planning to go in heavy. Her advisor in this line, however, is Smith, and he belongs to us."
"What Smith?" "Why, the man who's going to be senator from New Jersey. He has a sister teaching in the South. You know, of course, it's at your home where my sister Mary taught."
"Great Scott! Is that woman's brother planning to spend this money? Why, are you daft? See here, American cotton spinning supremacy is built on cheap cotton. Cheap cotton is built on cheap negroes. Educating, or rather trying to educate negroes, will make 'em restless and discontented. That is, scarce and dear as workers. Don't you see you're planning to cut off your noses? This Smith school particularly has nearly ruined our plantation. It's stuck almost in our front yard. You are planning to put our plow hands all to studying Greek, and at the same time to corner the cotton crop? Rot!"
John Taylor caressed his lean jaw.
"New point of view to me. I sort of thought education would improve things in the South," he commented, unmoved. "It would if we ran it. We?"
"Yes, we Southerners."
I see. See here, let's talk to Easterly about this."
They went into the next office, and after a while got audience with the trust magnate. Mr. Easterly heard the matter carefully and waved it aside.
"Oh, that doesn't concern us, Taylor. Let Cresswell take care of the whole thing. We'll see that Smith does what Cresswell wants."
But Taylor shook his head.
"Smith would kick. Mrs. Gray would get suspicious, and the devil be to pay. This is better. Form a big committee of northern businessmen like yourself, philanthropists like Vanderpool, and Southerners like Cresswell. Let them be a sort of Negro education steering committee. We'll see that on such committee you Southerners get what you want, control of Negro education. That sounds fair, but how about the Smith School? My father writes me that they're showing signs of expecting money right off. Is that true? If it is, I want it stopped. It will ruin our campaign for the Farmers' League."
John Taylor looked at Cresswell. He thought he saw something more than general policy or even racial prejudice, something personal in his vehemence. The Smith School was evidently a severe thorn in the flesh of this man, all the more reason for mollifying him. Then, too, there was something in his argument. It was not wise to start educating these Negroes and getting them discontented just now. Ignorant labor was not ideal, but it was worth too much to employers to lose it now. Educated Negro labor might be worth more to Negroes, but not to the cotton combine. Well, then, and John Taylor went into a brown study while Cresswell puffed impatiently at a cigarette. "I have it," said Taylor. Cresswell sat up. "First, let Mr. Easterly get Smith." Easterly turned to the telephone.
"Is that you, Smith?"
"Well, this is Easterly." "Yes. How about Mrs. Gray's education schemes?" "Yes." "Well, see here, Smith, we must go a little easy there."
"Oh, no, no. But to advertise just now a big scheme of Negro education would drive the Cresswells, the Farmers' League, and the whole business South dead against us. Yes, yes, indeed. They believe in education all right, but they ain't in for training lawyers and professors just yet. No, I don't suppose her school is— Well then, see here. She'll be reasonable, won't she, and placate the Cresswells? No, I mean run the school to suit their ideas. No, but in general, along the lines which they could approve. Yes, I thought so. Of course. Goodbye.
Inclined to be a little nasty? Asked Taylor.
A little sharp, but tractable. Now, Mr. Cresswell, the thing is in your hands. We'll get this committee, which Taylor suggests, appointed, and send it on a junket to Alabama. You do the rest, see?
Who'll be the committee? Asked Cresswell.
Name it.
Mr. Cresswell smiled and left. The winter started in severely, and it was easy to fill 2 private cars with members of the new Negro Education Board right after Thanksgiving. Cresswell had worked carefully and with caution. There was Mrs. Gray, comfortable and beaming; Mr. Easterly, who thought this a good business opportunity, and his family. Mrs. Vanderpool liked the South and was amused at the trip, and had induced Mr. Vanderpool to come by stories of shooting.
Ah,
said Mr. Vanderpool.
Mr. Charles Smith and John Taylor were both too busy to go, but bronchial trouble induced the Reverend Dr. Boldish of St. Faith's rich parish to be one of the party, and at the last moment Temple Bolcom, the sociologist, consented to join.
Awfully busy, he said, but I've been reading up on the Negro problem since you mentioned the matter to me last week, Mr. Cresswell, and I think I understand it thoroughly. I may be able to help out.
The necessary spice of young womanhood was added to the party by Miss Taylor and Miss Cresswell, together with the silent Miss Boldish. They were a comfortable and sometimes merry party. Dr. Boldish pointed out the loafers at the stations, especially the black ones. Mr. Bolcom counted them and estimated the number of hours of work lost at 10 cents an hour.
Do they get that? 10 cents an hour?
asked Miss Taylor.
Oh, I don't know, replied Mr. Bolcom. But suppose they do, for instance, that is an average wage today.
They look lazy, said Mrs. Gray.
They are lazy,
said Mr. Cresswell.
So am I,
added Mrs. Vanderpool, suppressing a yawn.
It is uninteresting,
murmured her husband, preparing for a nap. On the whole, the members of the party enjoyed themselves from the moment they drew out of Jersey City to the afternoon when, in 4 carriages, they rolled beneath the curious eyes of all Tombsville and swept under the shadowed rampart of the swamp. The Christmas was coming, and all the southern world was busy. Few people were busier than Bles and Zora. Slowly, wonderfully for them, heaven bent in these dying days of the year and kissed the earth, and the tremor thrilled all lands and seas. Everything was good. All things were happy, and these 2 were happiest of all. Out of the shadows and hesitations of childhood, they had stepped suddenly into manhood and womanhood, with firm feet and uplifted heads. All the day that was theirs they worked, picking the silver fleece, picking it tenderly and lovingly from off the brown and spent bodies which had so utterly yielded life and beauty to the full fruition of this long and silken tendril, this white beauty of the cotton. November came and flew, and still the unexhausted field yielded its frothing fruit. Today seemed doubly glorious, for Bles had spoken of their marriage. With twined hands and arms, and lips ever and again seeking their mates, they walked the leafy way. Unconscious, rapt, they stepped out into the big road skirting the edge of the swamp. Why not? Was it not the king's highway? And love was king. So they talked on, unknowing that far up the road the Cresswell coaches were wheeling along with precious burdens. In the first carriage were Mrs. Gray and Mrs. Vanderpool, Mr. Cresswell and Miss Taylor. Mrs. Vanderpool was lolling luxuriously, but Mrs. Gray was a little stiff with long travel and sat upright. Mr. Cresswell looked clean-cut and handsome, and Miss Taylor seemed complacent and responsible. The dying of the day soothed them insensibly. Groups of dark little children passed them as they neared the school, staring with wide eyes and greeting timidly.
"There seems to be marrying and giving in marriage,"
laughed Mrs. Vanderpool.
"Not very much," said Mr. Cresswell dryly.
"Well, at least plenty of children."
"Plenty.
But where are the houses?"
asked Mrs. Gray.
"Perhaps in the swamp,"
said Mrs. Vanderpool lightly, looking up at the somber trees that lined the left.
They live where they please and do as they please, Cresswell explained, to which Mrs. Vanderpool added, like other animals.
Mary Taylor opened her lips to rebuke this levity when suddenly the coachman called out and the horses swerved, and the carriage's 4 occupants faced a young man and a young woman embracing heartily. Out through the wood, Bles and Zora had come to the broad red road. Playfully he celebrated all her beauty, unconscious of time and place.
You are tall and bend like grasses in the swamp, he said. And yet look up to you, she murmured. Your eyes are darkness dressed in night. To see you brighter, dear, she said. Your little hands are much too frail for work. They must grow larger then, and soon. Your feet are too small to travel on. They'll travel on to you, that's far enough. Your lips, your full and purple lips, were made alone for kissing, not for words. They'll do for both.
He laughed in utter joy and touched her hair with light caressing hands.
It does not fly with sunlight,
she said quickly with an upward glance.
No,
he answered.
It sits and listens to the night.
But even as she nestled to him happily, there came the harsh thunder of horses' hooves beating on their ears. He drew her quickly to him in fear, and the coach lurched and turned and left them facing 4 pairs of eyes. Miss Taylor reddened. Mrs. Gray looked surprised. Mrs. Vanderpool smiled. But Mr. Cresswell darkened with anger. The couple unclasped shamefacedly, and the young man lifted his hat, starting to stammer an apology. But Cresswell interrupted him.
Keep your philandering to the woods, or I shall have you arrested, he said slowly,
his face colorless, his lips twitching with anger.
Drive on, John.
Miss Taylor felt that her worst suspicions had been confirmed, but Mrs. Vanderpool was curious as to the cause of Cresswell's anger. It was so genuine that it needed explanation.
Are kisses illegal here?
she asked before the horses started, turning the battery of her eyes full upon him. But Cresswell had himself well in hand.
No,
he said.
But the girl is notorious.
On the lovers the words fell like a blow. Zora shivered, and a grayish horror mottled the dark burning of her face. Bles started in anger, then paused in shivering doubt. What had happened? They knew not. Yet involuntarily their hands fell apart. They avoided each other's eyes.
I must go now,
gasped Zora as the carriage swept away. He did not hold her. He did not offer the farewell kiss, but stood staring at the road as she walked into the swamp. A moment she paused and looked back. Then slowly, almost painfully, she took the path back to the field of the Fleece, and reaching it after long, long minutes, began mechanically to pick the cotton. But the cotton glowed crimson in the failing sun. Bles walked toward the school. What had happened, he kept asking, and yet he dared not question the awful shape that sat somewhere, cold and still, behind his soul. He heard the hoofs of the horses again. It was Miss Taylor being brought back to the school to greet Miss Smith and break the news of the coming of the party. He raised his hat. She did not return the greeting, but he found her pausing at the gate. It seemed to her too awful for this foolish fellow thus to throw himself away. She faced him, and he flinched as from some descending blow.
"Bles,"
she said primly,
"have you absolutely no shame?"
He braced himself and raised his head proudly.
"I am going to marry her. It is no crime."
Then he noted the expression on her face and paused. She stepped back, scandalized.
"Can it be, Bles Alwyn,"
she said,
"that you don't know what sort of girl she is?"
He raised his hands and warded off her words, dumbly as she turned to go, almost frightened at the havoc she saw. The heavens flamed scarlet in his eyes, and he screamed,
"It's a lie! It's a damn lie!"
He wheeled about and tore into the swamp.
"It's a damn lie!"
he shouted to the trees.
"Is it? Is it?"
chirped the birds.
"It's a cruel falsehood,"
he moaned.
"Is it? Is it?"
whispered the devils within. It seemed to him as though suddenly the world was staggering and faltering about him. The trees bent curiously, and strange breathings were upon the breezes. He unbuttoned his collar that he might get more air. 1,000 things he had forgotten surged suddenly to life. Slower and slower he ran. More and more the thoughts crowded his head. He thought of that first red night, and the yelling and singing and wild dancing. He thought of Cresswell's bitter words. He thought of Zora telling how she stayed out nights. He thought of the little bower that he had built her in the cotton field. A wild fear struggled with his anger, but he kept repeating, "No, no." And then, "At any rate, she will tell me the truth." She had never lied to him. She would not dare. He clenched his hands, murder in his heart. Slowly and more slowly he ran. He knew where she was, where she must be, waiting. And yet, as he drew near, huge hands held him back, and heavy weights clogged his feet. His heart said, "On, quick! She will tell the truth, and all will be well." His mind said, "Slow, slow. This is the end." He hurled the thought aside and crashed through the barrier. She was standing still and listening with a huge basket of the piled froth of the field upon her head. One long brown arm, tender with curvings, balanced the cotton. The other, poised, balanced the slim, swaying body. Bending, she listened, her eyes shining, her lips apart, her bosom fluttering at the well-known step. He burst into her view with the fury of a beast, rending the wood away and trampling the underbrush, reeling and muttering until he saw her. She looked at him. Her hands dropped. She stood very still with drawn face, grayish-brown, both hands unconsciously outstretched and the cotton swaying, while deep down in her eyes, dimly, slowly, a horror lit and grew. He paused a moment, then came slowly onward, doggedly, drunkenly, with torn clothes, flying collar, and red eyes. Then he paused again, still beyond arm's length, looking at her with fear-struck eyes. The cotton on her head shivered and dropped in a pure mass of white and silvery snow about her limbs. Her hands fell limply, and the horror flamed in her wet eyes. He struggled with his voice, but it grated and came hoarse and hard from his quivering throat.
"Zora!" "Yes, Bless? You told me you were pure."
She was silent, but her body went all a-tremble. He stepped forward until she could almost touch him. There, standing straight and tall, he glared down upon her.
"Answer me,"
he whispered in a voice hard with its tight-held sobs. A misery darkened her face, and the light died from her eyes. Yet she looked at him bravely, and her voice came low and full as from afar.
"I asked you what it meant to be pure, Bless, and you told, and I told you the truth. What it meant, he repeated in the low, tense anguish. But Bless,"
she faltered. There came an awful pleading in her eyes. Her hand groped toward him, but he stepped slowly back.
"But Bless, you said willingly. You said if she knew."
He thundered back in livid anger.
"Knew? All women know. You should have died."
Sobs were rising and shaking her from head to foot, but she drove them back and gripped her breast with her hands.
"No, Bless, no. All girls do not know. I was a child. Not since I knew you, Bless. Never since I saw you. Since, he groaned. "Christ, but before?" "Yes, before." "My God!"
She knew the end had come, yet she babbled on tremblingly.
"He was our master, and all the other girls that gathered there did his will. I
She choked and faltered, and he drew farther away.
"I began running away, and they hunted me through the swamps, and then I reckon I'd have gone back and been as they all are. But you came, Bless, you came, and you were a new great thing in my life, and yet I was afraid I was not worthy until you said the words. I thought you knew, and I thought that purity was just wanting to be pure."
He ground his teeth in fury. Oh, he was an innocent, a blind baby, the joke and laughing-stock of the country around, with yokels grinning at him and pale-faced devils laughing aloud. The teachers knew, the girls knew, God knew, everybody but he knew. Poor, blind, deaf mole, stupid jackass that he was. He must run away from this world, and far off in some free land beat back his pain. Then in sheer weariness the anger died within his soul, leaving but ashes and despair. Slowly he turned away, but with a quick motion she stood in his path.
"Bless,"
she cried.
"How can I grow pure?"
He looked at her listlessly.
Never again,"
he slowly answered her. Dark fear swept her drawn face.
"Never?"
she gasped. Pity surged and fought in his breast, but one thought held and burned him. He bent to her fiercely.
"Who?"
he demanded. She pointed toward the Cresswell Oaks, and he turned away. She did not attempt to stop him again, but dropped her hands and stared drearily up into the clear sky with its shining whorls.
"Goodbye, Bless," she said slowly. "I thank God he gave you to me. Just a little time."
She hesitated and waited. There came no word as the man moved slowly away. She stood motionless. Then slowly he turned and came back. He laid his hand a moment lightly upon her head.
"Goodbye, Zora,"
he sobbed, and was gone. She did not look up, but knelt there, silent, dry-eyed, till the last rustle of his going died in the night. And then, like a waiting storm, the torrent of her grief swept down upon her. She stretched herself upon the black and fleece-strewn earth and writhed. End of Chapter 15. Chapter 16. The Great Refusal. The Quest of the Silver Fleece by W.E.B. Du Bois. Recorded by A.J. Hilton. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. All night Miss Smith lay holding the quivering form of Zora close to her breast, staring wide-eyed into the darkness, thinking. In the morning the party would come. There would be Mrs. Gray and Mary Taylor, Mrs. Vanderpool, who had left her so coldly in the lurch before, and some of the Cresswells. They would come well-fed and impressed with the charming hospitality of their hosts, and rather more than willing to see through those hosts' eyes. They would be in a hurry to return to some social function, and would give her work but casual attention. It seemed so dark an ending to so bright a dream. Never for her had a fall opened as gloriously. The love of this boy and girl, blossoming as it had beneath her tender care, had been a sacred, wonderful history that revived within her memories of long-forgotten days. But above lay the vision of her school, redeemed and enlarged, its future safe, its usefulness broadened. Small wonder that to Sarah Smith the future had seemed in November almost golden. Then things began to go wrong. The transfer of the Tolliver land had not yet been effected. The money was ready, but Mr. Tolliver seemed busy or hesitating. Next came this news of Mrs. Gray's probable conditions. So here it was, Christmas time, and Sarah Smith's castles lay almost in ruins about her. The girl moaned in her fitful sleep, and Miss Smith soothed her. Poor child! Here, too, was work. A strange soul cruelly stricken in her youth. Could she be brought back to a useful life? How she seemed such a strong, clear-eyed helper in this crisis of her work! Would Zora make one, or would this blow send her to perdition? Not if Sarah Smith could save her, she resolved, and stared out the window where the pale red dawn was sending its first rays on the white-pillared mansion of the Cresswells. Mrs. Gray saw the light on the columns too as she lay lazily in her soft white bed. There was a certain delicious languor in the late lingering fall of Alabama that suited her perfectly. Then, too, she liked the house and its appointments. There was not, to be sure, all the luxury that she was used to in her New York mansion, but there was a certain finish about it, an elegance and staid, old-fashioned hospitality that appealed to her tremendously. Mrs. Gray's heart warmed to the sight of Helen in her moments of spasmodic caring for the sick and afflicted on the estate. No better guardian of her philanthropies could be found than these same Cresswells. She must, of course, go over and see dear Sarah Smith, but really there was not much to say or to look at. The prospect seemed almost alluring. Later, Mr. Easterly talked a while on routine business, saying as he turned away,
"I am more and more impressed, Mrs. Gray, with your wisdom in placing large investments in the South. With peaceful social conditions, the returns will be large."
Mrs. Gray heard this delicate flattery complacently. She had her streak of thrift and wanted her business capacity recognized. She listened attentively.
"For this reason, I trust you'll handle your Negro philanthropies judiciously, as I know you will. There's dynamite in this race problem for amateur reformers, but fortunately you have at hand wise and sympathetic advisers in the Cresswells."
Mrs. Gray agreed entirely. Mary Taylor alone of the committee took her commission so seriously as to be anxious to begin work.
"We ought to visit the school this morning, you know," she reminded the others, looking at her watch. "I'm afraid we're late already." The remark created mild consternation. It seemed that Mr. Vanderpool had gone hunting, and his wife had not yet arisen. Dr. Boldish was very hoarse. Mr. Easterly was going to look over some plantations with Colonel Cresswell, and Mr. Bokum was engrossed in a novel. "Clever, but not true to life," he said. Finally, the clergyman and Mr. Bokum, Mrs. Gray, and Mrs. Vanderpool and Miss Taylor started for the school with Harry Cresswell about an hour after lunch. The delay and suppressed excitement among the little folks had upset things considerably there, but at the sight of the visitors at the gate Miss Smith rang the bell. The party came in laughing and chatting. They greeted Miss Smith cordially. Dr. Boldish was beginning to tell a good story when a silence fell. The children had gathered quietly, almost timidly, and before the distinguished company realized it, they turned to meet that battery of 400 eyes. A human eye is a wonderful thing when it simply waits and watches. Not one of these little things alone would have been worth more than a glance, but together they became mighty and portentous. Mr. Bokum got out his notebook and wrote furiously therein. Dr. Boldish, naturally the appointed spokesman, looked helplessly about and whispered to Mrs. Vanderpool, "What on earth shall we talk about?"
"The brotherhood of man?"
suggested the lady.
"Hardly advisable," returned Dr. Boldish seriously, "in our friend's presence," with a glance toward Cresswell. Then he arose.
"My friends," he said, touching his finger-tips and using blank verse in A minor, "this is an auspicious day. You should be thankful for the gifts of the Lord. His bounty surrounds you, the trees, the fields, the glorious sun. He gives cotton to clothe you, corn to eat, devoted friends to teach you. Be joyful. Be good. Above all, be thrifty and save your money, and do not complain and whine at your apparent disadvantages. Remember that God did not create men equal but unequal, and set metes and bounds. It is not for us to question the wisdom of the Almighty, but to bow humbly to His will. Remember that the slavery of your people was not necessarily a crime. It was a school of work and love. It gave you noble friends like Mr. Cresswell here." A restless stirring in the battery of eyes was turned upon the imperturbable gentleman as if he were some strange animal. "Love and serve them. Remember that we can get, after all, little education from books, rather in the fields, at the plow, and in the kitchen. Let your ambition be to serve rather than rule, to be humble followers of the lowly Jesus." With an upward glance, the Reverend Dr. Boldish sat down amid a silence a shade more intense than that which had greeted him. Then slowly from the far corner rose a thin voice, tremulously. It wavered on the air and almost broke, then swelled in sweet, low music. Other and stronger voices gathered themselves to it until 200 were singing a soft minor wail that gripped the hearts and tingled in the ears of the hearers. Mr. Bokum groped with a puzzled expression to find the pocket for his notebook. Harry Cresswell dropped his eyes, and on Mrs. Vanderpool's lips the smile died. Mary Taylor flushed, and Mrs. Gray cried frankly. "Poor things," she whispered. "Now," said Mrs. Gray, turning about, "we haven't but just a moment, and we want to take a little look at your work." She smiled graciously upon Miss Smith. Mrs. Gray thought the cooking school very nice. "I suppose," she said, "that you furnish cooks for the county." "Largely," said Miss Smith. Mrs. Vanderpool looked surprised, but Miss Smith added, "This county, you know, is mostly black." Mrs. Gray did not catch the point. The dormitories were neat, and the ladies expressed great pleasure in them. "It is certainly nice for them to know what a clean place is," commented Mrs. Gray. Mr. Cresswell, however, looked at the bathroom and smiled. "How practical," he said. "Can you not stop and see some of the classes?" Sarah Smith knew in her heart that the visit was a failure. Still, she would do her part to the end. "I doubt if we shall have time," Mrs. Gray returned as they walked on. "Mr. Cresswell expects friends to dinner." "What a magnificent intelligence office," remarked Mr. Bokum, "for furnishing servants to the nation.
I saw splendid material for cooks and maids. And plow boys, added Cresswell.
And singers, said Mary Taylor.
Well, now, that's just my idea, said Mrs. Gray, that these schools should furnish trained servants and laborers for the South. Isn't that your idea, Miss Smith? Not exactly, the lady replied, or at least I shouldn't put it just that way. My idea is that this school should furnish men and women who can work and earn an honest living, train up families aright, and perform their duties as fathers, mothers, and citizens.
Yes, yes,
Precisely, said Mrs. Gray.
that's what I meant.
I think the whites can attend to the duties of citizenship without help,
observed Mr. Cresswell.
Don't let the blacks meddle in politics,
said Dr. Boldish. I want to make these children full-fledged men and women, strong, self-reliant, honest, without any ifs and ands to their development, insisted Miss Smith. Of course, and that is just what Mr. Cresswell wants, isn't it, Mr. Cresswell? Asked Mrs. Gray.
I think I may say yes, Mr. Cresswell agreed. I certainly want these people to develop as far as they can, although Miss Smith and I would differ as to their possibilities, but it is not so much in the general theory of Negro education as in its particular applications where our chief differences would lie. I may agree that a boy should learn higher arithmetic, yet object to his loafing in plow time. I might want to educate some girls, but not girls like Zora.
Mrs. Vanderpool glanced at Mr. Cresswell, smiling to herself.
Mrs. Gray broke in, beaming. That's just it, dear Miss Smith, just it. Your heart is good, but you need strong, practical advice. You know we weak women are so impractical, as my poor Job so often said. Now I'm going to arrange to endow this school with at least $150,000. One condition is that my friend Mr. Cresswell here, and these other gentlemen, including sound northern businessmen like Mr. Easterly, shall hold this money in trust and expend it for your school as they think best. Mr. Cresswell would be their local representative? Asked Miss Smith slowly, with white face. Why, yes, of course. There was a long, tense silence, then the firm reply. Mrs. Gray, I thank you, but I cannot accept your offer.
Sarah Smith's voice was strong. The tremor had left her hands. She had expected something like this, of course, yet when it came, somehow it failed to stun. She would not turn over the direction of the school or the direction of the education of these people to those who were most opposed to their education. Therefore there was no need to hesitate. There was no need to think the thing over. She had thought it over, and she looked into Mrs. Gray's eyes and with gathering tears in her own said,
Again, I thank you very much, Mrs. Gray. Mrs. Gray was a picture of the most emphatic surprise, and Mr. Cresswell moved to the window. Mrs. Gray looked helplessly at her companions. But I don't understand. Miss Smith, why can't you accept my offer? Because you ask me to put my school in control of those who do not wish for the best interests of black folk, and in particular, I object to Mr. Cresswell, said Miss Smith, slowly but very distinctly, because his relation to the forces of evil in this community has been such that he can direct no school of mine. Mrs. Vanderpool moved toward the door, and Mr. Cresswell, bowing slightly, followed. Dr. Boldish looked indignant, and Mr. Bokum dove after his notebook. Mary Taylor, her head in a whirl, came forward. She felt that in some way she was responsible for this dreadful situation, and she wanted desperately to save matters from final disaster. Come, she said, Mrs. Gray, we'll talk this matter over again later. I'm sure Miss Smith does not mean quite all she says. She is tired and nervous. You can join the others, and don't wait for me. I will be along directly. Mrs. Gray was only too glad to escape, and Mr. Bokum got a chance to talk. He drew out his notebook. Awfully interesting, he said. Awfully. Now, let's see. Oh, yes. Did you notice how unhealthy the children looked? Race is undoubtedly dying out. Fact. No hope, weak. No spontaneity either, rather languid. Did you notice? Yes, and their heads small and narrow. No brain capacity. They can't concentrate. Notice how some slept when Dr. Boldish was speaking? Mr. Cresswell says they own almost no land here. Think of it. This land was worth only $10 an acre a decade ago, he says. Negroes might have bought all and been rich. Very shiftless. And that's singing. Now, I wonder where they got the music. Imitation, of course. And so he rattled on, noting not the silence of the others.
As the carriage drove off, Mary turned to Miss Smith. "Now, Miss Smith," she began, but Miss Smith looked at her and said sternly, "Sit down." Mary Taylor sat down. She had been so used to lecturing the older woman that the sudden summoning of her well-known sternness against herself took her breath, and she sat awkwardly like the schoolgirl that she was, waiting for Miss Smith to speak. She felt suddenly very young and very helpless. She who had so jauntily set out to solve this mighty problem by a waving of her wand. She saw with a swelling of pity the drawn and stricken face of her old friend, and she started up.
"Sit down," repeated Miss Smith harshly. "Mary Taylor, you are a fool. You are not foolish, for the foolish learn. You are simply a fool. You will never learn. You have blundered into this life work of mine and well nigh ruined it. Whether I can save it, God only knows. You have blundered into the lives of 2 loving children and sent one wandering aimless on the face of the earth, and the other moaning in yonder chamber with death in her heart. You are going to marry the man that sought Zora's ruin when she was yet a child, because you think of his aristocratic pose and pretensions built on the poverty, crime, and exploitation of 6 generations of serfs. You'll marry him and—"
But Miss Taylor leapt to her feet with blazing cheeks. "How dare you!" she screamed, beside herself.
"But God in heaven help you if you do," finished Miss Smith calmly.
End of chapter 16. Chapter 17. The Rape of the Fleece. The Quest of the Silver Fleece by W.E.B. Du Bois. Recorded by A.J. Hilton. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. When slowly from the torpor of ether one wakens to the misty sense of eternal loss, and there comes the exquisite prick of pain, then one feels in part the horror of the ache when Zora wakened to the world again. The awakening was the work of days and weeks. At first in sheer exhaustion, physical and mental, she lay and moaned. The sense of loss, of utter loss, lay heavy upon her. Something of herself, something dearer than self, was gone from her forever, and an infinite loneliness and silence as of endless years settled on her soul. She wished neither food nor words, only to be alone. Then gradually the pain of injury stung her when the blood flowed fuller. As Miss Smith knelt beside her one night to make her simple prayer, Zora sat suddenly upright, white-swathed, disheveled, with fury in her midnight eyes.
"I want no prayers," she cried. "I will not pray. He is no God of mine. He isn't fair. He knows and won't tell. He takes advantage of us. He works and fools us."
All night Miss Smith heard mutterings of this bitterness, and the next day the girl walked her room like a tigress, to and fro, all the long day. Toward night a dumb despair settled upon her. Miss Smith found her sitting by the window gazing blankly toward the swamp. She came to Miss Smith slowly, and put her hands upon her shoulders with almost a caress.
"You must forgive me," she pleaded plaintively. "I reckon I've been mighty bad with you, and you always so good to me, but you see, it hurts so."
"I know it hurts, dear. I know it does. But men and women must learn to bear their hurts in this world."
"Not hurts like this. They couldn't."
"Yes, even hurts like this. Bear and stand straight. Be brave. After all, Zora, no man is quite worth a woman's soul. No love is worth a whole life." Zora turned away with a gesture of impatience.
You were born in ice,
she retorted, adding a bit more tenderly.
in clear, strong ice. But I was born in fire. I live. I love. That's all.
And she sat down again despairingly and stared at the dull swamp. Miss Smith stood for a moment and closed her eyes upon a vision. "Ice," she whispered. "My God." Then at length she said to Zora, "Zora, there's only one way. Do something. If you sit thus brooding, you'll go crazy."
Do crazy folks forget?
"Nonsense, Zora." Miss Smith ridiculed the girl's fantastic vagaries. Her sound common sense rallied to her aid. They are the people who remember. Sane folk forget. Work is the only cure for such pain.
But there's nothing to do. Nothing I want to do. Nothing worth doing. Now,
The silver fleece? The girl sat upright.
the silver fleece.
She murmured. Without further words, slowly she arose and walked down the stairs and out into the swamp. Miss Smith watched her go. She knew that every step must be the keen prickle of awakening flesh, yet the girl walked steadily on. It was the Christmas, not Christmas tide of the North and West, but Christmas of the Southern South. It was not the festival of the Christ child, but a time of noise and frolic and license, the great payday of the year when black men lifted their heads from the year's toiling in the earth, and, hat in hand, asked anxiously, "Master, what have I earned? Have I paid my old debts to you? Have I made my clothes and food? Have I got a little of the year's wage coming to me?" Or more carelessly and cringingly, "Master, give me a Christmas gift." The lords of the soil stood round, gauging their cotton, measuring their men. Their stores were crowded, their scales groaned, their gins sang. In the long run, public opinion determines all wage, but in more primitive times and places, private opinion, personal judgment of some man in power determines. The black belt is primitive, and the landlord wields the power. "What about Johnson?" calls the head clerk.
Well, he's a faithful nigger and needs encouragement. Cancel his debt and give him $10 for Christmas.
Colonel Cresswell glowed as if he were full of the season's spirit.
And Saunders? How's his cotton? Good, and a lot of it. He's trying to get away. Keep him in debt, but let him draw what he wants. Aunt Rachel? They're way behind, aren't they? Give a couple of dollars, not a cent more. Jim Sykes? Say, Harry, how about that Dorcas Sykes?
Called out the colonel. Excusing himself from his guests, Harry Cresswell came into the office. To them, this peculiar spectacle of the marketplace was of unusual interest. They saw its humor and its crowding, its bizarre effects and unwonted pageantry. Black giants and pygmies were there, kerchiefed aunties, giggling black girls, saffron beauties, and loafing white men. There were mules and horses and oxen, wagons and buggies and carts, but above all, and in all, rushing through, piled and flying, bound and baled, was cotton. Cotton was currency. Cotton was merchandise. Cotton was conversation. All this was beautiful to Mrs. Gray, and unusually interesting to Mrs. Vanderpool. To Mary Taylor, it had the fascination of a puzzle whose other side she had already been partially studying. She was particularly impressed with the joy and abandon of the scene. Light laughter, huge guffaws, handshakes, and gossipings.
At all events, she concluded, this is no oppressed people.
And sauntering away from the rest, she noted the smiles of an undersized, smirking yellow man who hurried by with a handful of dollar bills. At a side entrance, liquor was evidently on sale. Men were drinking, and women too. Some were staggering, others cursing, and yet others singing. Then suddenly a man swung around the corner, swearing in bitter rage.
The damn thieves! They stole a year's work, the white...
But someone called,
Hush up, Saunders. There's a white woman. There's a white woman.
And he threw a startled look at Mary and hurried by. She was perplexed and upset, and stood hesitating a moment when she heard a well-known voice.
Why, Miss Taylor, I was alarmed for you. You really must be careful about trusting yourself with these half-drunken negras.
Wouldn't it be better not to give them drink, Mr. Cresswell, and let your neighbor sell them poison at all hours? No, Miss Taylor,
They joined the others, and all were turning toward the carriage when a figure coming down the road attracted them.
Quite picturesque,
observed Mrs. Vanderpool, looking at the tall, slim girl swaying toward them with a piled basket of white cotton poised lightly on her head.
Why,
In abrupt recognition,
it is our Venus of the roadside, is it not?
Mary saw it was Zora. Just then, too, Zora caught sight of them, and for a moment hesitated, then came on. The carriage was in front of the store, and she was bound for the store. A moment Mary hesitated too, and then turned resolutely to greet her. But Zora's eyes did not see her. After one look at that sorrow-stricken face, Mary turned away. Colonel Cresswell stood by the door, his hat on, his hands in his pockets. "Well, Zora, what have you there?" he asked.
Cotton, sir.
Harry Cresswell bent over it.
Great heavens! Look at this cotton,
he ejaculated. His father approached. The cotton lay in silken handfuls, clean and shimmering, with threads full 2 inches long. The idlers, black and white, clustered round, gazing at it and fingering it with repeated exclamations of astonishment. "Where did this come from?" asked the colonel sharply. He and Harry were both eyeing the girl intently.
I raised it in the swamp,
Zora replied quietly, in a dead voice. There was no pride of achievement in her manner, no gladness. All that had flown. "Is that all?"
No, sir. I think there's 2 bales.
2 bales? Where is it? How the devil?
The colonel was forgetting his guests, but Harry intervened.
You'll need to get it picked right off,
he suggested.
It's all picked, sir.
But where is it?
If you'll send a wagon, sir.
But the colonel hardly waited.
Here, you, Jim, take the big mules and drive like... Where's that winch?
But Zora was already striding on ahead, and was far up the red road when the great mules galloped into sight, and the long whip snapped above their backs. The colonel was still excited.
That cotton must be ours, Harry, all of it, and see that none is stolen. We've got no contract with the winch, so don't dally with her.
But Harry said firmly, quietly,
It's fine cotton, and she raised it. She must be paid well for it.
Colonel Cresswell glanced at him with something between contempt and astonishment on his face.
You go along with the ladies,
Harry added.
I'll see to this cotton.
Mary Taylor's smile had rewarded him. Now he must get rid of his company before Zora returned. It was dark when the cotton came. Such a load as Cresswell's store had never seen before. Zora watched it weighed, received the cotton checks, and entered the store. Only the clerk was there, and he was closing. He pointed her carelessly to the office in the back part. She went into the small dim room, and laying the cotton check on the desk, stood waiting. Slowly the hopelessness and bitterness of it all came back in a great whelming flood. What was the use of trying for anything? She was lost forever. The world was against her, and again she saw the fingers of Elspeth, the long black claw-like talons that clutched and dragged her down, down. She did not struggle. She dropped her hands listlessly, warily, and stood but half-conscious as the door opened and Mr. Harry Cresswell entered the dimly lighted room. She opened her eyes. She had expected his father. Somewhere way down in the depths of her nature, the primal tiger awoke and snarled. She was suddenly alive from hair to fingertip. Harry Cresswell paused a second and swept her full length with his eye, her profile, the long supple line of bosom and hip, the little foot. Then he closed the door softly and walked slowly toward her. She stood like stone without a quiver. Only her eye followed the crooked line of the Cresswell blue blood on his marble forehead as she looked down from her greater height. Her hand closed almost caressingly on a rusty poker lying on the stove nearby, and as she sensed the hot breath of him, she felt herself purring in a half-heard whisper,
I should not like to kill you.
He looked at her long and steadily as he passed to his desk. Slowly he lighted a cigarette, opened the great ledger, and compared the cotton check with it. 3,000 pounds, he announced in a careless tone. Yes, that will make about 2 bales of lint. It's extra cotton, say 15 cents a pound, $150, $75 to you. He took a notebook out of his pocket, pushed his hat back on his head and paused to relight his cigarette. "Let's see. Your rent and rations."
Elspeth pays no rent,
she said slowly, but he did not seem to hear.
"Your rent and rations with the 5 years back debt," he made a hasty calculation, "will be $100. That leaves you 25 in our debt. Here's your receipt."
The blow had fallen. She did not wince nor cry out. She took the receipt calmly and walked out into the darkness. They had stolen the silver fleece. What should she do? She never thought of appeal to courts, for Colonel Cresswell was justice of the peace and his son was bailiff. Why had they stolen from her? She knew. She was now penniless and, in a sense, helpless. She was now a peon bound to a master's bidding. If Elspeth chose to sign a contract of work for her tomorrow, it would mean slavery, jail, or hounded running away. What would Elspeth do? One never knew. Zora walked on. An hour ago it seemed that this last blow must have killed her, but now it was different. Into her first despair had crept, in one fierce moment, grim determination. Somewhere in the world sat a great dim injustice that had veiled the light before her young eyes. Just as she raised them to the morning, with the veiling, death had come into her heart. And yet they should not kill her. They should not enslave her. A desperate resolve to find some way up toward the light, if not to it, formed itself within her. She would not fall into the pit opening before her. Somehow, somewhere, lay the way. She must never fall lower, never be utterly despicable in the eyes of the man she had loved. There was no dream of forgiveness, of purification, of rekindled love. All these she placed sadly and gently into the dead past, but in awful earnestness she turned toward the future, struggling blindly, groping in half-formed plans for a way. She came thus into the room where sat Miss Smith, strangely pallid beneath her dusky skin, but there lay a light in her eyes. End of Chapter 17. Chapter 18. The Cotton Corner. The Quest of the Silver Fleece by W.E.B. Du Bois. Recorded by A.J. Hilton. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. All over the land the cotton had foamed in great white flakes under the winter sun. The silver fleece lay like a mighty mantle across the earth. Black men and mules had staggered beneath its burden, while deep songs welled in the hearts of men, for the fleece was goodly and gleaming and soft, and men dreamed of the gold it would buy. All the roads in the country had been lined with wagons, 1,000,000 wagons speeding to and fro, with straining mules and laughing black men, bearing bubbling masses of piled white fleece. The gins were still roaring and spitting flames and smoke, 50,000 of them in town and vale. Then horse iron throats were filled with 15 billion pounds of white-fleeced, black-specked cotton, for the whirling saws to tear out the seed and fling 5,000 million pounds of the silken fiber to the press. And there again the black men sang, like dark earth spirits flitting in twilight. The presses creaked and groaned. Closer and closer they pressed the silken fleece. It quivered, trembled, and then lay cramped, dead, and still in massive, hard, square bundles tied with iron strings. Out fell the heavy bales, 1,000 upon 1,000, million upon million, until they settled over the south like some vast, dull white swarm of birds. Colonel Cresswell and his son in these days had a long and earnest conversation, perforated here and there by explosions of the colonel's wrath. The colonel could not understand some things.
"They want us to revive the Farmers' League?"
he fiercely demanded. "Yes," Harry calmly replied.
"And throw the rest of our capital after the $50,000 we've already lost?"
"Yes,
"And you were fool enough to consent." "Wait, father, and don't get excited. Listen, cotton is going up."
"Of course it's going up. Short crop and big demand. Cotton is going up, and then it's going to fall."
"I don't believe it." "I know it. The trust has got money and credit enough to force it down." Well, what then?
The colonel glared.
Then somebody will corner it. The Farmers' League won't stand.
Precisely. The Farmers' League can do the cornering and hold it for higher prices.
Lord, son, if we only could,
groaned the colonel.
We can. We'll have unlimited credit.
But, stuttered the bewildered colonel.
I don't understand. Why should the trust?
Nonsense, father. What's the use of understanding? Our advantage is plain, and John Taylor guarantees the thing.
Who's John Taylor?
Snorted the colonel.
Why should we trust him?
Well, said Harry slowly,
he wants to marry Helen.
His father grew apoplectic.
I'm not saying he will, father. I'm only saying that he wants to.
Harry made haste to placate the rising tide of wrath.
No Southern gentleman,
began the colonel, but Harry shrugged his shoulders.
Which is better, to be crushed by the trust or to escape at their expense, even if that escape involves unwarranted assumptions on the part of one of them? I tell you, father, the code of the Southern gentleman won't work on Wall Street.
And I'll tell you why. There are no Southern gentlemen,
growled his father. The Silver Fleece was golden, for its prices were flying aloft. Mr. Caldwell told Colonel Cresswell that he confidently expected 12-cent cotton.
The crop is excellent and small, scarcely 10 million bales,
he declared.
The price is bound to go up.
Colonel Cresswell was hesitant, even doubtful. The demand for cotton at high prices usually fell off rapidly, and he had heard rumors of curtailed mill production. While then he hoped for high prices, he advised the Farmers' League to be on guard. Mr. Caldwell seemed to be right, for cotton rose to 10 cents a pound, 10.5, 11, and then the South began to see visions and to dream dreams.
Yes, my dear,
said Mr. Maxwell, whose lands lay next to the Cresswells on the northwest.
Yes, if cotton goes to 12 or 13 cents, as seems probable, I think we can begin the new house.
For Mrs. Maxwell's cherished dream was a pillared mansion like the Cresswells. Mr. Tolliver looked at his house and barns.
Well, daughter, if this crop sells at 12 cents, I'll be on my feet again, and I won't have to sell that land to the nigger school after all. Once out of the clutch of the Cresswells, well, I think we can have a coat of paint.
And he laughed, as he had not laughed in 10 years. Down in the bottoms west of the swamp, a man and woman were figuring painfully on an old slate. He was light brown, and she was yellow.
Honey,
he said tremblingly,
I believe we can do it. If cotton goes to 12 cents, we can pay the mortgage.
2 miles north of the school, an old black woman was shouting and waving her arms.
If cotton goes to 12 cents, we can pay out and be free.
And she threw her apron over her head and wept, gathering her children in her arms. But even as she cried, a flash and tremor shook the south. Far away to the north, a great spider sat weaving his web. The office looked down from the clouds on Lower Broadway and was soft with velvet and leather. Swift, silent messengers hurried in and out, and Mr. Easterly, deciding the time was ripe, called his henchman to him.
Taylor, we're ready. Go south.
And John Taylor rose, shook hands silently, and went. As he entered Cresswell's plantation store 3 days later, a colored woman and a little boy turned sadly away from the counter.
No, Auntie,
the clerk was telling her.
Calico is too high. Can't let you have any till we see how your cotton comes out.
I just wanted a bit. I promised the boy.
Gone. Why, Mr. Taylor.
And the little boy burst into tears while he was hurried out.
Tightening up on the tenants?
Asked Taylor.
Yes, these niggers are mighty extravagant. Besides, cotton fell a little today, 11 to 10 3/4. Just a flurry, I reckon. Had you heard?
Mr. Taylor said he had heard, and he hurried on. Next morning, the long shining wires of that great Broadway web trembled and flashed again, and cotton went to 10 cents.
No house this year, I fear,
quoth Mr. Maxwell bitterly. The next day 9.5 was the quotation, and men began to look at each other and ask questions.
Paper says the crop is larger than the government estimate, said Tolliver, and added, there'll be no painting this year.
He looked toward the Smith School and thought of the $5,000 waiting, but he hesitated. John Taylor had carefully mentioned $7,000 as a price he was willing to pay, and
perhaps more.
Was Cresswell back of Taylor? Tolliver was suspicious and moved to delay matters.
It's manipulation and speculation in New York, said Colonel Cresswell, and the Farmers' League must begin operations.
The local papers soon had an editorial on our distinguished fellow citizen Colonel Cresswell and his efforts to revive the Farmers' League. It was understood that Colonel Cresswell was risking his whole private fortune to hold the price of cotton, and some effort seemed to be needed, for cotton dropped to 9 cents within a week. Swift negotiations ensued, and a meeting of the executive committee of the Farmers' League was held in Montgomery. A system of warehouses and warehouse certificates was proposed.
But that will cost money,
responded each of the dozen big landlords who composed the committee, whereupon Harry Cresswell introduced John Taylor, who represented 30 millions of Southern Bank stock.
I promise you credit at any reasonable amount, said Mr. Taylor. I believe in cotton. The present price is abnormal.
And Mr. Taylor knew whereof he spoke, for when he sent a cipher dispatch north, cotton dropped to 8.5. The Farmers' League leased 3 warehouses at Savannah, Montgomery, and New Orleans. Then silently the South gripped itself and prepared for battle. Men stopped spending, businesses grew dull, and millions of eyes were glued to the blackboards of the Cotton Exchange. Tighter and tighter the reins grew on the backs of the black tenants.
Miss Smith, is yo' just got a drap of coffee to lend me? Mr. Cresswell won't give me none at the store, and I's just starving for some,
said Aunt Rachel from over the hill.
We won't get free this year, Miss Smith. Not this year,
she concluded plaintively. Cotton fell to 7.5 cents, and the muttered protest became angry denunciation. Why was it? Who was doing it? Harry Cresswell went to Montgomery. He was getting nervous. The thing was too vast. He could not grasp it. It set his head in a whirl. Harry Cresswell was not a bad man. Are there any bad men? He was a man who, from the day he first wheedled his black mammy into submission, down to his 36th year, had seldom known what it was voluntarily to deny himself or curb a desire, to rise when he would, eat what he craved, and do what the passing fancy suggested had long been his day's program. Such emptiness of life and aim had to be filled, and it was filled. He helped his father sometimes with the plantations, but he helped spasmodically and played at work. The unregulated fire of energy and delicacy of nervous poise within him continually hounded him to the verge of excess and sometimes beyond. Cool, quiet, and gentlemanly as he was by rule of his clan, the ice was thin, and underneath raged unappeased fires. He craved the madness of alcohol in his veins till his delicate hands trembled of mornings. The women whom he bent above in languid, veiled-eyed homage feared lest they love him, and what work was to others, gambling was to him. The cotton combine, then, appealed to him overpoweringly, to his passion for wealth, to his passion for gambling. But once entered upon the game, it drove him to fear and frenzy. First, it was a long game, and Harry Cresswell was not trained to waiting. And secondly, it was a game whose intricacies he did not know. In vain did he try to study the matter through. He ordered books from the North. He subscribed for financial journals. He received special telegraphic reports only to toss them away, curse his valet, and call for another brandy. After all, he kept saying to himself, what guarantee, what knowledge had he that this was not a damned Yankee trick? Now that the web was weaving its last mesh in early January, he haunted Montgomery, and on this day, when it seemed that things must culminate or he would go mad, he hastened again down to the Planters' Hotel and was quickly ushered to John Taylor's room. The place was filled with tobacco smoke. An electric ticker was drumming away in one corner, a telephone ringing on the desk, and messenger boys hovered outside the door and raced to and fro.
Well?
Asked Cresswell, maintaining his composure by an effort.
How are things?
Great, returned Taylor.
League holds 3 million bales and controls 5. It's the biggest corner in years. But how's cotton? Ticker says 6 3/4.
Cresswell sat down abruptly opposite Taylor, looking at him fixedly.
That last drop means liabilities of 100,000 to us.
Exactly, Taylor blandly admitted. Beads of sweat gathered on Cresswell's forehead. He looked at the scrawny Iron Man opposite, who had already forgotten his presence. He ordered whiskey and, taking paper and pencil, began to figure, drinking as he figured. Slowly the blood crept out of his white face, leaving it whiter, and went surging and pounding in his heart. Poverty. That was what those figures spelled. Poverty. Unclothed, wineless poverty. To dig and toil like a nigger from morning until night, and to give up horses and carriages and women. That was what they spelled.
How much farther will it drop?
He asked harshly. Taylor did not look up.
Can't tell, he said. Afraid not much, though.
He glanced through a telegram.
No, damn it. Outside mills are low. They'll stampede soon. Meantime, we'll buy. But, Taylor, here are 100,000 offered at 6 3/4. I tell you, Taylor.
Cresswell half arose.
Done,
cried Taylor.
6 1/2,
clicked the machine. Cresswell arose from his chair by the window and came slowly to the wide, flat desk where Taylor was working feverishly. He sat down heavily in the chair opposite and tried quietly to regain his self-control. The liabilities of the Cresswells already amounted to half the value of their property at a fair market valuation. The cotton for which they had made debts was still falling in value. Every 1/4 of a cent fall meant, he figured it again tremblingly, meant 100,000 more of liabilities. If cotton fell to 6, he hadn't a cent on earth. If it stayed there, my God! He felt a faintness stealing over him, but he beat it back and gulped down another glass of fiery liquor. Then the one protecting instinct of his clan gripped him. Slowly, quietly, his hand moved back until it grasped the hilt of the big Colt's revolver that was ever with him. His thin, white hand became suddenly steady as it slipped the weapon beneath the shadow of the desk.
If it goes to 6,
he kept murmuring,
we're ruined. If it goes to 6, if...
Tick sounded the wheel, and the sound reverberated like sudden thunder in his ears. His hand was iron, and he raised it slightly. 6, said the wheel. His finger quivered, and a half.
Hell,
yelled Taylor.
She's turned. There'll be the devil to pay now.
A messenger burst in, and Taylor scowled.
She's loose in New York, a regular mob in New Orleans, and hark! By God! There's something doing here. Damn it, I wish we'd got another 1,000,000 bales. Let's see.
We've got, he figured while the wheel whirred, 7, 7.5, 8, 8.5. Cresswell listened, staggered to his feet, his face crimson and his hair wild.
My God, Taylor, he gasped. I'm 500,000 ahead, great heavens!
The ticker whirred. 8 3/4, 9, 9.5, 10. Then it stopped dead.
Exchange closed, said Taylor. We've cornered the market, all right. Cornered it. Do you hear, Cresswell? We got over half the crop, and we can send prices to the North Star. Why, I figure you Cresswells are worth at least 750,000 above liabilities this minute.
And John Taylor leaned back and lighted a big black cigar.
I've made 1,000,000 or so myself, he added reflectively.
Cresswell leaned back in his chair. His face had gone white again, and he spoke slowly to still the tremor in his voice.
I've gambled before. I've gambled on cards and on horses. I've gambled for money and women, but not on cotton, eh? Well, I don't know about cards and such, but they can't beat cotton. And say, John Taylor, you're my friend.
Cresswell stretched his hand across the desk, and as he bent forward, the pistol crashed to the floor. End of Chapter 18. Chapter 19. The Dying of Elspeth. The Quest of the Silver Fleece by W.E.B. Du Bois. Recorded by A.J. Hilton. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Rich, That was the thought that awakened Harry Cresswell to a sense of endless well-being. Rich, no longer the mirage and semblance of wealth, the memory of opulence, the shadow of homage without the substance of power. No, now the wealth was real, cold, hard dollars, and in piles. How much? He laughed aloud as he turned on his pillow. What did he care? Enough. Enough. Not less than 500,000, perhaps 750,000. Perhaps. Was not cotton still rising? A whole round million. That would mean from 25 to 50,000 a year. Great heavens! And he'd been starving on a bare couple of thousand and trying to keep up appearances. Today the Cresswells were almost millionaires. Aye, and he might be married to more millions. He sat up with a start. Today Mary was going north. He had quite forgotten it in the wild excitement of the cotton corner. He had neglected her. Of course, there was always the hovering doubt as to whether he really wanted her or not. She had the form and carriage. Her beauty, while not startling, was young and fresh and firm. On the other hand, there was about her a certain independence that he did not like to associate with women. She had thoughts and notions of the world which were, to his Southern training, hardly feminine. And yet even they piqued him and spurred him like the sight of an untrained colt. He had not seen her falter yet beneath his glances or tremble at his touch. All this he desired, ardently desired. But did he desire her as a wife? He rather thought that he did, and if so, he must speak today. There was his father, too, to reckon with. Colonel Cresswell, with the perversity of the simple-minded, had taken the sudden bettering of their fortunes as his own doing. He had foreseen, he had stuck it out. His credit had pulled the thing through, and the trust had learned a thing or two about Southern gentlemen. Toward John Taylor he perceptibly warmed. His business methods were such as a Cresswell could never stoop to, but he was a man of his word, and Colonel Cresswell's correspondence with Mr. Easterly opened his eyes to the beneficent ideals of Northern capital. At the same time he could not consider the Easterlys and the Taylors and such folk as the social equals of the Cresswells, and his prejudice on this score must still be reckoned with. Below, Mary Taylor lingered on the porch in strange uncertainty. Harry Cresswell would soon be coming downstairs. Did she want him to find her? She liked him frankly, undisguisedly, but from the love she knew to be so near her heart she recoiled in perturbation. He wooed her, whether consciously or not. She was always uncertain, with every quiet attention and subtle deference, with a devotion seemingly quite too delicate for words. He not only fetched her flowers, but flowers that chimed with day and gown and season, almost with mood. He had a woman's premonitions in fulfilling her wishes. His hands, if they touched her, were soft and tender, and yet he gave a curious impression of strength and poise and will. Indeed, in all things he was in her eyes a gentleman in the fine old-fashioned aristocracy of the term. Her own heart voiced all he did not say, and pleaded for him to her own confusion. And yet in her heart lay the awful doubt, and the words kept ringing in her ears, "You will marry this man, but heaven help you if you do." So it was that on this day when she somehow felt he would speak. His footsteps on the stairs filled her with sudden panic. Without a word she slipped behind the pillars and ran down among the oaks and sauntered out upon the big road. He caught the white flutter of her dress and smiled indulgently as he watched and waited and lightly puffed his cigarette. The morning was splendid with that first delicious languor of the spring which breathes over the Southland in February. Mary Taylor filled her lungs, lifted her arms aloft, and turning, stepped into the deep shadow of the swamp. Abruptly the air, the day, the scene about her subtly changed. She felt a closeness and a tremor, a certain brooding terror in the languid somber winds. The gold of the sunlight faded to a sickly green, and the earth was black and burned. A moment she paused and looked back. She caught the man's silhouette against the tall white pillars of the mansion, and she fled deeper into the forest, with the hush of death about her, and the silence which is one great voice. Slowly and mysteriously it loomed before her, That squat and darksome cabin which seemed to fitly set in the center of the wilderness, beside its crawling slime. She paused in sudden certainty that there lay the answer to her doubts and mistrust. She felt impelled to go forward and ask, what? She did not know, but something to still this war in her bosom. She had seldom seen Elspeth. She had never been in her cabin. She had felt an unconquerable aversion for the evil hag. She felt it now, and shivered in the warm breeze. As she came in full view of the door, she paused. On the step of the cabin, framed in the black doorway, stood Zora. Measured by the squat cabin, she seemed in height colossal, slim, straight as a pine, motionless, with one long outstretched arm pointing to where the path swept onward toward the town. It was too far for words, but the scene lay strangely clear and sharp-cut in the green mystery of the sunlight. Before that motionless, fateful figure crouched a slighter, smaller woman, disheveled, clutching her breast. She bent and rose, hesitated, seemed to plead, then turning, clasped in passionate embrace the child whose head was hid in Zora's gown. Next instant she was staggering along the path whither Zora pointed. Slowly the sun was darkened, and plaintive murmurings pulsed through the wood. The oppression and fear of the swamp redoubled in Mary Taylor. Zora gave no sign of having seen her. She stood tall and still, and the little golden-haired girl still sobbed in her gown. Mary Taylor looked up into Zora's face, then paused in awe. It was a face she did not know. It was neither the beautifully mischievous face of the girl, nor the pain-stricken face of the woman. It was a face cold and mask-like, regular and comely, clothed in a mighty calm, yet subtly, masterfully veiling behind itself depths of unfathomed misery and wild revolt. All this lay in its darkness.
Good morning, Miss Taylor.
Mary, who was wont to teach this woman, so lately a child, searched in vain for words to address her now. She stood bare-haired and hesitating in the pale green light of the darkened morning. It seemed fit that a deep groan of pain should gather itself from the mysterious depths of the swamp and drop like a pall on the black portal of the cabin. But it brought Mary Taylor back to a sense of things, and under a sudden impulse she spoke.
Is anything the matter?
She asked nervously.
Elspeth is sick,
replied Zora.
Is she very sick? Yes, she has been called,
solemnly returned the dark young woman. Mary was puzzled. Called, she repeated vaguely.
We heard the great cry in the night, and Elspeth says it is the end.
It did not occur to Mary Taylor to question this mysticism. She all at once understood, perhaps read the riddle in the dark, melancholy eyes that so steadily regarded her.
Then you can leave the place, Zora?
She exclaimed gladly.
Yes, I could leave.
And you will?
I don't know.
But the place looks evil.
It is evil.
And yet you will stay? Zora's eyes were now fixed far above the woman's head, and she saw a human face forming itself in the vast rafters of the forest. Its eyes were wet with pain and anger.
Perhaps,
she answered. The child furtively uncovered her face and looked at the stranger. She was blue-eyed and golden-haired. Whose child is this? Queried Mary curiously. Zora looked coldly down upon the child.
It is Bertie's. Her mother is bad. She's gone. I sent her. She and the others like her.
But where have you sent them?
To hell.
Mary Taylor started under the shock. Impulsively she moved forward with hands that wanted to stretch themselves in appeal. Zora! Zora! You mustn't go too! But the black girl drew proudly back.
I am there,
she returned with unmistakable simplicity of absolute conviction. The white woman shrank back. Her heart was wrung. She wanted to say more, to explain, to ask, to help. There came welling to her lips a flood of things that she would know. But Zora's face again was masked.
I must go,
she said before Mary could speak.
Goodbye.
And the dark groaning depths of the cabin swallowed her. With a satisfied smile, Harry Cresswell had seen the northern girl disappear toward the swamp, for it is significant when maidens run from lovers. But maidens should also come back, and when after the lapse of many minutes Mary did not reappear, he followed her footsteps to the swamp. He frowned as he noted the footprints pointing to Elspeth's. What did Mary Taylor want there? A fear started within him, and something else. He was suddenly aware that he wanted this woman intensely. At the moment he would have turned heaven and earth to get her. He strode forward, and the wood rose darkly green above him. A long, low, distant moan seemed to sound upon the breeze, and after it came Mary Taylor. He met her with tender solicitude, and she was glad to feel his arm beneath hers.
"I've been searching for you," he said after a silence. "You should not wander here alone. It is dangerous." "Why dangerous?" she asked. "Wandering negras and even wild beasts in the forest depths, and malaria. See, you tremble now." "But not from malaria," she slowly returned. He caught an unfamiliar note in his voice, and a wild desire to justify himself before this woman clamored in his heart. With it, too, came a cooler, calculating intuition that frankness alone would win her now, and all hazards he must win, and he cast the die. "Miss Taylor," he said, "I want to talk to you. I have wanted to for a year." He glanced at her. She was white and silent, but she did not tremble. He went on. "I have hesitated because I do not know that I have a right to speak or explain to a good woman." He felt her arm tighten on his and continued. "You have been to Elspeth's cabin. It is an evil place and has meant evil for this community and for me. Elspeth was my mother's favorite servant and my own mammy. My mother died when I was 10 and left me to her tender mercies. She let me have my way and encouraged the bad in me. It's a wonder I escaped total ruin. Her cabin became a rendezvous for drinking and carousing. I told my father, but he, in lazy indifference, declared the place no worse than all Negro cabins and did nothing. I ceased my visits. Still she tried every lure and set false stories going among Negroes, even when I sought to rescue Zora. I tell you this because I know you have heard evil rumors. I have not been a good man, Mary, but I love you, and you can make me good." Perhaps no other appeal would have stirred Mary Taylor. She was in many respects an inexperienced girl, but she thought she knew the world. She knew that Harry Cresswell was not all he should be, and she knew too that many other men were not. Moreover, she argued, he had not had a fair chance. All the schoolma'am in her leaped to his teaching. What he needed was a superior person like herself. She loved him, and she deliberately put her arms about his neck and lifted her face to be kissed. Back by the place of the Silver Fleece they wandered across the big road up to the mansion. On the steps stood John Taylor and Helen Cresswell hand in hand, and they all smiled at each other. The colonel came out smiling too, with the paper in his hands. "Easterly is right," he beamed. "The stock of the cotton combine." He paused at the silence and looked up. The smile faded slowly, and the red blood mounted to his forehead. Anger struggled back of surprise, but before it burst forth silently, the colonel turned, and muttering some unintelligible word, went slowly into the house and slammed the door. So for Harry Cresswell the day burst, flamed and waned, and then suddenly went out, leaving him dull and gray. For Mary and her brother had gone north, Helen had gone to bed, and the colonel was in town. Outside the weather was gusty and lowering with a chill in the air. He paced the room fitfully. Well, was he happy, or was he happy? He gnawed his mustache, for already his quick, changeable nature was feeling the rebound from glory to misery. He was a little ashamed of his exaltation, a bit doubtful and uncertain. He had stooped low to this Yankee schoolma'am, lower than he had ever stooped to a woman. Usually, while he played at loving, women groveled, for was he not a Cresswell? Would this woman recognize that fact and respect him accordingly? Then there was Zora. What had she said and hinted to Mary? The wench was always eluding and mocking him, the black devil. But, pshaw! He poured himself a glass of brandy. Was he not rich and young? The world was his. His valet knocked. "Gentleman is asking if you forgets a Saturday night, sir," said Sam.
Cresswell walked thoughtfully to the window, swept back the curtain, and looked toward the darkness and the swamp. It lowered threateningly, Behind it the night sky was tinged with blood. "No," he said, "I'm not going," and he shut out the glow. Yet he grew more and more restless. The devil danced in his veins and burned in his forehead. His hand shook. He heard a rustle of departing feet beneath his window, then a pause and a faint halloo.
"All right,"
he called, and in a moment went downstairs and out into the night. As he closed the front door, there seemed to come faintly up from the swamp a low ululation, like the prolonged cry of some wild bird or the wail of one's mourning for his dead. Within the cabin Elspeth heard. Trembling, she swayed to her feet, a haggard, awful sight. She motioned Zora away and, stretching her hands, palms upward to the sky, cried with dry and fear-struck gasp,
"Ice cold! Ice cold!"
On the bed the child smiled in its dreaming. The red flame of the firelight set the gold to dancing in her hair. Zora shrank back into the shadows and listened. Then it came. She heard the heavy footsteps crashing through the underbrush, coming, as from the end of the world. She shrank still farther back, and a shadow swept the door. He was a mighty man, black and white-haired, and his eyes were the eyes of death. He bent to enter the door, and then, uplifting himself and stretching his great arms, his palms touched the blackened rafters. Zora started forward. Thick memories of some forgotten past came piling in upon her. Where had she known him? What was he to her? Slowly, Elspeth, with quivering hands, unwound the black and snake-like object that always guarded her breast. Without a word he took it, and again his hands flew heavenward. With a low and fearful moan the old woman lurched sideways, then crashed like a fallen pine upon the hearthstone. She lay still, dead. 3 times the man passed his hands wave-like above the dead. 3 times he murmured, and his eyes burned into the shadows where the girl trembled. Then he turned and went as he had come, his heavy feet crashing through the underbrush, on, fainter and fainter, as to the end of the world. Zora shook herself from the trance-like horror and passed her hands across her eyes to drive out the nightmare. But no, there lay the dead upon the hearth with the firelight flashing over her, a bloated, hideous, twisted thing, distorted in the rigor of death. A moment Zora looked down upon her mother. She felt the cold body whence the wandering, wrecked soul had passed. She sat down and stared death in the face for the first time. A mighty questioning arose within, a questioning and a yearning. Was Elspeth now at peace? Was death the way, the wide, dark way? She had never thought of it before, and as she thought she crept forward and looked into the fearful face pityingly.
"Mammy,"
she whispered with bated breath.
"Mammy Elspeth."
Out of the night came a whispered answer.
"Elspeth, Elspeth."
Zora sprang to her feet, alert, fearful. With a swing of her arm she pulled the great oaken door to and dropped the bar into its place. Over the dead she spread a clean white sheet. Into the fire she thrust pine knots. They glared in vague red and shadowy brilliance, waving and quivering and throwing up thin, swirling columns of black smoke. Then, standing beside the fireplace with the white, still corpse between her and the door, she took up her awful vigil. There came a low knocking at the door, then silence and footsteps wandering furtively about. The night seemed all footsteps and whispers. There came a louder knocking and a voice.
"Elspeth, Elspeth, open the door, it's me."
Then muttering and wandering noises, and silence again. The child on the bed turned itself, murmuring uneasily in its dreams. And then they came. Zora froze, watching the door, wide-eyed, while the fire flamed redder. A loud, quick knock at the door. A pause, an oath and a cry.
"Elspeth, open this door, damn you!"
A moment of waiting, and then the knocking came again, furious and long continued. Outside there was much trampling and swearing. Zora did not move. The child slept on. A tugging and dragging, a dull blow that set the cabin quivering. Then, bang, crack, crash! The door wavered, splintered, and dropped upon the floor. With a snarl, a crowd of some half-dozen white faces rushed forward, wavered, and stopped. The awakened child sat up and stared with wide blue eyes. Slowly, with no word, the intruders turned and went silently away, leaving but one latecomer who pressed forward.
"What damn mummery is this?"
he cried, and snatching at the sheet, dragged it from the black, distorted countenance of the corpse. He shuddered, but for a moment he could not stir. He felt the midnight eyes of the girl. He saw the twisted, oozing mouth of the hag, blue, black, and hideous. Suddenly, back behind there in the darkness, a shriek split the night like a sudden flash of flame, a great ringing scream that cracked and swelled and stopped. With one wild effort, the man hurled himself out the door and plunged through the darkness. Panting and cursing, he flashed his huge revolver. Bang! 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 It cracked into the night. The sweat poured from his forehead. The terror of the swamp was upon him. With a struggling and tearing in his throat, he tripped and fell, fainting under the silent oaks. End of Chapter 19. Chapter 20. The Weaving of the Silver Fleece. The Quest of the Silver Fleece by W.E.B. Du Bois. Recorded by A.J. Hilton. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The silver fleece, darkly cloaked and girded, lay in the cotton warehouse of the Cresswells near the store. Its silken fibers, cramped and close, shone yellow-white in the sunlight, sadly soiled yet beautiful. Many came to see Zora's twin bales as they lay, handling them and questioning, while Colonel Cresswell grew proud of his possession. The world was going well with the colonel, freed from money cares, praised for his generalship in the cotton corner, able to entertain sumptuously. He was again a Southern gentleman of the older school, and so in his envied element. Yet today he frowned as he stood poking absently with his cane at the baled fleece. This marriage, or rather these marriages, were not to his liking. It was a mésalliance of a sort that pricked him tenderly. It savored grossly of bargain and sale. His neighbors regarded it with disconcerting equanimity. They seemed to think an alliance with northern millions an honor for Cresswell blood, and the colonel thumped the nearer bale vigorously. His cane slipped along the iron band suddenly, and the old man, lurching forward, clutched in space to save himself, and touched a human hand. Zora, sitting shadowed on the farther bale, drew back her hand quickly at the contact, and started to move away. "Who's that?" thundered the colonel, more angry at his involuntary fright than at the intrusion. "Here, boys!" But Zora had come forward into the space where the sunlight of the wide front doors poured in upon the cotton bales.
"It's me, Colonel,"
she said. He glared at her. She was taller and thinner than formerly, darkly transparent of skin, and her dark eyes shone in strange and dusky brilliance. Still indignant and surprised, the colonel lifted his voice sharply. "What the devil are you doing here? Sleeping when you ought to be at work? Get out! And see here, next week cotton chopping begins. You'll go to the fields or to the chain gang. I'll have no more of your loafing about my place." Awaiting no reply, the colonel, already half ashamed of his vehemence, stormed out into the sunlight and climbed upon his bay mare. But Zora still stood silent in the shadow of the silver fleece, hearing and yet not hearing. She was searching for the way, groping for the threads of life, seeking almost wildly to understand the foundations of understanding, piteously asking for answer to the puzzle of life. All the while the walls rose straight upon her and narrow. To continue in school meant charity, yet she had nowhere to go and nothing to go with. To refuse to work for the Cresswells meant trouble for the school and perhaps arrest for herself. To work in the fields meant endless toil and a vista that opened upon death. Like a hunted thing, the girl turned and twisted in thought and faced everywhere the blank impossible. Cold and dreamlike without, her shut teeth held back seething fires within, and a spirit of revolt that gathered wildness as it grew. Above all flew the dream, the fantasy, the memory of the past, the vision of the future. Over and over she whispered to herself, "This is not the end. This cannot be the end." Somehow, somewhere would come salvation, yet what it would be, and what she expected, she did not know. She sought the way, but what way, and whither she did not know, she dared not dream. One thing alone lay in her wild fancy like a great and wonderful fact dragging the dream to earth and anchoring it there. That was the silver fleece. Like a brooding mother, Zora had watched it. She knew how the gin had been cleaned for its pressing, and how it had been baled apart and carefully covered. She knew how proud Colonel Cresswell was of it, and how daily he had visitors to see it and finger the wide white wound in its side.
"Yes, sir. Grown on my place by my negress, sir,"
he assured them, and they marveled. To Zora's mind, this beautiful baled fiber was hers. It typified happiness. It was a holy thing which profane hands had stolen. When it came back to her, as come it must, she cried with clenched hands, it would bring happiness. Not the great happiness, that was gone forever, but illumination, atonement, and something of the power and the glory. So, involuntarily almost, she haunted the cotton storehouse, flitting like a dark and silent ghost in among the workmen, greeting them with her low musical voice, warding them with the cold majesty of her eyes, each day afraid of some last parting, each night triumphant. It was still there. The colonel, Zora already forgotten, rode up to the Cresswell Oaks, pondering darkly. It was bad enough to contemplate Helen's marriage in distant prospect, but the sudden, almost peremptory desire for marrying at Eastertide, a little less than 2 months away, was absurd. There were business reasons arising from the presidential campaign in the fall, John Taylor had telegraphed, but there was already too much business in the arrangement to suit the colonel. With Harry it was different. Indeed, it was his own quiet suggestion that made John Taylor hurry matters. Harry trusted to the novelty of his father's new wealth to make the latter complacent. He himself felt an impatient longing for the haven of a home. He had been too long untethered. He distrusted himself. The devil within was too fond of taking the bit in his teeth. He would remember to his dying day one awful shriek in the night, as of a soul tormenting and tormented. He wanted the protection of a good woman, and sometimes against the clear whiteness of her letter, so joyous and generous, even if a bit prim and didactic, he saw a vision of himself reflected as he was, and he feared. It was distinctively disconcerting to Colonel Cresswell to find Harry quite in favor of early nuptials, and to learn that the sole objection even in Helen's mind was the improbability of getting a wedding gown in time. Helen had all of a child's naive love for beautiful and dainty things, and a wedding gown from Paris had been her life dream. On this point, therefore, there ensued spirited arguments and much correspondence, and both her brother and her lover evinced characteristic interest in the planning. Said Harry, "Sis, I'll cable to Paris today. They can easily hurry the thing along." Helen was delighted. She handed over a telegram just received from John Taylor. "Send me express 2 bales, best cotton you can get." The colonel read the message. "I don't see the connection between this and hurrying up a wedding gown," he growled. None of them discerned the handwriting of destiny. "Neither do I," said Harry, who detected yielding in his father's tone. "But we'd better send him the 2 prize bales. It will be a fine advertisement for our plantation, and evidently he has a surprise in store for us." The colonel affected to hesitate, but next morning the Silver Fleece went to town. Zora watched it go, and her heart swelled and died within her. She walked to town, to the station. She did not see Mrs. Vanderpool arriving from New Orleans, but Mrs. Vanderpool saw her, and looked curiously at the tall, tragic figure that leaned so dolorously beside the freight car. The bales were loaded into the express car. The train pulled away, its hoarse snorting waking vague echoes in the forest beyond. But to the girl who stood at the end looking outward to darkness, those echoes roared like the crack of doom. A passing band of contract hands called to her mockingly, and one black giant, laughing loudly, gripped her hand.
Come, honey,
He shouted.
you's a dreamin'. Come on, honey.
She turned abruptly and gripped his hand as one drowning grips anything offered, gripped till he winced. She laughed a loud, mirthless laugh that came pouring like a sob from her deep lungs.
"Come on,"
she mocked, and joined them. They were a motley crowd, ragged, swaggering, jolly. There were husky, big-limbed youths and bold-faced, loud-tongued girls. Tomorrow they would start up country to some backwoods barony in the kingdom of cotton and work till Christmas time. Today was the last in town. There was craftily advanced money in their pockets and riot in their hearts. In the gathering twilight they marched noisily through the streets. In their midst, wide-eyed and laughing almost hysterically, marched Zora. Mrs. Vanderpool meantime rode thoughtfully out of town toward Cresswell Oaks. She was returning from witnessing the Mardi Gras festivities in New Orleans, and at the urgent invitation of the Cresswells had stopped off. She might even stay to the wedding if the new plans matured. Mrs. Vanderpool was quite upset. Her French maid, on whom she had depended absolutely for 5 years or more, had left her.
"I think I want to try a colored maid,"
she told the Cresswells laughingly as they drove home.
"They have sweet voices, and they can't doff their uniform. Helene, without her cap and apron, was often mistaken for a lady. And while I was in New Orleans, a French confectioner married her under some such delusion. Now, haven't you got a girl about here who would do?"
"No," declared Harry decisively, but his sister suggested that she might ask Miss Smith at the colored school. Again Mrs. Vanderpool laughed, but after tea she wandered idly down the road. The sun behind the swamp was crimsoning the world. Mrs. Vanderpool strolled alone to the school and saw Sarah Smith. There was no cordiality in the latter's greeting, but when she heard the caller's errand her attention was at once arrested and held. The interests of her charges were always uppermost in her mind.
"Can't I have that girl, Zora?" Mrs. Vanderpool at last inquired.
Miss Smith started, for she was thinking of Zora at that very instant. The girl was later than usual, and she was momentarily expecting to see her tall form moving languidly up the walk. She gave Mrs. Vanderpool a searching look. Mrs. Vanderpool glanced involuntarily at her gown and smiled as she did it. "Could I trust you with a human soul?" asked Miss Smith abruptly. Mrs. Vanderpool looked up quickly. The half-mocking answer that rose involuntarily to her lips was checked. Within, Mrs. Vanderpool was a little puzzled at herself. Why had she asked for this girl? She had felt a strange interest in her, a peculiar human interest since she first saw her, and as she saw her again this afternoon. But would she make a satisfactory maid? Was it not a rather dangerous experiment? Why had she asked for her? She certainly had not intended to when she entered the house. In the silence Miss Smith continued, "Here is a child in whom the fountains of the great deep are suddenly broken up. With peace and care she would find herself, for she is strong. But here there is no peace. Slavery of soul and body awaits her, and I am powerless to protect her. She must go away. That going away may make or ruin her. She knows nothing of working for wages, and she has not the servant's humility, but she has loyalty and pluck. For one she loves there is nothing she would not do, but she cannot be driven, or rather, if she is driven, it may rouse in her the devil incarnate. She needs not exactly affection, she would almost resent that, but intelligent interest and care. In return for this she will gradually learn to serve, and serve loyally. Frankly, Mrs. Vanderpool, I would not have chosen you for this task of human education. Indeed, you would have been my last thought. You seem to me, I speak plainly, a worldly woman. Yet perhaps, who can tell? God has especially set you to this task. At any rate, I have little choice. I am at my wit's end. Elspeth, the mother of this child, is not long dead, and here is the girl, beautiful, unprotected, and here am I, almost helpless. She is in debt to the Cresswells, and they are pressing the claim to her service. Take her if you can get her. It is, I fear, her only chance. Mind you, if you can persuade her. and that may be impossible."
Where is she now?
Miss Smith glanced out at the darkening landscape and then at her watch.
"I don't know. She's very late. She's given to wandering, but usually she is here before this time."
"I saw her in town this afternoon," said Mrs. Vanderpool.
"Zora? In town?"
Miss Smith rose. "I'll send her to you tomorrow," she said quietly. Mrs. Vanderpool had hardly reached the Oaks before Miss Smith was driving toward town. A small cabin on the town's ragged fringe was crowded to suffocation. Within arose noisy shouts, loud songs, and raucous laughter, the scraping of a fiddle and whine of an accordion. Liquor began to appear, and happy faces grew red-eyed and sodden as the dances whirled. At the end of the orgy stood Zora, wild-eyed and bewildered, mad with the pain that gripped her heart and hammered in her head, crying in tune with the frenzied music,
The end! The end!
Abruptly she recognized a face despite the wreck and ruin of its beauty.
Bertie?
She cried as she seized the mother of little Emma by the arm. The woman staggered and offered her glass.
Drink!
She cried.
Drink and forget!
In a moment Zora sprang forward and seized the burning liquid in both hands. A dozen hands clapped a devil's tattoo. A score of voices yelled and laughed. The shriek of the music was drowned beneath the thunder of stamping feet. Men reeled to singing women's arms, but above the roar rose the song of the voice of Zora. She glided to the middle of the room, standing tiptoed with skirts that curled and turned. She threw back her head, raised the liquor to her lips, paused, and looked into the face of Miss Smith. A silence fell like a lightning flash on the room as that white face peered in at the door. Slowly Zora's hands fell and her eyes blinked as though waking from some awful dream. She staggered toward the woman's outstretched arms. Late that night the girl lay close in Miss Smith's motherly embrace.
I was going to hell,
she whispered, trembling.
"Why, Zora?"
asked Miss Smith calmly.
I couldn't find the way, and I wanted to forget.
"People in hell don't forget,"
was the matter-of-fact comment. And Zora, what way do you seek?
"The way where?"
Zora sat up in bed and lifted a gray and stricken face.
It's a lie,
she cried with hoarse earnestness.
The way nowhere. There is no way. You know, I want him. I want nothing on earth but him. And him I can't ever have.
The older woman drew her down tenderly.
"No, Zora,"
she said.
"There's something you want more than him, and something you can have."
What?
asked the wondering girl.
"His respect," said Sarah Smith, "and I know the way."
End of Chapter 20. Chapter 21. The Marriage Morning. The Quest of the Silver Fleece by W.E.B. Du Bois. Recorded by A.J. Hilton. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Mrs. Vanderpool watched Zora as she came up the path beneath the oaks.
She walks well,
she observed, and laying aside her book she waited with a marked curiosity. The girl's greeting was brief, almost curt, but unintentionally so, as one could easily see, for back in her eyes lurked an impatient hunger. She was not thinking of greetings. She murmured a quick word and stood straight and tall with her eyes squarely on the lady. In the depths of Mrs. Vanderpool's heart something strange, not new but very old, stirred. Before her stood this tall black girl, quietly returning her look. Mrs. Vanderpool had a most uncomfortable sense of being judged, of being weighed, and there arose within her an impulse of self-justification. She smiled and said sweetly,
"Won't you sit?"
But despite all this, her mind seemed leaping backward 1,000 years, back to a simpler primal day when she herself, white, frail, and fettered, stood before the dusky magnificence of some bejeweled barbarian queen, and sought to justify herself. She shook off the fantasy, and yet how well the girl stood! It was not everyone that could stand still and well.
"Please sit down,"
she repeated with her softest charm, not dreaming that outside the school white persons did not ask this girl to sit in their presence. But even this did not move Zora. She sat down. There was in her, walking, standing, sitting, a simple directness which Mrs. Vanderpool sensed and met.
Zora, I need someone to help me, to do my hair and serve my coffee and dress and take care of me.
The work will not be hard.
You can travel and see the world and live well. Would you like it? But I do not know how to do all these things,
returned Zora slowly. She was thinking rapidly. Was this the way? It sounded wonderful. The world, the great mysterious world that stretched beyond the swamp into which Bles and the Silver Fleece had gone. Did it lead to the way? But if she went there, what would she see and do? And would it be possible to become such a woman as Miss Smith pictured?
What is the world like?
asked Zora. Mrs. Vanderpool smiled.
Oh, I meant great active cities and buildings, myriads of people and wonderful sights. Yes, but back of it all, what is it really? What does it look like?
Heavens, child, don't ask.
Really, it isn't worthwhile appearing back of things. One is sure to be disappointed. Then what's the use of seeing the world? Why, one must live, and why not be happy?
Answered Mrs. Vanderpool, amused, baffled, spurred for the time being from her chronic ennui.
Are you happy?
retorted Zora, looking over her carefully, from silken stockings to garden hat. Mrs. Vanderpool laid aside her little mockery and met the situation bravely. No, she replied simply. Her eyes grew old and tired. Involuntarily Zora's hand crept out protectingly and lay a moment over the white jeweled fingers. Then, quickly recovering herself, she started hastily to withdraw it, but the woman's fingers closed around her darker ones, and Mrs. Vanderpool's eyes became dim.
I need you, Zora, she said,
and then, seeing the half-formed question,
yes, and you need me. We need each other. In the world lies opportunity, and I will help you.
Zora rose abruptly, and Mrs. Vanderpool feared with a tightening of heart that she had lost this strangely alluring girl.
I will come tomorrow,
said Zora. As Mrs. Vanderpool went in to lunch, reaction and lingering doubts came trooping back to replace the daintiest of trained experts with the most baffling semi-barbarian. Well,
have you hired a maid?
asked Helen. I've engaged Zora, laughed Mrs. Vanderpool lightly, and now I'm wondering whether I have a jewel or a white elephant. Probably neither, remarked Harry Cresswell dryly, but he avoided the lady's inquiring eyes. Next morning Zora came easily into Mrs. Vanderpool's life. There was little she knew of her duties, but little, too, that she could not learn with a deftness and divination almost startling. Her quietness, her quickness, her young strength were like a soothing balm to the tired woman of fashion, and within a week she had sunk back contentedly into Zora's strong arms.
It's a jewel,
she decided. With this verdict the house agreed. The servants waited on Miss Zora gladly. The men scarcely saw her, and the ladies ran to her for help in all sorts. Harry Cresswell looked upon this transformation with an amused smile, but the colonel saw in it simply evidence of dangerous obstinacy in a black girl who hitherto had refused to work. Zora had been in the house but a week when a large express package was received from John Taylor. Its unwrapping brought a cry of pleasure from the ladies. There lay a bolt of silken-like cambric of wondrous fineness and luster, marked for the wedding dress. The explanation accompanied the package that Mary Taylor had a similar piece in the North. Helen and Harry said nothing of the cablegram to the Paris tailor, and Helen took no steps toward having the cambric dress made, not even when the wedding invitations appeared.
A Cresswell married in cotton?
Helen was almost in tears lest the Paris gown be delayed, and sure enough a cablegram came at last saying that there was little likelihood of the gown being ready by Easter. It would be shipped at the earliest convenience, but it could hardly catch the necessary boat. Helen had a good cry, and then came a wild rush to get John Taylor's cloth ready. Still Helen was querulous. She decided that silk embroidery might embellish the skirt. The dressmaker was in despair. "I haven't a single spare worker," she declared. Helen was appealing to Mrs. Vanderpool.
I can do it,
said Zora, who was in the room. "Do you know how?" asked the dressmaker.
No, but I want to know.
Mrs. Vanderpool gave a satisfied nod.
Show her,
she said. The dressmaker was on the edge of rebellion.
Zora sews beautifully,
added Mrs. Vanderpool. Thus the beautiful cloth came to Zora's room and was spread in a glossy cloud over her bed. She trembled at its beauty and felt a vague inner yearning, as if some subtle magic of the woven web was trying to tell her its story. She worked over it faithfully and lovingly in every spare hour and in long nights of dreaming. Willfully she departed from the set pattern and sewed into the cloth something of the beauty in her heart, in new and intricate ways. With soft shadowings and coverings she wove in that white veil her own strange soul, and Mrs. Vanderpool watched her curiously, but in silence. Meantime all things were arranged for a double wedding at Cresswell Oaks. As John and Mary Taylor had no suitable home, they were to come down, and the two brides to go forth from the Cresswell mansion. Accordingly, the Taylors arrived a week before the wedding, and the home took on a festive air. Even Colonel Cresswell expanded under the genial influences, and while his head still protested, his heart was glad. He had to respect John Taylor's undoubted ability, and Mary Taylor was certainly lovely, in spite of that assumption of cleverness of which the Colonel could not approve. Mary returned to the old scenes with mingled feelings. Especially was she startled at seeing Zora a member of the household, and apparently high in favor. It brought back something of the old uneasiness and suspicion. All this she soon forgot under the cadence of Harry Cresswell's pleasant voice and the caressing touch of his arm. He seemed handsomer than ever, and he was, for sleep and temperance and the wooing of a woman had put a tinge in his marble face, smoothed the puffs beneath his eyes, and given him a more distinguished bearing and a firmer hand. And Mary Taylor was very happy. So was her brother, only differently. He was making money, he was planning to make more, and he had something to pet which seemed to him extraordinarily precious and valuable. Taylor eagerly inquired after the cloth, and followed the ladies to Zora's room, adjoining Mrs. Vanderpool's, to see it. It lay uncut and shimmering, covered with dim silken tracery of a delicacy and beauty which brought an exclamation to all lips.
"That's what we can do with Alabama cotton,"
cried John Taylor in triumph. They turned to him incredulously.
"But no buts about it. These are the 2 bales you sent me, woven with a silk woof."
No one particularly noticed as Zora had hastily left the room.
"I had it done in Easterly's New Jersey mills according to an old plan of mine. I'm going to make cloth like that right in this county some day."
And he chuckled gaily. But Zora was striding up and down the halls, the blood surging in her ears. After they were gone, she came back and closed the doors. She dropped on her knees and buried her face in the filmy folds of the silver fleece.
I knew it, I knew it,
she whispered in mingled tears and joy.
It called, and I did not understand.
It was her talisman new found, her love come back, her stolen dream come true. Now she could face the world. God had turned it straight again. She would go into the world and find, not love, but the thing greater than love. Outside the door came voices, the dressmaker's tones, Helen's soft drawl, and Mrs. Vanderpool's finished accents. Her face went suddenly gray. The silver fleece was not hers. It belonged. She rose hastily. The door opened and they came in. The cutting must begin at once, they all agreed.
Is it ready, Zora?
Inquired Helen.
No,
Zora quietly answered.
Not quite, but tomorrow morning, early.
As soon as she was alone again, she sat down and considered. By and by, while the family was at lunch, she folded the silver fleece carefully and locked it in her new trunk. She would hide it in the swamp. During the afternoon she sent to town for oilcloth, and bade the black carpenter at Miss Smith's make a cedar box, tight and tarred. In the morning she prepared Mrs. Vanderpool's breakfast with unusual care. She was sorry for Mrs. Vanderpool and sorry for Miss Smith. They could not understand. What would happen to her, she did not know. She did not care. The silver fleece had returned to her. Soon it would be buried in the swamp whence it came. She had no alternative. She must keep it and wait. She heard the dressmaker's voice, and then her step upon the stair. She heard the sound of Harry Cresswell's buggy, and the scurrying at the front door. On came the dressmaker's footsteps. Then her door was unceremoniously burst open. Helen Cresswell stood there, radiant. The dressmaker, too, was wreathed in smiles. She carried a big red-sealed bundle.
"Zora!"
cried Helen in ecstasy.
"It's come!"
Zora regarded her coldly and stood at bay. The dressmaker was ripping and snipping, and soon there lay revealed before them the Paris gown. Helen was in raptures, but her conscience pricked her. She appealed to them.
"Ought I to tell? You see, Mary's gown will look miserably common beside it."
The dressmaker was voluble. There was really nothing to tell, and besides, Helen was a Cresswell, and it was to be expected, and so forth. Helen pursed her lips and petulantly tapped the floor with her foot.
"But the other gown? Where is it?"
asked the dressmaker, looking about.
"It would make a pretty morning dress."
But Helen had taken a sudden dislike to the thought of it.
"I don't want it," she declared, "and besides, I haven't room for it in my trunks."
Of a sudden she leaned down and whispered to Zora.
"Zora, hide it and keep it if you want it. Come,"
to the dressmaker.
"I'm dying to try this on now. Remember, Zora, not a word."
And all this to Zora seemed no surprise. It was the way, and it was opening before her because the talisman lay in her trunk. So at last it came to Easter morning. The world was golden with jasmine and crimson with azalea. Down in the darker places gleamed the misty glory of the dogwood. New cotton shook, glimmered, and blossomed in the black fields, and over all the soft southern sun poured its awakening light of life. There was happiness and hope again in the cabins, and hope and, if not happiness, ambition in the mansions. Zora, almost forgetting the wedding, stood before the mirror. Laying aside her dress, she draped her shimmering cloth about her, dragging her hair down in a heavy mass over ears and neck until she seemed herself a bride. And as she stood there, awed with the mystical union of a dead love and a living newborn self, there came drifting in at the window, faintly, the soft sound of far-off marriage music.
"'Tis thy marriage morning shining in the sun."
2 white and white-swathed brides were coming slowly down the great staircase of Cresswell Oaks, and 2 white and black-clothed bridegrooms awaited them. Either bridegroom looked gladly at the flow of his sister's garments and almost darkly at his bride's, for Helen was decked in Parisian splendor, while Mary was gowned in the fleece.
"'Tis thy marriage morning shining in the sun."
Up floated the song of the little dark-faced children, and Zora listened. End of Chapter 21. Chapter 22. Miss Caroline Wynne. The Quest of the Silver Fleece by W.E.B. Du Bois. Recorded by A.J. Hilton. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Bles Alwyn was seated in the anteroom of Senator Smith's office in Washington. The senator had not come in yet, and there were others waiting too. The young man sat in a corner dreaming. Washington was his first great city, and it seemed a never-ending delight. The streets, the buildings, the crowds, the shops and lights and noise, the kaleidoscopic panorama of a world's doing, the myriad forms and faces, the talk and laughter of men. It was all wonderful magic to the country boy, and he stretched his arms and filled his lungs and cried,
"Here I shall live."
Especially was he attracted by his own people. They seemed transformed, revivified, changed. Some might be mistaken for field hands on a holiday, but not many. Others he did not recognize. They seemed strange and alien, sharper, quicker, and at once more overbearing and more unscrupulous. There were yet others, and at the sight of these Bles stood straighter and breathed like a man. They were well-dressed and well-appearing men and women, who walked upright and looked one in the eye and seemed like persons of affairs and money. They had arrived. They were men. They filled his mind's ideal. He felt like going up to them and grasping their hands and saying, "At last, brother!" Ah, it was good to find one's dreams walking in the light, in flesh and blood. Continually such thoughts were surging through his brain, and they were rioting through it again as he sat waiting in Senator Smith's office. The senator was late this morning. When he came in, he glanced at the morning paper before looking over his mail and the list of his clients.
"Do fools like the American people deserve salvation?"
he sneered, holding off the headlines and glancing at them.
"League beats trust. Farmers of South smash effort to bear market. Send cotton to 12 cents. Common people triumph. A man is induced to bite off his own nose and then sing a paean of victory. It's nauseating, senseless. There is no earthly use striving for such blockheads. They'd crucify any savior."
Thus, half-consciously, Senator Smith salved his conscience while he extracted a certificate of deposit for $50,000 from his New York mail. He thrust it aside from his secretary's view and looked at his list as he rang the bell. There was Representative Todd and somebody named Alwyn. Nobody of importance. Easterly was due in a half hour. He would get rid of Todd meantime.
"Poor Todd,"
he mused.
"A lamb for the slaughter."
But he patiently listened to him plead for party support and influence for his bill to prohibit gambling in futures.
"I was warned that it was useless to see you, Senator Smith, but I would come. I believe in you. Frankly, there is a strong group of your old friends and followers forming against you. They met only last night, but I did not go. Won't you take a stand on some of these progressive matters? This bill, or the child labor movement, or low tariff legislation?"
Mr. Smith listened, but shook his head.
"When the time comes,"
he announced deliberately,
"I shall have something to say on several of these matters. At present I can only say that I cannot support this bill."
And Mr. Todd was ushered out. He met Mr. Easterly coming in and greeted him effusively. He knew him only as a rich philanthropist who had helped the neighborhood guild in Washington, one of Todd's hobbies. Easterly greeted Smith quietly.
"Got my letter?"
"Yes."
"Here are the 3 bills. You will go on the Finance Committee tomorrow. Sandridge is chairman by courtesy, but you'll have the real power. Put the child labor bill first, and we'll work the press. The tariff will take most of the session, of course. We'll put the cotton inspection bill through in the last days of the session, see? I'm maneuvering to get the Southern congressmen into line. Oh, one thing. Thompson says he's a little worried about the Negroes. Says there's something more than froth in the talk of a bolt in the Northern Negro vote. We may have to give them a little extra money and a few more minor offices than usual. Talk with Thompson. The Negroes are sweet on you, and he's going to be the new chairman of the campaign, you know. Ever met him?"
"Yes."
"Well, so long."
"Just a moment." The statesman stayed the financier.
"Todd just let fall something of a combination against us in Congress. Know anything of it?"
"Not definitely. I heard some rumors. Better see if you can run it down.
Well, I must hurry. Good day."
While Bles Alwyn in the outer office was waiting and musing, a lady came in. Out of the corner of his eye he caught the curve of her gown, and as she seated herself beside him, the suggestion of a faint perfume. A vague resentment rose in him. Colored women would look as well as that, he argued, with the clothes and wealth and training. He paused, however, in his thought. He did not want them like the whites, so cold and formal and precise, without heart or marrow. He started up, for the secretary was speaking to him.
"Are you the man who had the letter to the senator?"
"Yes, sir."
"Let me see it." "Oh, yes. He will see you in a moment."
Bles was returning the letter to his pocket when he heard a voice almost at his ear. "I beg your pardon." He turned and started. It was the lady next to him, and she was colored. Not extremely colored, but undoubtedly colored, with waving black hair, light brown skin, and the fuller facial curving of the darker world. And yes, Bles was surprised, for everything else about her, her voice, her bearing,
The set of her gown, her gloves and shoes, the whole impression was, Bles hesitated for a word, well, white.
Yes, ma'am,
he stammered, becoming suddenly conscious that the lady had now a second time asked him if he was acquainted with Senator Smith.
That is, ma'am,
Why was he saying ma'am like a child or a servant?
I know his sister
And have a letter for him. Do you live in Washington? She inquired.
No, but I want to. I've been trying to get in as a clerk, and I haven't succeeded yet. That's what I'm going to see Senator Smith about.
Have you had the civil service examinations?
Yes, I made 93 in the examination for a Treasury clerkship.
And no appointment? I see. They are not partial to us there. Bles was glad to hear her say us. She continued after a pause. May I venture to ask a favor of you?
Certainly,
he responded. My name is Wynne, lowering her voice slightly and leaning toward him. There are so many ahead of me, and I am in a hurry to get to my school, but I must see the senator. Couldn't I go in with you? I think I might be of service in this matter of the examination, and then perhaps I'd get a chance to say a word for myself.
I'd be very glad to have you come,
said Bles cordially. The secretary hesitated a little when the two started in, but Miss Wynne's air was so quietly assured that he yielded. Senator Smith looked at the tall, straight black man with his smooth skin and frank eyes, and for a second time that morning a vision of his own youth dimmed his eyes, but he spoke coldly. Mr. Alwyn, I believe?
Yes, sir.
And
my friend, Miss Wynne.
The senator glanced at Miss Wynne, and she bowed demurely. Then he turned to Alwyn. Well, Mr. Alwyn, Washington is a bad place to start in the world. Bles looked surprised and incredulous. He could conceive of no finer starting place, but he said nothing. It is a grave, continued the senator, of ambitions and ideals. You would far better go back to Alabama, pausing and looking at the young man keenly. But you won't. You won't. Not yet, at any rate. And Bles shook his head slowly. No. Well, what can I do for you?
I won't work. I'll do anything.
No, you'll do one thing. Be a clerk. And then if you have the right stuff in you, you will throw up that job in a year and start again.
I'd like at least to try it, sir.
Well, I can't help you much there. That's in civil service, and you must take the examination.
I have, sir.
So? Where and what mark?
In the Treasury Department. I got a mark of 93.
What? And no appointment? The senator was incredulous.
No, sir. Not yet.
Here Miss Wynne imposed. You see, Senator, she said, civil service rules are not always impervious to race prejudice. The senator frowned. Do you mean to intimate that Mr. Alwyn's appointment is held up because he is colored? I do. Well, well. The senator rang for a clerk. Get me the Treasury on the telephone. In a moment the bell rang. I want Mr. Cole. Is that you, Mr. Cole? Good morning. Have you a young man named Alwyn on your eligible list? What? Yes? Indeed. Well, why has he no appointment? Of course, I know he's a Negro. Yes, I desire it very much. Thank you. You'll get an appointment tomorrow morning. And the senator rose. How is my sister? He asked absently.
She was looking worried, but hopeful for the new endowment when I left.
The senator held out his hand. Bles took it and then remembered.
Oh, I beg pardon, but Miss Wynne wanted a word on another matter.
The senator turned to Miss Wynne. I am a school teacher, Senator Smith, and like all the rest of us, I am deeply interested in the appointment of the new school board. But you know the district committee attends to those things, said the senator hastily. And then, too, I believe there is talk of abolishing the school board and concentrating power in the hands of the superintendent. Precisely, said Miss Wynne, and I came to tell you, Senator Smith, that the interests which are back of this attack upon the schools are no friends of yours. Miss Wynne extracted from her reticule a typewritten paper. He took the paper and read it intently. Then he keenly scrutinized the young woman, and she steadily returned his regard.
"How am I to know this is true?"
"Follow it up and see," he mused.
"Where did you get these facts?"
he asked suddenly. She smiled. "It is hardly necessary to say."
"And yet," he persisted, "if I were sure of this source, I would know my ground better, and my obligation to you would be greater."
She laughed and glanced toward Alwyn. He had moved out of earshot and was waiting by the window. "I am a teacher in the M Street High School," she said, "and we have some intelligent boys there who work their way through."
"Yes,"
said the senator. "Some," continued Miss Wynne, tapping her boot on the carpet, "some wait on table." The senator slowly put the paper in his pocket.
"And now,"
he said,
"Miss Wynne, what can I do for you?"
She looked at him. "If Judge Haynes is reappointed to the school board, I shall probably continue to teach in the M Street High School," she said slowly.
The senator made a memorandum and said, "I shall not forget Miss Wynne, nor her friends."
And he bowed, glancing at Alwyn. The woman contemplated Bles in momentary perplexity, then bowing in turn, left. Bles followed, debating just what he ought to say, how far he might venture to accompany her, but she easily settled it all. "I thank you. Good-bye," she said briefly at the door, and was gone. Bles did not know whether to feel relieved or provoked or disappointed, and by way of compromise felt something of all three. The next morning he received notice of his appointment to a clerkship in the Treasury Department at a salary of $900. The sum seemed fabulous, and he was in the seventh heaven. For many days of consciousness of wealth, the new duties, the street scenes, the city life kept him more than busy. He planned to study and arranged with a professor at Howard University to guide him. He bought an armful of books and a desk and plunged desperately to work. Gradually, as he became used to the office routine, and in the hours when he was weary of study, he began to find time hanging a little heavily on his hands. Indeed, although he would not acknowledge it, he was getting lonesome, homesick amid the myriad men of a busy city. He argued to himself that this was absurd, and yet he knew that he was longing for human companionship. When he looked about him for fellowship, he found himself in a strange dilemma. Those black folk in whom he recognized the old sweet-tempered Negro traits had also looser, uglier manners than he was accustomed to, from which he shrank. The upper classes of Negroes, on the other hand, he still observed from afar. They were strangers not only in acquaintance, but because of a curious coldness and aloofness that made them cease to seem his own kind. They seemed almost at times like black white people, strangers in way and thought. He tried to shake off this feeling, but it clung, and at last, in sheer desperation, he promised to go out of a night with a fellow clerk who rather boasted of the people he knew. He had soon tired of the strange company and had turned to go home when he met a newcomer in the doorway.
"Why, hello, Sam Stillings!"
he exclaimed delightedly, and was soon grasping the hand of a slim, well-dressed man of perhaps 30, with yellow face, curling hair, and shifting eyes.
"Well, of all things! Bless, Mr. Alwyn, I thought you were hoeing cotton."
Bles laughed and continued shaking his head. He was foolishly glad to see the former Cresswell butler whom he had known but slightly. His face brought back unuttered things that made his heart beat faster, and a yearning surge within him.
"I thought you went to Chicago,"
cried Bles.
"I did, but going into politics, having entered the political field, I came here. And you graduated, I suppose, and all that?"
"No," Bles admitted a little sadly, as he told of his coming north and of Senator Smith's influence. "But how are all—" Abruptly Sam hooked his arm into Alwyn's and pulled him with him down the street. Stillings was a type. Up from servility and menial service, he was struggling to climb to money and power. He was shrewd, willing to stoop to anything in order to win. The very slights and humiliations of prejudice he turned to his advantage. When he learned all the particulars of Alwyn's visit to Senator Smith and his cordial reception, he judged it best to keep in touch with this young man
and he forthwith invited Bles to accompany him the next night to the 15th Street Presbyterian Church.
"You'll find the best people there," he said, "the aristocracy. The treble clef gives a concert, and everybody that's anybody will be there."
They met again the following evening and proceeded to the church. It was a simple but pleasant auditorium, nearly filled with well-dressed people. During the program, Bles applauded vociferously every number that pleased him, which is to say, every one, and stamped his feet until he realized that he was attracting considerable attention to himself. Then the entertainment straightway lost all its charm. He grew painfully embarrassed, and for the remainder of the evening was awkwardly self-conscious. When all was over, the audience rose leisurely and stood in little knots and eddies, laughing and talking. Many moved forward to say a word to the singers and players. Stillings stepped aside to a group of men, and Bles was left miserably alone. A man came to him, a white-faced man with slightly curling, close gray hair and high-bred ascetic countenance.
"You are a stranger?"
he asked pleasantly, and Bles liked him.
"Yes, sir,"
he answered, and they fell to talking. He discovered that this was the pastor of the church.
"Do you know no one in town?"
"One or two of my fellow clerks and Mr. Stillings. Oh, yes, I've met Miss Wynne."
"Why, here's Miss Wynne now."
Bles turned. She was right behind him, the center of a group. She turned slowly and smiled.
"Oh,"
she uttered twice, but with different cadence. Then something like amusement lurked a moment in her eye, and she quietly presented Bles to her friends, while Stillings hovered unnoticed in the offing.
"Miss Jones,
Mr. Alwyn of—" she paused a second,
Alabama.
"Miss Taylor, Mr. Alwyn," and, with a backward curving of her neck, "Mr. Tearswell," and so on. Mr. Tearswell was handsome and indolent, with indecision in his face and a cynical voice. In a moment Bles felt the subtle antagonism of the group. He was an intruder. Mr. Tearswell nodded easily and turned away, continuing his conversation with the ladies. But Miss Wynne was perverse and interrupted. "I saw you enjoyed the concert, Mr. Alwyn," she said, and one of the young ladies rippled audibly. Bles darkened painfully, realizing that these people must have been just behind him, but he answered frankly,
"Yes, I did, immensely. I hope I didn't disturb you. You see, I'm not used to hearing such singing."
Mr. Tearswell, compelled to listen, laughed dryly.
"Plantation melodies, I suppose, are more your specialty," he said with a slight cadence.
"Yes,"
said Bles simply. A slight pause ensued. Then came the surprise of the evening for Bles Alwyn. Even his inexperienced eye could discern that Miss Wynne was very popular, and that most of the men were rivals for her attentions. "Mr. Alwyn," she said, graciously rising, "I'm going to trouble you to see me to my door. It's only a block. Good night, all," she called, but she bowed to Mr. Tearswell. Miss Wynne placed her hand lightly on Bles's arm, and for a moment he paused. A thrill ran through him as he felt again the weight of a little hand and saw beside him the dark, beautiful eyes of a girl. He felt again the warm quiver of her body. Then he awoke to the lighted church and the moving, well-dressed throng. The hand on his arm was not so small, but it was well gloved, and somehow the fancy struck him that it was a cold hand, and not always sympathetic in its touch. End of Chapter 22